All right, let's see. Are our two finalists here? I see Courtney and where's Kyle? It's Kyle. All right, here we go. Perfect. All right, perfect. Jury, welcome our two finalists, Courtney and Kyle. Kyle and Courtney, the jury has some questions for you. So this part of the finale, well, let me start off at the top because, of course, it'd be dramatic. Just 37 days ago, most of you met for the very first time, most of you. And if you can recall, I told you all to take a good look at the faces you see, because while they're strangers today, you'll feel like in no time that you can't believe that you just met these people just a month ago. And you all decided to start on this crazy journey together, trying to determine what you were even doing. But in no time at all, you all embraced the game and you really began to play Big Brother. And every step each of you have taken has led us all to here today. I would imagine that it would seem impossible to think that you've only known each other for just over a month, but it actually is just over a month. And you know a lot about each other in that very short period of time. And I told you all that at the beginning. So tonight, you will be crowning either Courtney or Kyle as the winner of season 14 of Virtual Big Brother. Congratulations to the both of you on making it all the way to the end. But first, before we have a winner, the jury has questions. We will begin with, in the order of eviction, Devin, you're up.
Okay, so my question is the same for both of you. What was your biggest personal move of the season? And I guess we'll start with Courtney.
So I'm kind of probably going to be repeating a few things tonight. I'm probably going to go over a couple of the things I do in my end speech, but honestly, I think the biggest move for me was probably a move I made yesterday. And as you guys know, I was a super emotional player in this game. I put my heart into everything and I really didn't want to hurt people. I really didn't want to cross people in the wrong way. But Kyle approached me and asked me what I thought of Marina's game and how strong I thought it was. And it literally gutted me to think about possibly not going to final two with her, because since day one, literally day one, we've said final two, us two. And making that deal with Kyle and knowing that if I won, I was going to have to stick to that. But agreeing to go without Marina, I think, was probably the biggest thing for me, because I played with my heart in all of this. And in that decision, I had to completely take my heart and my emotions out of that situation and just go strategic and think about what was best for my game. And I honestly think that Marina made stronger game moves than I did. And she was only up on the block once. Her game was good. She did a lot of jury management, a lot of things that I don't feel I did as good as she did. And it's no disrespect to you, Marina. I love the shit out of you, but your game was good. And I don't think I could have beaten it. So I had to take my emotions out of it and go with Kyle over Marina.
Okay, Kyle, same question to you. Do you need me to repeat or do you pretty much have it?
Oh no, I have it. Yeah, so I think the best move that I made in the game was very early on. We in the beginning of the game there were so many different alliances, and I think most of us were in many different alliances. There was me and you, Devin. We had the unit right away. That was a fun one. And then there was the force with me, you, Marina, and Courtney. And then there was the board of trustees. And that was with you, Brian, and Caitlin, and Leisha, and I think think that was everyone. There was 5 of us. So yeah, early on, like you came to me and you talked to me about getting rid of the girls, and I just liked them so much. We had the force chat. We always had each other's backs in the comps. We were always wishing each other luck, and it was just good vibes, you know. And I just really liked them as people. Everybody in that group, I liked them a lot. So yeah, when you wanted to get rid of them, I remember I had a very long chat with you, saying how I really didn't want them to go, and I really liked them, and if they were gone, there'd be like a big void, and the energy wouldn't be as good, and stuff like that. And I thought that I had gotten to you. Like I thought that you're like, you're right, Kyle. But then after when Brian won HOH, then like you were right back at it with trying to target them, and then Brian was trying to target them, and I even talked to Caitlin, like trying to take the target off of them, but like my voice was not really heard. I mean, they were listening, but like nobody really wanted to do anything besides target the girls. So like that's when I kind of realized I had to pivot. I couldn't really stay in a group where I felt like I didn't have any agency, and I felt like I would have been in a worse spot moving forward. And like at that time, I really liked working with the board, and I had the force, like the board, and then the girls. So it was like, I think I did the math, and it was like 33% of the people that I liked and wanted to work with the most would be on the block, and I just didn't like that one bit. So yeah, and I didn't want to play a selfish game. I tried to like plead my case and put things out there, not in a way that was too bossy or something like that. I didn't want to be bossy, but like after that, I could tell that that Brian just like, he sent me like a 3-minute voice message, and I could just tell like the energy and the good vibes was gone, and it's like I could tell that he didn't trust me anymore after that. So yeah, that's when I put in a lot of work and went to the girls and gave them a bunch of information, and then we started working together and building something that would end up being pretty big.
All right. Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, Devin. Next is Valdamian. Valdamian, you have the floor.
Okay. So I spent almost the most time besides Devin in the jury house, and I had a while to think about if I wanted to ask questions or just give a statement. And I solely believe that jury management is key, regardless what moves you made and which alliances you were in. I'm going to start with Kyle. Kyle, I feel like our conversation were basically personal. I feel like you weren't trying to evolve as to wanting to get to know or work with other people outside of the 3 people, well, the 2 people's names I heard you mention. So my vote, which originally I was going to vote a certain way, but my vote is completely up in the air. So for the rest of the night, I need some pizzazz from you. I need that same energy you had when you were sitting next to me on the block, cocky and arrogant. Right now, you're boring me, and that's not the way to get my vote. I need you to tell me what you did to get you to the final 2 without including Morena and Courtney.
Mm-hmm.
Courtney, I commend you 110% of the move that you made against me. Regardless, you said Morena was the best move. That really was in the late stage of the game, and I give props to you. But I felt like you were a bit extra with the emotions. I felt like you could have just been straight up with me, because there was no chance in hell that conversation I had with you that you were going to vote to keep me with Kyle. And that at that moment, I needed you to be honest. So my advice to you, if you want my vote, you have a killer social game. That what got you to the end of the game. And if you can't prove to me why you should be the winner of representation of this season, I will vote for Kyle just for sympathy. Toodaloo.
Okay, Valdamian, thank you. Next up is Brian.
Hello, everybody. Congratulations, Courtney. Congratulations, Kyle. You two did what none of us could, so I'm extremely happy for you both. I genuinely am. I do admire how and respect how well you work together as a unit. C4 is y'all did it. Like y'all did a great job. You worked well together as a unit. However, I failed to see how you each made moves for your individual games. The night I was evicted, I said something that I was hoping would resonate with you two, but I don't think it did. I said, we are playing Big Brother, not Team Brother. And I just failed to see where either one of you did enough to get the win. And since I didn't see that, I was hoping that I could fall back on individual or personal relationships, but I don't think that either of you did a great job with jury management, at least with me. I felt like once the blow up happened and trust was lost, I was written off. And you felt no need to do jury management with me. So therefore, my vote is still undecided. But I wanted to make it a little interesting. I did want to make it fair for you two to earn my vote fair. So I'm going to have you draw a number 1 through 30. I'm going to write a number down right now, and the person closest to that number gets my vote. And I'll let Courtney go first.
I'll pick 13.
I will pick 12.
All right. Thank you both. And again, congratulations.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Brian. Tony, you're next.
Congratulations to you both. I didn't see this. I was like, well, okay, Courtney's the winner. Okay, Kyle. Okay, guys. Congratulations. It is a simple question. Why do you deserve to win over the other person? Courtney, you go first.
I feel like, again, I'm going to repeat a lot of the things that I say in my end speech, but do you want like one thing, one solid reason I think I should win, or like a whole bunch?
Yeah, just a quick like one. I just want to see what. Yeah.
Honestly, I know I wasn't like a really big comp beast like Robert, but I think my social game in this was strong. And you know, everyone says don't volunteer to be a pawn. Pawns always go home. In this game, I volunteered twice to be a pawn, both at the end of the game. Both times I stayed because I knew that I was so secure in my alliance that I could volunteer to be a pawn and stay. And I feel like the relationships that I did build were so solid that I could make risky moves like that and know that I'd be okay. So again, my social game is honestly probably my strongest point in this game and what carried me here. And like, not everybody liked me either. There was a large portion of the house that was after me at one point, and I'm still here because I had the social connections I did to help keep me here. That's all. Sorry.
So yeah, I feel like in a lot of ways, me and Courtney have had similar games, but I feel like there's a lot of key differences as well. And I do feel like I've done quite a bit more in this game. A lot of the things like you guys don't even know. So, or maybe you do, I'm not sure. But on day 11, I found the secret power in the game. I didn't have to end up using it, but I found it. I found it via talking with Colleen, because before the game started, I just like did a little bit of research on the game, and I noticed that Colleen played before, and so I said to her, "Is there anything like what was different between this game and that game? Was it very different?" And then she said, "Oh, there was a hidden power, and the picture is hidden, but I looked and I couldn't find it. So right away I went to look, and then I found it, and that was a crazy night. I was up all night trying to figure out that code to the vault. And it was driving me crazy because I spent like hours and hours and hours. I didn't sleep, and I was up until like I was trying to figure it out well into the afternoon the next day, I think. And everyone was like, "Where's Kyle? Where's Kyle?" And then someone was like, "Oh, maybe he's napping." But then they were like, "No, he never napped," because I never did. My body doesn't let me nap a lot of the time, except for lately. I've been exhausted. But and a funny story about that code is like I had it all down to like math and try because I was there were some things that I was very sure about with the numbers, but then other things I had used like division because I knew that there was like 8 pictures of pink tulips or something like that. So it had to be divisible by 8. So I worked it out until I had like over 25 combinations and it had to be one of them, but it wasn't any of them. And I was freaking out. So I asked Ducky and I said, "Are you sure that your vault, I think your vault's broken or something like that?" And then he's like, "What do you mean?" So then I showed him my math and then he's like, "Oh, wait a minute." And then it turns out he didn't add in Kinsey because she was last minute. And one of the things was the total number of first names and people in the house. So I was working all night on a code that was not solvable pretty much, which is hilarious. But yeah, like I was putting in the work and Marina, like she was doing a lot with secrets as well. We were both like pretty obsessed with secrets, always on the hunt for them. And so that's something that I did that I think stands out. Also, when everybody wanted to get Brian out, this was when Valerie guessed Devin's secret like two hours before eviction, and everybody wanted to get Brian out. Everyone was so hyper focused on Brian, and I was thinking that wasn't the best move because Brian had already been in the chamber, and who knows if maybe Devin and Valerie, they were like maybe Devin gave Valerie a secret. I don't know to this day, but I know if Devin, if you would have stayed, you could have got in the chamber and you could have messed this up real good. And I think you would have. You were so smart. You were so strategic and so cutthroat. So I was panicking and like freaking out. And everyone else was like, "Oh, what's going on?" They thought I had something to hide or something. But really, I knew that you had to go at that point because we wouldn't have had a clean opportunity to get rid of you any other time. So I think that was honestly one of my best moves. And I know, Brian, you had that last minute meeting in the HOH room where you made a deal to aim for Matt. You weren't going to target Marina or Courtney or any of us. You were going to aim for Matt. And I think that would have fallen to deaf ears had I not have pitched my case against Devin for like 2 hours before that. So yeah, those two things are definitely reasons that kind of put me above and beyond. Also, the deal at the end that I made with Courtney when I won the first part of the HOH comp and she won the second part, I knew if she was to agree with that deal, just like me, she wears her heart on her sleeve. So I knew she wouldn't go back on it. And that way we guaranteed that we would make it to a final, like the finale night here. And it worked. I did end up winning the final HOH, which was great. But even if I didn't, I still wanted to make sure that I had a way to finale night. And Marina's game was so good by like towards the end of it, like she was making some big moves and like she was only on the block once. So it became a decision that was pretty much the only decision.
Okay, Kyle, thank you. And next is Valerie. You have the mic, Valerie.
I actually don't have a question, honestly. I'm really sick right now. So, and pretty much everything they said and the questions that have been asked have pretty much been answered. I just really wanted to know what they did over each other that was better than each other. And the question and the answers are pretty redundant.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Valerie. And up next is Colleen.
Hi. I just want to say to you both, congratulations. And like literally Canadians kicked ass this season, this fan. And I don't regret working with Courtney or Marina. A lot of people say they used me, but they did not. They actually got to know me. They spent hours getting to know me and I got to know them. Just like Robert, so I don't know. I just love you guys. But But my question for both of you is, like, instead of the person sitting next to you right now, who would you rather have sitting next to you in the final two?
Who do you want to go first?
Oh, ladies first.
Oh,
Courtney.
thank you. Honestly, it's a toss-up between two people, and that's because of the personal relationship that I built with them and how much they stuck by my side through this entire thing, like literally until the end, and that would be Robert and Marina. To pick between the two of them is really fucking hard, but if I had to, honestly, and I mean this with no disrespect to anybody, I love you both equally, but Marina was an absolute day one above anybody. Marina was the first, and I feel I would owe it to her if it wasn't Kyle. And I know that Robert, you have literally done so fucking much for me in this, and it hurts me to say that. But again, speaking from a game point, Robert, I would not win against you. No chance in hell. Nobody in this game would win against you. So if I still wanted to win in the end and I was thinking game point two, I wouldn't win against you, Robert. So Marina. And I wouldn't probably win against you either, Marina, but I think I would have a better shot than Robert. So there's my answer.
Yeah, and my answer is pretty similar to that actually, just because C4, we've been doing so much together, like so much. We didn't take anything lightly. We always analyzed every situation. Weeks that should have been easy weeks where we were talking about all these possibilities, planning for the worst, and like we were stressing about things that only had like a very small percentage of a chance of happening. But yeah, like Colleen, I know we were working together as Winnipeggers. We had our chat, but after I tried to protect you as well as I could in this game, but it got to a certain point where my hands were sort of tied, and like it would have been nice to be sitting with you at the end, but it just wasn't really realistic. Like because I was doing so much more with C4, and then like you and Matt were really good allies for us, but like I felt like people sort of might have saw us as like a almost like a duo because we were both from Winnipeg. So like I'm not surprised things happened the way they did, but yeah, I'm happy with how everything turned out because like I'm really proud that C4 made it to the Final Four. Like that is an accomplishment that I think is pretty legendary, and honestly I wouldn't have it any other way. I'm sorry that like we couldn't have made it to the end because it would have been cool to have two Winnipeggers at the end, but just realistically speaking, you know, had to go with my 4. So and compared to and when I compare Robert with Marina, I would be happy sitting beside either of them, but I think I would have more of a chance to win against Marina than Robert, just because Robert is like so multifaceted and so good in so many different areas. Like competitions, he's like a computer almost. So I don't think I would have had much of a chance against him at the end. Marina, like you played such a great game as well, and you know it. So yeah, so I think yeah, but I think I would have more of a chance against you at the end than Robert. So that's who I would sort of lean towards.
Oh, thank you
All
both,
right.
and whoever wins, I'm very happy with the winner.
Thank you, Colleen.
Perfect. Thank you, Colleen. Next up is Matt. Matt is flying. He's in the air right now. So he actually sent his question in before he boarded. And his question is the same question for both finalists. So I will ask the same question to both of you when it's your turn to respond. And so we're going to start off this time with Kyle. Kyle, here is Matt's question. What was your biggest weakness that you turned into a positive to help you get to one of the final 2 spots in the game?
Yeah, that's a great question, Matt. Yeah, so I think my biggest weakness I'm sort of an introverted person, but I'm an extroverted thinker. So I could ramble on and on and on. I was sending, early on in the game, I was sending these voice messages, like 3 minutes and then 4 minutes all in a row, just talking about my ideas and strategies and stuff to the group. And I could tell they were getting pretty annoying. So yeah, I knew I had to stop that. And then I had a great opportunity to stop talking as much when the zombie virus was out. I took the self-isolation very seriously for a number of reasons. One, because I thought maybe it would give me an advantage in an HOH comp, because it seemed like that virus was infecting people, and I was taking ultimate measures to protect myself against anything. Maybe people would be zombified for the comp and they'd be at a disadvantage or something. Who knows? Maybe there was a secret power on the line. I don't know. And I thought I had a lot of fun with it because I left these like handwritten notes for with the privacy set to only certain people so they could see the notes. And they were like, it was like I was actually in isolation, and I'm like, oh, the times are hard here, but luckily I have enough water and stuff like that. Like I wouldn't even open any of the chats. I wouldn't, because I thought maybe the chats were full of infected air, or something stupid like that. I don't know. But that gave me an opportunity to, you know, stop talking as much as I do, because I didn't want to annoy people with, because I know voice messages it can be annoying, and I was just having at it. So I took that as an opportunity to stop talking and to listen more and to observe more. And I didn't really see a whole lot. I didn't have people reach out to me that I wouldn't have expected to, except for people that I was already working with. They were like, I miss you. And, you know, absence also makes the heart grow fonder. So I think that kind of helped a little bit to kind of give myself a bit of a break from just being around all the time, because I was. So that is definitely something that I turned from something that could have hurt me to something where I was able to adapt and realize that I was just talking way too much. So I kind of toned it down a bit, and then the voice messages definitely got shorter.
Thank you, Kyle. Let me read the question to you again, Courtney. Same question. What was your biggest weakness that you turned into a positive that helped you get to one of the final 2 spots in the game?
Okay, so I hope this makes sense, but the whole reason that I joined this game is because I have really bad social anxiety, and like reaching out to people and holding conversations and talking to people I don't know makes me really friggin' uncomfortable, and like speaking on live and stuff makes me really uncomfortable. And I think it was the fact that I really pushed myself to have those conversations with people and form those relationships, and I pushed myself to really go outside of my comfort zone, that my biggest weakness kind of became my biggest strength, if that makes sense. I hope it does.
Okay, thank you, Courtney. Next up is Robert. Robert, you have the mic.
Hey guys, appreciate the shout out. Forgot I was in this game for a minute until you said that. Courtney, my question for you: you were put into danger multiple times in this game, and you ended up in the final 2. What adjustments did you make to your early game to get where you are right now?
What injustice did I make to my game?
What adjustments did you make from the early game?
Oh, adjustment. Well, honestly, you kept me safe multiple times. I went from talking to everybody in the start that made me a target and just kind of narrowed it down to my core group of people who I knew I could trust and would be there to kind of work with me instead of against me. And towards the end of the game, I kind of started to make the adjustment that I needed to with playing with less emotion and started to think more strategically. I don't know. Sorry. That's
okay. Kyle, the use of secrets kept you and people that you were working with safe in this game. Can you lay claim to any of this work that kept that kept alive your alliance members as well as yourself?
With the secrets, that wasn't my strongest point in the game. I definitely liked to have certainty when it comes to secrets. I wanted to be 100% sure of these things. And sometimes I would just like Marina was mostly so sure that she was right about these, and most of the time, almost all of the time, she was. So I'm thankful that Courtney and Marina were especially good with the secrets. Like the way they dug into the profiles and everything, it was just amazing. And so yeah, that wasn't my strongest point, the secrets, but I do not regret, wanting to be certain. I didn't want us to be 80% sure and then take a hit because we were wrong and overconfident. And we had plenty of time to think these through. So yeah, I feel like I played a good part in that, even though like I wasn't the best with the secrets, just because I was just trying to make sure that we were right. Yeah.
Okay, Marina, you're next.
Hey guys, I want to start off by saying I'm super proud of the both of you. I'm not mad. I think that you both made the right decision because I think if you were both sitting next to me, you both would have lost. So congrats to both of you. I'm going to start with Kyle. So the jury is having a hard time finding reasons on why you should win over Courtney. Can you tell me a time in the game where you manipulate a situation to benefit your own game?
Well, definitely, like I mentioned before, with the whole Devin situation, I think that was a big one. And additionally, there was also like I wanted to protect Colleen because I knew that like she really wanted to see me in the end. And it would have been nice to see her in the end as well. But like I said before, it wasn't like super realistic, but I was trying to protect her as much as I could without hurting our alliance at all. And I think I have achieved that. But when she had to go, she had to go. My hands were tied at that point. Also, there were things that that I had in the works that I think could have been pretty good. Like the zombie, when I was away in isolation, and the way that I had my profile picture as a zombie one for so long, a lot of the times that was like a lot of the times I was playing dumb and acting like I was like my memory was worse than it is. It's not great, but it's not as bad as I made it out to be. And so with the zombie thing, I had a plan where if I needed to, I was going to pretend that I had some kind of zombie advantage where if I was on the block, I could take myself off of the block and then like bite someone and infect someone, and then they would go up. So I wanted, if like I didn't end up having to do that, but if I did, I think I could have like stirred up the paranoia for someone to believe that I was real. Marina, you might have believed it honestly, and then that's all I would need. I don't know. Yeah, well, so that was something, but like we were in such a good position, I didn't need to do that, which is fine, but it was something I had in my back pocket just in case. Same with like I could have not used the veto on myself when I won it, and would have still been fine, but like that was too risky. I feel like, yeah, like I feel like I made the right calls, even though I could have been flashier. I think that would have been at my detriment, and I think I did what I should have done.
All right, thank you. Courtney, you look beautiful tonight. So, Courtney, you had a huge part to play in the game with evictions behind the scenes that a lot of people didn't get to see. What was your strategy moving forward in the game after Brian put us on the block on day 7? And who were you most loyal to besides C4?
You're still
You're
muted,
muted.
Courtney. You're still muted.
Okay, give me the first part of that question again.
You had a huge part to play in the game with evictions behind the scenes that a lot of people didn't get to see. So what was your strategy moving forward in the game after Brian put us on the block on day 7?
Okay. I feel like I just keep repeating myself, but going forward, I knew that there was so many people who saw me as a target that I really needed to build a strong group of people who I felt could do the work, could win the competitions, could work well together to move forward as a group. And, you know, we could all work together to protect each other.
And who were you most loyal to besides C4?
Besides C4? Well, C4 being me, you, Robert, and Kyle. Honestly, probably Colleen. I feel like my loyalty with her outside of C4 was the next strongest one in the alliance that we had formed and built with her. Because she was like, Colleen, I love you. The alliance that we had with you, like, we were not using you. We built a genuine friendship with you and got to know you and talked to you. We appreciated you and cared about you and still want to continue a friendship with you outside of this house. People who tried to make you think that, no.
So that is the answer that I was looking for. So thank you.
Yeah.
Love you. Love you
Love
guys.
you.
Okay, all right. That is all of the jury's questions and statements. And so now it is time for the two finalists to plead their cases to you, jury, as to why they deserve your vote to win the game. So we tried rock, paper, scissors. That didn't work out. So I'm just going to make the call myself. And ladies first, Courtney, you're up.
Oh boy. Well, hello, jury. First off, congrats to all of you guys. If I could give you a standing ovation, I would, but I'll just clap from here. You guys all played amazing to get to the jury stage. Second, as I said, I'm not great at this whole speech thing. I was actually exempt from having to give oral presentations in high school because I would pass out. So let's hope that doesn't happen here. Basically, what I'm going to do is try and point out key things that I think I did well in the game for me to get here. And hopefully you guys think I deserve your vote in the end. From the start, I was a very emotional player. And while that can bite you in the butt, I do think it kind of worked in my favor as far as the relationships that I built and the strength of them. Two in particular. Marina, from the start, she was my number one. We bonded instantly, and throughout this game, the relationship did not waver at all. She is my girl for life. We worked together to bring together the strongest alliance in the game, C4, Core 4. We made it to Final 4. Second, Robert, you do not go unnoticed in this game. You were my absolute rock in this game. And it honestly hurt my heart so bad when you left. I would not have gotten through this without you at all. You took the time to calm me down, to talk to me through so many hard situations, and I would not have been able to get through this game without you. For that, I thank you. Right off the hop, I realized how important the secret twist was, and I started to work on finding them out. I found a special little secret that kind of helped us, and it is you type in a certain word and you can narrow it down to one specific person. So Brian and Valerie, we just looked up jail triphobia and narrowed it down to your profile, and any post you had with that popped right up. So that was actually how we found a lot of the secrets, was with me bringing that up and sharing that. From narrowing down the secrets, I was able to find Valdamian's and get her up. And that was a point in the game where that was a really hard move for me, being so emotional. I didn't want to hurt her or have her take it personally. I have nothing against Valdamian, but I started to realize what a threat she was, because Valdamian, I have to give it to you. You are the sweetest woman. You have an infectious laugh, and not a single person in this game had a thing against you. Nobody would have ever found a reason to nominate you. You were undoubtedly a massive threat in this game because you had an unreal social game and everyone loved you. You could have easily made it to the end and won. I was not a comp beast like Robert by any means, but when it was important, I managed to pull through for myself. VBB bingo, I won and pulled myself down. I did put in a lot of work with those secrets with my alliance to have them available to use to pull myself down. And I won the most important HOH for myself, which was to get to final 3. And then after that, I won part 2 to fight for the final part. And after that, Kyle and I struck our final 2 deal. So I knew that whether I won or not, I was safe. Like I mentioned earlier, pawns. Very spoken about rule in Big Brother. Don't volunteer to be a pawn. Pawns always go home. But like I said, I did that twice. I survived the most nominations in the house. It's 6 if you count Kyle having to pick for final 2. 2 of those I volunteered myself to go up, and it was the last 2 times I was nominated before final 3 that I volunteered, which is a very important part in the game. Deep in. Kyle's HOH on day 25 and Marina's HOH on day 32 as a replacement to sit for eviction, which meant that come eviction, I was sitting there. If they thought I was a threat, they could have turned on me, but I still felt so secure in my alliance that I felt I could volunteer as a pawn. Sorry. But that is where I find being an emotional player really worked in my favor, having those strong alliances. Like I said earlier, I feel like the part where I made the most growth as a player, because I had to figure out how to put my emotions aside and get fully into a strategic mind frame to make the hardest game move for myself, which is making a final 2 without my day 1. I knew, Marina, that my game compared to yours, it couldn't compare. And I hope you take this for the game compliment it is. I love you to death, but I would not have won beside you. And last but not least, how many of you suspected me for a second to be facial reconstructive surgery as a secret? I was attacked by a cat when I was 4, and I almost lost my eye and my ear. But when I saw that the Backstreet Boys was one of the secrets, I knew that I could play with that because I actually did meet them. And I knew that if I talked to enough people about it and like kind of just snuck it in there, people would start to think it was mine. So those are all things that I feel I did well in the game. And I was a target from the start. Brian, bless your heart. I honestly, it hurt me so bad when we had our falling out because we connected on so many things. And every time I watch The Last of Us, I'm like, I wonder if Brian liked this episode. But maybe after we can, pick it back up with The Last of Us. But, like I said, I was a target from the start, and I feel I fought my way to the end and that I earned my spot here. And now I'm sitting here asking for your guys' votes. Kyle, you played a beautiful game as well. That's why you're here. But now the decision is your guys, and you get to decide whose game was worth first and whose was worth second. And I'm sorry for talking your ear off.
Okay, I guess I'm up. So hey, Jerry, first off, I just wanted to say that it's been awesome to get to know everybody and to play this game with you all. It's been a dream come true. I never thought that I would get to experience something like this. So it's been pretty darn cool. So yeah, shortly after Kyrie's mom passed away, the pandemic hit. So I had to quit my job. I had to stop going to school. And it was like I was dealing with like a whiplash effect of all of a sudden everything that was normal in my life just stopped all just like that. And I was home all the time. So to pass the time, I watched so much Big Brother and so many other reality shows like Big Brother US, Big Brother Australia, Survivor, stuff like that. Like I only saw 1 season of Big Brother Australia, but it's so funny that I ended up playing in a season with someone who actually played on Big Brother Australia. And I never imagined that I would make it to the end. I just came in this game being myself, and it made it easier. I wanted to play the game with people that I felt like I could connect with on a game level and on a personal level, and people that listened to me, people that liked me. And early on, I didn't really have a lot of people that I wanted to target because I liked everybody so much. So in the HOH competition that Brian won, I actually threw it because I didn't want to get my hands dirty. And I'm so happy that I did because we saw how that went for you, Brian. It didn't go very good. And I didn't want that to happen to me. I knew if there was one to throw, it was going to be that one. So yeah, just like Courtney, I played this game with my heart on my sleeve. We've actually played very similar games. Courtney won 2 vetoes and an HOH, and I won 2 HOHs and a veto. We both correctly guessed the secret. We were both up on the block many, many times. But we felt confident being on the block because we trusted the people that we trusted, and they didn't let us down. I think when like the establishment in the house was going after Marina and Courtney, I felt like it wasn't for the best reasons. Because Brian, your reason was going after them because you said they were just like Devin. You said they were working with everybody in the house and they're playing everybody. But at that time, I was in the board of trustees with you, and I was in Six in the City. And like we later learned, you were in Brian's Angels, which is a great name. So it's like you were doing the same thing, but the way that you sort of went after their character, it didn't really sit well with me. And then Devin, yeah, I thought we were able to connect more on a game level, but we really weren't. So yeah, I had to pivot, and I definitely don't regret that because things went really well after that. I didn't expect the team that was formed to be such an amazing team. It's like we covered each other's weak spots and we had each other's back until the very end, and we all made it to the Final Four, and I think that's pretty amazing. But yeah, Marina, Robert, you already know why we had to take you out, because you guys, if you were sitting here, one of you would have won, and I think everybody like knows that. Everyone believes that just because you played such spectacular games. And later on, we worked with Colleen and Matt, who are also very integral to our group's success. It was great when the six of us became Final Six, just because like we always had each other's backs. We weren't coming for each other, so it was nice to have like a Final Six that was just such a great group of people. But yeah, sadly, there could only be one winner, and people had to go. It's just how the game is. No one likes it, but that's what we signed up for. And Robert, I honestly think that if Marina and myself and Courtney didn't all come together and study like crazy, we wouldn't have been able to beat you. It took the three of us to take you down. We had to. Otherwise, you would have steamrolled your way to the end of the game. And you know, I have nothing but respect for you. And Marina, it literally broke my heart that I had to evict you 150%. It was honestly like, you could even see in my eyes, I still have this little red mark from the emotions. It's stuck there. It usually doesn't, but it did. It's usually just bags. But yeah, you played such a good game and you would have won too. So, you know, just like how we had to get rid of Robert, we had to get rid of you two, unfortunately. But it is what it is. And honestly, I hope there's no hard feelings because I want to be your friend for so long after this, like lifelong friends. So yeah, when it comes to Big Brother, there's a bit of a Kyle curse. The Kyles that have played this game have been pretty bad at it, and they've been involved with a bunch of controversy. So it was a goal of mine to break that curse, and I think I did. No matter what happens, I feel like I've achieved that. I think I played a very good game. And throughout all this time, I've done my best to make it fun. I made the chats look very cool and added little chat pictures, and I had fun with all the twists, like the zombie twist, and the secrets, and like even playing games with everybody. That's some of the best times, like the best nights. We were playing Jackbox or Evil Apples, or even that crazy game that Val Damien got us to play that I didn't know how to play at all. That was so fun. So yeah, I'm proud to represent the Red River Métis. An Indigenous person has never won the game before, so it's a big goal of mine to make that change. Like it's very important to me anyway. That's a personal mission of mine. And I also do it for people that have faced insurmountable odds, because I know how hard life can be, and it could really like slow a person down, and to the point of almost like just inactivity, just sitting there being depressed for months and months and months and months. But you know, you just got to hang in there and you got to push forward, because you can do amazing things when you set your heart to it. So whatever you decide tonight, Jerry, I'll respect it and I'll be happy with your decision. You've got two gems up here to vote for. Either way, I think that we could crown a winner that everybody's proud of, and I know I'll be proud of. So yeah, I've left everything out on the battlefield, and now I leave everything up to you. Thanks.
Thank you, Courtney, and thank you, Kyle. All right, jurors, you have heard both speeches from both of the finalists, and now the time has come. The game turns to you. Your job is to vote for the player you felt played the best strategic, social, and competitive game overall this season of Virtual Big Brother. In addition, voting will remain, one at a time. I will call you to your DR in the order of eviction, and you will cast your vote for the player you want to see win this game. Without revealing who you're voting for, you may also make one brief statement as you cast your vote. The way you will vote is I will send you a link in the Zoom chat, one at a time in the order of eviction, and you will use that link to cast your vote. It will be a page with 2 keys on it. The keys will simply say the 2 names of the finalists. You're going to click one of those keys, and that will be your vote. When you click, only click one time. It will take a moment to register, but it will register, and you will see the page tell you that voting is complete. Once you see that, you're good. You don't need to click it more than once. Just click it one time.
Are we voting for who we want to win, right?
Correct. You are voting for who you want to win. And it says it clearly on the page as well. You are voting for who you want to win. All right. First up is Devin. Devin, let me send you the link and you will cast your vote. Devin, here's your vote. Here's your link.
Is it's supposed to be in the Zoom chat?
In the Zoom chat, yes. 1 second.
Okay.
My browser just likes to close on me when I go right to it. It's happened to me numerous times, so forgive me. Okay, Devin, here's your link.
Okay, I got one of those. It's on hiatus. Give me just a second to try to copy it down and go that way.
Devin, I'll send you this link and try that.
Okay, and now I'll click the original again.
There you go.
Nope, it still said hiatus.
Can't.
I don't know why it's doing that. It did say I'm done on the other one, so
Can you just refresh the page? Just
yeah, I'll do the same thing. Click the second one, and then I'll click the first one again. I got the that's it, you're done. Now I'm going back for the original link. I still have the hiatus page.
all right. Can you type that into your browser then? That link.
Yeah, that's what I did. I copy and pasted it over.
No, don't paste it. Type it.
Okay. Sorry, everybody. Still the same thing. Can you come back to me? I'll work on it.
Send your vote in your DR.
Okay, that'll work. Sorry, y'all.
No worries. Thank you, Devin. Next up is Valdamian. Valdamian, I'll send you the link in the Zoom chat.
I don't see anything, Ducky.
1 second, I just try to find your name. All right, Valdamian, here you go.
Okay, my vote is how I feel the player that had the best overall dream management. Congratulations, Kyle and Courtney. Good luck.
Thank you.
I am getting a hyenas page, Ducky.
Okay, send your vote in your DR. Thank you, Valdamian. Next up is Brian. Brian, if you would just send your vote in your DR.
Congratulations, Kyle and Courtney. Again, my vote went to the person who guessed closest to my number.
Tony, please send your vote in your DR.
Congrats to you both once again.
Thank you, Tony. Valerie, please send your vote in your DR.
Okay.
Thank you, Valerie.
Okay, so sorry, I was eating. My vote is going based on whoever had the best overall game throughout the whole season.
Thank you, Valerie. Colleen, you're next. Please send your vote now in your DR.
Okay.
Thank you, Colleen. Next up is Matt. Matt sent in his vote. And Matt also said that he is voting for the person he believes played the best game overall. Next is Robert. Robert, please send your vote in your DR.
Hey guys, Kyle, thank you so much for dressing up for the occasion. Really appreciate it. I played this game with 4 words in mind, and that will reflect my vote tonight. Those words are promises made, promises kept.
Thank you, Robert. And last but not least, Marina, please cast your vote in your DR.
Hey guys, so I just want to say that I'm proud of each and every one of you guys. I think that you both played a good game, but my vote is going to go for the person who I think represented C4 the most and who played the best game overall throughout the season.
Thank you, Marina. Let me tally the votes. Stand by while I tally the votes, please. all the votes, and let me share my screen so that you see it as I see it. Okay, guys. Actually, before we do this, I'm actually going to deviate and actually add in the pre-jurors. Let me do that first. Right. Let's see if Jacob joins. That's what I'm looking forward to. As well as everybody else too. But let's see if Jacob joins. All right, let's see if they can jump in real quickly, and we'll have a. All right, let's see if they can jump in real quickly. Cool, Caitlin. Welcome back, Caitlin.
Hi.
Alicia's here. Carlos, we know he's working. Jacob, Kinsey said she was going to join too. I'm not sure if she will. But we have 2 of the 5. All right. So let's see. So hopefully the others join, but if not, that's okay. We will proceed. All right. So all the votes have been cast. Pre-jurors are added. And our finalists, Courtney and Kyle. It's time to reveal the results. You guys have waited 37 days for this part. I'm not gonna make you wait any longer. Here we go. I'm gonna share my screen. We want to see it all live. All right. Okay, here we go. All right, first up. Devin. Devin voted for Courtney. 1 vote, Courtney. Next up, Valdamian. Valdamian voted for Courtney. 2 votes for Courtney. Brian voted for Courtney. 3 votes, Courtney. Tony also voted Courtney. 4 votes for Courtney. Valerie also voted for Courtney. That's 5 votes, Courtney. That's all you need to win. Congratulations. You are the winner of season 14 of Virtual Big Brother.
Congrats,
Congratulations.
Courtney.
Thank you, guys.
I'll reveal the rest of the results. Colleen voted for Kyle. So 5 votes to 1. Matt voted for Courtney. 6 to 1. Robert also voted for Courtney. 7 to 1. And Marina, 8 to 1. Courtney, you are the winner of this season of Virtual Big Brother. Congratulations.
I
Thank you.
just feel like, man, Kyle did deserve a vote. He was in final 2, so
No
I
offense.
appreciate it.
I agree.
That's totally fine. Congratulations, Courtney. So
Thank you so much, everybody. That's a
we
lot.
talked about this at the very beginning. And Courtney came, like she mentioned earlier, she does struggle tremendously with anxiety. She explained it in depth to me. It isn't just a light thing for her. It is a real thing for her in her life. And this was a real step out of her comfort zone to do this game. So I did mention to her at the very beginning, before we even started the game, what happens if you win? And her response was, that's not possible. I said, anything is possible. What happens if you win? And she couldn't fathom that. You're on the tail end of that. You are the winner. Courtney, what are you thinking? Share your thoughts.
It's absolutely unreal. I'm not going to lie. I honestly did not expect even half of the votes that I got at all.
Whose
Not-
votes surprised you? Who votes surprised you?
honestly, everybody except Marina. Robert, I honestly was a little iffy on you too, just because I know that you and I had talked Final Two so hard, but I hoped that you would understand the strategic game view that I had when I was making that statement, because honestly, I love the shit out of you, and saying Marina's name over yours was hard just because of how much we bonded. But from a game point, she would have been the one I would have had to take over you. Brian, I'm shocked. I mean, I know it was the number draw thing, but shit, I'm surprised you stuck with it when it was my name, because I feel like that was hard to do. Tony, just, you know, we didn't really like squash the whole living room chat thing that happened. And I was hoping that it was all just like, you know, good-hearted fun for whatever, like no hard feelings. And also, Devin, I didn't know where we stood. I'm not gonna lie, your game shocked the shit out of me, because when Kyle was trying to tell us, like, you know, Devin's not really like being true, I was like, no, I saw those tears. Those were genuine. Like, he was upset. He really means what he's saying. Like, I was fighting tooth and nail. I was like, no, this guy he needs our help. We need to be there for him. And they were like, you need to stop, because that's not true. So Devin, that was good.
I
game
did the
for you.
same thing to Brian as soon as I got off the phone with you.
And I believe that too.
It was so mind-blowing. Valerie, you literally kept your game thoughts to yourself the entire time on lock. I never knew where the hell your head was at. Valdamian, I was up in the air. I honestly thought that you would respect the move after I thought about it, because like I said, you were a big friggin' threat. Whether people saw it or not, your social game was unreal. Nobody could have ever been like, oh, well, Valdamian did this, so I need to nominate her. Like, you didn't play any kind of game that made you a target, and that was what made you so dangerous. But like, I genuinely loved you as a person, and at that time I was struggling to separate like game from real life friendship, and that was my biggest struggle like this whole time. And I was up in the air with your vote for sure.
I think
But
she
I
also,
feel like-
you also questioned Valdamian's vote because she unfriended you. You were
Yes,
totally
that-
confused by that.
That honestly, Valdamian, I don't think you understand. As soon as I saw that, I went right to Ducky and I was like, no, she hates me. Like, what the hell? This wasn't supposed to happen. I shouldn't have done that.
No, like I told you in my exit speech and when I statement I gave to you, I respect the move that you made.
Mhm.
And I couldn't have been a voter if I was a threat to your end game, and you saw that.
Mhm.
And I'm okay with that. Your speech is what changed my mind. You're a social player. You killed it. You killed it. And I give credit where credit is due.
Thank you.
So Courtney, the one thing you
I
can
will
draw
send
from
you a
that
friend
is
request again.
Thank you.
the one thing you can draw from that, Courtney, is understand that Valdamian, with experience in playing games, she does have a little bit better craft at being able to be strategic and not driven by her emotion. She is emotional, for sure she is. She's a human, just like you are. But she was telling you the absolute truth. Every time she said, it's a game move, I'm okay with it. Your understanding of that was still in formation. You were learning on the job how to understand that there were things you had to do in this game that were strategic, that might be in opposition to somebody, but it wasn't a personal thing. But if they take it personal, there's nothing you can do to prevent that from happening. The
Yeah.
only thing you can do is be as clear as you were. And you were as clear as you were to Valdamian. She was just trying to understand why you were still weepy willow. Why are you crying? Because she saw
I'm
so
an emotional ass Pisces.
a game standpoint.
I'm not even
That was
gonna lie, Courtney. When you started crying, I didn't know if I wanted to laugh or not because I never been in the game in a long time where players are actually crying, and I'm sitting up here like, is she really for real crying? So,
So sorry.
and that's why I'm like, this bitch. But yeah, I respect your game move, 100. But girl, those tears, good game.
I'm
though.
so sorry.
yeah, but that's her, Valdamian. I think Valdamian understands that that's part of who you are, but that you were still learning on the job in a sense on how to have your emotion, but be strategic in your approach to the game. And that just takes time and takes experience. I'm going to expose a lot of things over the course of time that we're on. I'm not going to belabor a lot, but I'd like to go over a portion of the game and really talk about certain things, aspects of the game. Firstly, I'm going to talk about the secrets. Does everybody know whose secret belongs to everyone? Are there still questions for anyone on whose secrets belong to who? Anyone? No? Okay. So let me, and Leisha, I'm just going to say it so you hear me say it. Your hint was not something that rhymed with Tisha. I guarantee you, it was not that easy. So I'm going to start from that point of view. I'm going to give you guys hints. I'm going to show you guys what these hints were. I'm going to read them to you. So you understand that, and not all of you went into the chamber of truth. And for the audience listening, they may not know what I'm talking about. So the secrets were a part of the game this season. And as part of the game, the players were able to guess at a secret to maybe save their game. But they also had a help, which was they had a thing called the Chamber of Truth, where they could go in and go in and get a hint to the clue of someone who owned a particular secret. So not all of you went into the Chamber of Truth, but had more of you gone in there, and we're going to talk about why you didn't go in there. That was pretty amazing to me. Let's see. All right. So the Chamber of Truth, I'm just going to read them to you guys. It'll be easier that way. Let's see here. So let's start from the top. The investigated a homicide. Does everybody know whose secret that is? Everybody's shaking their head. All right. So that secret, there were very few that were gender specific. That was one of them. This secret, the owner of this secret is a female. There's 8 females. So not a clear pointer to who it could be, but it at least belongs to a female. Whereas the person who ate an octopus, the owner of this secret is not in their 20s. That leaves a lot of people left on the board. So these clues were not that specific. They didn't point you really at anybody in particular. Let's see here. There's another one. See, the twin. Leisha, this is yours. The owner of this secret is in their 30s. That was at least 8 people, male and female. So yeah.
I can speak to that too, Ducky, because that was the secret that I guessed.
Yes.
At the time, there were 5 people that were left. That were in their 30s. I was one of them, so I knew it wasn't mine. I was working with Kyle and with Matt, left me with 2. It was either Brian or Leisha. So I was a 50-50 guess.
And then they discovered Brian's secret on his own page. So
I
that
knew Brian's secret, so we knew automatically that it was yours.
pretty much narrowed it down. So that's how they found you, Leisha. It wasn't something, anything beyond just true diligence, to be honest with you. Let's see here.
I knew it was.
Okay. Let's see here. Phobia of holes. This one was probably one of the more narrow ones, but it was the owner of this secret has kids. I think there were 6 people in the game who has kids. So let's see. Mock house guest. The owner of this secret doesn't have kids. That was what? 10 people. So had there not been a lot of work done on narrowing down secrets, I mean, an easy guess would have been geographic in relationship to Big Brother. But then, Brian, you realize, wait a minute, there is Big Brother in Canada too. So it doesn't mean necessarily it could, because Matt, that was his secret, by the way. Matt actually offered up that secret as I was a mock house guest for BB15. And I took off the BB-15 because that was obviously an easier way to narrow down that it belonged to somebody in America. So let's just leave it at BB, because they do have mock house guests in Canada as well. Others where this person lives in the Eastern time zone, or this person does not live in the Eastern time zone, or this person is shorter than 66 inches. So they weren't really definitive hints at all. And without much effort at looking at any particular person's information, and you're really kind of shooting in the dark. That was why when you were searching for secrets, Brian, I really was hoping that you and Tony would pull it together, but it just didn't happen. It didn't materialize. Okay, so I have a question. First off the top, was Team 4 really in an alliance?
I was gonna say, can I speak to
The
that?
alliance that wasn't.
It really wasn't an alliance. We never made it an alliance. But after our challenge, we decided to keep our chat and basically venture off and come back to each other and share information. We never said, hey, we're an alliance. But when Ducky tried to delete our chat, we were like, no, we want to keep it. And so we kind of came to a consensus that we were going to keep the chat, but no, it was never made an alliance.
We didn't all come together.
And my
go, "Oh,
point, originally Robert said, yeah, we should all just watch each other's backs. And I was like, yeah, this is great. And then Marina said, let's make this official. And then you guys were like, we need a name. Everyone was like, oh, Team 4. So I was like, that sounds like an alliance to me. Let's make this official. We need a name.
But
So
then
that's
also
why I thought it was an alliance.
At one point, Robert I'm pretty sure somebody, and if it wasn't you, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure at some point somebody said, we're not actually an alliance, we're just a group of people who bounce ideas off each other.
That's what I said at the
original
beginning,
thing.
but
Mhm.
yeah,
And
but
then after that, it was,
Marina did
let's
say
make
they
this
kind of make it official. At least
Yeah.
she's correct in that. But
So that's why I thought of it as an alliance.
right, the
Because
first 2
it's
weeks
official.
were pretty simple. You know, Alicia, you
Yeah.
were HOH, and we kind of let you do what you had to do. And then by week 3, when you stopped talking to us, and all of a sudden two of us were on the block, we're like, guess there's no more Team 4. So it's pretty
I
easy.
also would like to state on camera, I never targeted Brian.
The only thing I ever said back to Brian was that you said that you thought he had an alliance with Tony and Valerie because they talked a lot. You did mention he was a social threat, so I told him that. I also told him though that you never said he was your target. I specifically said I can't get her to write out that she's your target so I can copy and paste that back to you. So I did say that. I never said you were targeting him. I was just telling him all the things you're saying about him. That's all.
And that was my question. Like I mentioned, that was my knee-jerk reaction to my insecurity, to me knowing that my social threat was going to be high because I'm such a good social person. I connect with each and every person on a, pretty serious level. So when I heard those things, that's what made me react. I'm like, oh my God, like it's already happening. So I can't just sit back and just let this happen to me. I have to act. So it was a
I
knee-jerk
will
reaction.
admit that I did, when we were talking about everybody, because Alicia was HOH, I did say that Brian gets along with everybody. That did come out of my mouth, but she failed to mention that I said, I'm actually so happy for Brian that Brian won. I never said anything bad. I did say, yeah, Brian gets along with everybody. That's literally the only thing that I said. So when my words were twisted and it made it seem like you were like, making it seem like I was coming after you and like talking, I was like, no, that didn't happen. And
What's
so
my
I
defense?
feel like it was upplayed for sure to start that. And I mean, that's what got the ball rolling. So,
It
but I did
did.
want to go on record and say that I did not say that, but
It's when Devin doubled down on it as well and kind of hyped it up as well that
I was
really-
gonna double down on anything.
I
I
also
will double
will say
down on
too,
anything. Hey, if somebody said,
when Brian was going to nominate you and Courtney, I did reach out to Brian and I told him, hey, I don't know if this is a good decision right off the bat. Like I was really trying to get in his ear
Caitlin, not to interrupt you, hold that thought, because we're going to get to that. Definitely going to get to that. Definitely
Okay.
want to touch on that.
Sorry.
Trust me. Oh, we will. So
Okay.
I want to step backwards a little bit. Leisha, let me ask you a question. You wish you would stay with Team 4 now?
Hmm. Honestly, no. I mean, I made my choices and I played the game the way I played it, and whatever happened, happened. So it is what it is.
I get it. No, I get it. And that's totally fine. That's totally fine.
Yeah.
But I did wonder, because like, I think who was it? Marina. I actually didn't even realize that you guys were intending to stay together in that chat. You were only put together for the first competition. That was it in my
Right.
mind. So I went through clearing out everybody. And the next thing I see is, Ducky, why did you remove us from this chat? We're trying to stay together. And I'm like, wait, what? What, how did that happen? What's going on? So I had to look through it to see, oh, you guys really are trying to work together. So while Courtney, Marina, you may not have considered it an alliance. Marina, you did say, maybe we should make this official. And you guys did share information to attempt to cover each other's backs. And you did allude to, what do we need a name? Let's maybe make a name. That, for all intents and purposes, is an alliance. Whether you
Fair.
intended
That's fair.
to view it that way or not, it, for all intents and purposes, is an alliance.
That's fair.
So, all right. So, okay, Leisha, I was just curious to know if now in hindsight, realizing, oh, 3 of your 4 team members made it to the very end. I was just curious. All right. So I was also curious about this, Leisha. When you connected with Brian and Caitlin,
Mhm.
the first thing out of your mouth, Courtney and Marina are in alliance.
That was not the first thing out of my mouth. No. We made the original alliance with me, Brian, Caitlin, and Devin.
Yeah, the
And
metaphor.
that day was when we had the family feud, and that's when we got together. And I went over and over it that night. I was like, should I say anything? Like, is that going to make them target them? Like, I don't know what to do. Like, I was freaking out. I didn't know what to do.
Yes.
And then ultimately I was like, well, they're my first alliance. Like, I wanted to be loyal to them. So let me tell them, because if it comes out later, it's going to look really bad on me. So that's why I told them.
Okay, because I wondered,
Yeah.
it didn't make sense to me at how quickly you went
Yeah.
from being in
No,
Team 4.
me either. Looking back. Yeah, me either. Yeah.
Can I say something?
Yes.
I also wanted to ask, since you threw me and Courtney under the bus, why didn't you include Robert in that? Because Robert was a part, and you
I
were
told
like Courtney Marina, but you left out Robert.
I did not. I told Brian about Robert trying to guess that he was The Walking Dead. I went the whole thing on the living room page. I was telling Brian about all of that, like, as soon as that happened too. So it wasn't just you guys.
So why did Robert get completely overlooked? Like, not that I want him to be targeted, but like, how did it, Brian, how did you end up with just Marina and I?
You guys had more known alliances. And so nobody knew where Robert stood. So they knew
I had nothing else. I had nothing else.
Yes, they knew Robert was in Team 4, but they knew you guys had, like, I think we figured out you guys had 3 or 4 on that first day. So not the very first day, but like when I told them. That's when, Brian told us about Brian's Angels. He didn't give us the name though. And and then Devin told us about you guys, Kyle and Devin.
All right, I have another. I'm sorry, Brian. Go ahead, Brian.
I just wanted to answer Courtney's question as to why was I just targeting them. Your name was the only one that came. The 2 of your names came to me. Not Robert made it clear that he didn't want to work with me after I tried to work with him. I want to hear it, Robert. You made it clear.
I didn't want anything. I wanted nothing, and then I wanted competition on D2, and I was like, now I need people to protect me. This sucks.
Robert made it clear he didn't want anything to do with me, so I knew where he stood. So it made it, and I knew I had a connection with you 2 on day 1. So I'm like, how are they going to target me for doing the exact same thing? I thought that the 3 of us we're playing the exact same game by making a whole bunch of fucking alliances. And then it comes back to me that I'm the one creating all these alliances. I'm like, well, damn, they just threw me under the bus. So I made that decision and ran with it.
Okay, Brian. So let me make it clear for you too. So Marina did say, or between the 2 of you, one of you did mention how connected and well-liked Brian was, essentially. And I honestly cannot remember the exact phrase, but I do think that Leisha was more correct than not when she said they called you a social threat. I'm going to tell you, Brian, that was an observation, not an accusation and saying we need to target that guy. Because they were actually 100% in league with you at that point. There was no other ulterior motive regarding working with you. Conversely, Marina did have more interest at working with Devin than Courtney showed. Marina was the one who said, hey, I really like that kid, Devin. And I think, Courtney, you might have mentioned Kyle. I'm not sure how Kyle got thrown in there, but essentially that was they were actually correct when they said that was the only alliance they actually sought out. When they were in league with you guys, that was truly the only one they literally sought for themselves.
And honestly, that was because of me. I connected with Courtney day one, and we were talking about who we liked and like wanted to work with. And I said that I got along really well with Devin and Kyle, and she agreed. And I'm like, okay, let me set this in motion, and I want to make this official. And so I reached out to Devin and Kyle, and I'm the one who started that alliance. And that is the only alliance besides C4 that I made. That same day, multiple people pulled me into alliances, and I'm sitting there looking at Courtney. I'm like, this is really bad. You can't say no to an alliance.
Say no at that point?
I'm like, we're in so many alliances. Do you know what we named our final two, me and Courtney? Team Loser, because we told each other we could not win shit
there was
because
no way.
we were in so much hot water. And quickly, when we ended up on the block, that changed. We're like, we need to win everything now.
So before we get ahead of ourselves, I just want to make sure that we're clear on this part, the part of the story, Brian. You truly were not a target of theirs at all.
Well,
No,
that's why
absolutely.
I want to be clear too. I want to be clear too. It wasn't so much of them targeting me. It was me feeling like they were making me a target by saying I'm a social threat.
Sure. And we talked about that because to me, I wanted you to focus on that part and not other aspects of what you used in your nomination speech. We're going to get to that because that absolutely is what was part of the ignition of everything that followed after that. Okay. So, see who's connecting. After Brian, no. After Brian's Angels formed, and you guys were still sort of just talking for, honestly, essentially like a full day, maybe a day and a half. That was about it. Then Brian and Caitlin connected with Leisha and then connected with Devin. And so I was like, okay, wow, they have this other form happening too. Interesting. All right. And I think when Leisha delivered the information to Caitlin and Brian, and then Devin delivered the information to Caitlin and Brian, hey, these girls are playing like all over the place. What's going on? I watched the conversation happen between Caitlin and Brian. Was like, what do we do? What the heck do we do? Like I applaud you guys for not just blurting it out right there. No way they have an alliance with those guys because they have an alliance with us. You guys took it between yourselves, discussed it, and was like, what do we do? So Brian came clean the next day, I think it was the next day, and says, hey, I just want to make sure you guys are clear to Leisha and Devin that actually Courtney, Marina, Caitlin, and I were also in an alliance. But now I see that they're playing a different game than we are. So I see now who our targets will be. So that was how that formed, right? So, and I think over the course of conversation with maybe other people outside of that grouping of those four, it started to emerge that Courtney and Devin or Marina were bad news. They got to go. And it was, and conversely, it was just amazing to watch. Courtney and Marina were hand in hand, skipping through the house, talking with everybody like social butterflies, completely unaware.
Oblivious, not even
Whatever
the
game
slightest
they were
inclination.
playing.
They were picking flowers.
If you guys remember, they were looking at the colors of the rooms, like, oh my God, Courtney picked out the
Burger
hamburger
bed.
room, the burger bed, and was like, this is great. This is exactly what I like. I mean, it was so polar opposite. While you guys were plotting their demise from the moment of the start of that new formation of that four, they had no clue, 100% oblivious. And
Because we
I re-
trusted you,
I
Brian.
remember talking and I says, hey, just curious. And I talked to you separately. You guys are in Brian's Angels, right? Courtney. And she goes, yeah. Okay, so you guys are connected with Devin and Kyle as well. Yep, we sure are. And what about the Team 4 thing? Yeah, we're just kind of hanging out there. I said, okay, which of those is the most important alliance to you? For Courtney, 100% Brian's Angels, 100%, no question about it. And I said, okay, well, I'm just curious to know what you think. Just curious to know what you think. If you are in an alliance with Brian and Caitlin and Brian's Angels, but you're connected with Devin and Kyle and then Team 4, do you think you should let one of them know in case they find out from the other way? Just curious, what do you think? Oh no, they won't find out. Done. That was it. I knew then you were a goner. That was it. There was no way you
But
guys.
I'm not a goner.
You guys understood where you were because there was nothing else for me to say because you both and I said that I actually asked Marina separately and her response was, while Brian's Angels is important, she also did like the 4 with Devin and Kyle. So again, and
I was
Marina
going
said,
back and
oh,
forth.
yeah, Marina was like, oh, it's all right. It's no big deal.
I know,
Robert.
Okie dokie. So
On the bronze medal. Look at this.
I was gonna say,
So-
to be fair, I tried to reach out to Robert. I would love to say this to everybody because it's so funny.
True.
I tried to reach out to Robert when I was picking flowers, meeting everybody, talking to everyone. And I'm like, hey, I haven't spoken to Robert. He hasn't come to me. Let me message him. I messaged him and I was like, hey, like, I think it was Football Sunday or something. I'm like, hey, how are you? I like literally wrote this like mini paragraph to him. He responds, it's good with a period. And I'm like sitting there like, okay, this guy's weird. Like, can he smell my breath through the screen? Like, clearly never gonna work with this guy.
I was
And we
sitting
got
on
thrown into
Zoom.
the challenge and fucking Robert's in my group. I'm like, great.
I was sitting on Zoom with Valerie. We were watching football and we were talking about stuff. This was like day 2 or 3. And I was like, yeah, I just want to hang out and be sociable. And then I'm getting messages and I was like, I don't want to be rude because she's going to see if I'm like texting the entire time. And I'm like, I went into like first date mode where it's like, well, you can't look at your phone. You got to like, focus on like where you're talking to people. And I was just like, I'm just going to keep it over there and like, kept it short. And then like, didn't realize, come to find out I'd be working with this person. I was like, yeah, I don't really get along with Marina too well. We don't really talk game. And then here we are with Team 4. Like,
Yeah.
all right, so
Well, at least I know I had your undivided attention.
I wanted to be like,
You did.
focused and like, if I made a connection with someone, I wanted it to be genuine. I didn't want to like, I didn't want to go around and pick flowers. I wanted every connection I had with someone to be
Hey.
genuine.
Don't be dissing picking flowers, Robert.
Well, it worked for you, so.
all right, so just painting this mental picture for you all, and because this was really fascinating to watch unfold. So you're getting the picture, I hope, Brian, that truly these girls were on your side. There was zero adversity, opposition from their end. But you, on the other hand, now I'm going to step backwards a little bit to our conversation before the game started. And I'm going to also drop this on you guys too. I don't normally pick who I think will be a winner. If I ever do, I normally don't even share it with people. But I'm going to tell you all, I truly, truly thought that there were a couple of potential winners in this cast specifically. And I truly mean this from the bottom of my heart. I absolutely thought that it would either be Brian or Courtney. Now, the reason I say that is because Brian, you actually said something that resonated with me. Before the game started, we were talking, and Brian, if you guys don't know, did play one other full game. And it went the way it went for him, and he learned what he learned from it, and he was going to apply that magic to this game and try to modify. Not a problem, totally get it. He said from the jump that the theme of the season for him is influence. Brian, what do you mean? He says, listen, I'm not going to get my hands in the muck. I'm going to have others do it for me. Makes perfect sense. Derek-esque, manipulate from behind the scenes, be unassuming, not be a danger. I totally get it. And I loved the theology. I loved the approach. I thought that was stellar. However, The execution
Terrible.
went 100% left. From the moment Leisha and Devin both opened their mouths to Brian, that whole influencing thing went out the window. So let me paint the picture for you even further. So at this point, Metaphor has formed a plan. Those girls got to go. Got to go. The first HOH was everyone was HOH. Understandably, Jacob and Kenzie were on the block. Who was it first? Who left first? Kenzie left first, correct. Right, Kenzie left first. And then, let's see, Leisha, one HOH. Leading up to Leisha's HOH, the plans were in place. The plan was in place. And I have to share this with you because it makes it so much better. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen with you guys.
Oh God.
Oh,
No.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Let's see it.
Oh, it's gonna be great. Okay.
Oh,
No.
So this is the tiebreaker point between Leisha and Devin.
Oh,
Let's listen. But more than listen, look.
He moved this thing.
Okay, now I want you to see this again. Take a look at the face of a winner. Look at the face of a winner.
Oh.
At least you didn't want to win.
I didn't want that. I did not
Leisha
want
was
that.
terrified.
Okay. Take a look at the facial. Now take a look at the body. Look at this. This is praying right here. She's like, oh my God.
Mhm.
I was trying to cover my face.
Don't you tell me this man just threw this competition that bad. Seriously? Now, let me lead you up to this. Okay, she's looking at the camera like, please don't make it say. And you can, okay, look at that right there. That look right there.
Ducky, stop.
You tell me if you aren't tell me how excited that winner looks right there at winning HOH. Let me tell you, let me step back. Let me explain to you why this is important. Because leading up to this, Ryan, Devin, Caitlin, Leisha, plans laid in motion, getting those girls out. Leading up to this competition, tiebreaker between two of the Metaphor, Devin clearly says, I'm not winning it. In the instant I announced her as winner, I saw Brian, Devin, Caitlin, we got your back, girl. Go ahead, do it. So literally, Leisha was pushed out in front of everybody like, yeah, you know what we talked about, now go ahead and do it. That's the face of a winner right there.
She's like, hell no.
She was terrified though. She was like, I don't think she wanted the blood on her hands, but
Oh, you don't think so? No, she did not want the blood in her hands. Trust me. That is the
No.
face of somebody who says, that was not what I wanted. That was not supposed to happen. When you heard what Devin submitted, you knew.
Mhm.
Oh my.
And I told you after that. I told you, I was like, I want to trust Devin because the first day he was like, I got your back 100% no matter what. Like, he was my first ally in his house. I was like, I can't betray him. Like, I want to trust him. Like, I have to stick by his side. And then when you read that answer, I was like, did he misread that? Like, did Devin really just throw it that hard in front of everybody? But I was like, I still have to try to trust him. Like, oh my God. But no,
Okay.
it didn't.
Mhm.
With Jacob still in the house and he not meant to anything, like, there's no way.
Mhm. And we talked, and I clearly saw the look of alarm on your face. And I said, oh, she didn't want to do this. Now that they have laid the plans and they're saying, okay, execute, Lisa's like, wait. I didn't know that I was supposed to be the one to execute it. I don't think I can do that. And Alicia went with the logical choice. Alicia, do you remember what I told you? I said, you are setting the standard for HOA. Do you remember me telling you that?
You said you're setting the precedent. You're
The precedent.
precedent. And then Brian
I'll
said-
tell you. Yeah. And I'll tell you why I said that, because you were making, in my opinion, the smarter choice. You weren't getting blood on your hands. You were making less waves in the house. It made perfect sense to put up Matt and Jacob, or someone benign, essentially, in the game.
I
And
also
it made
would like
perfect
to
sense.
say, I would have never known that Leisha was behind anything had Kyle not have come and exposed everything, because I had no freaking idea that it was Leisha. And when he told me that, he like came to me with everything. And that's when I was like, I convinced him to tell Courtney and Robert and like, but
This is before that.
no,
This is before
freaking
that.
idea.
Yeah, this is before that, because that didn't take place until after you guys were nominated.
Yeah.
Until you had no clue that you were on anyone's radar for any, especially someone you thought were allies. Okay, so I just wanted to point out that the plans were in motion that early, but Leisha said, "Oh no, I'm not doing that." So then comes Brian's HOH. And Brian, I'm going to tell you, buddy, you came out like Thanos. You reached for that infinity gauntlet. You said, if you want a job done, got to do it yourself. You put that infinity gauntlet on and you said, you know what? I'm taking these girls out. Done. So this is when I got concerned for you, Brian. You told Valerie, Caitlin. I remember you telling Caitlin. I don't know if you told Leisha, but I remember you discussing with Caitlin specifically at length what you were going to put in your nomination speech. And when I heard you say those things, I thought, my honest thought was, Brian, what are you doing? That is not influential. Buddy, you're doing too much. That was me thinking, listening, because this is why we had that discussion, that long discussion, because I said to you, Brian, why are you targeting them? Oh, because of this, they're playing all sides of the house. They're all over the place. They're calling me a social threat. I said, Brian, let's focus on what makes you a target to them. Oh, it's this, but they're playing games. They're all over the house. They're talking. Brian, let's focus on what makes you a target for them. Yeah. But this, and I said, oh, you're
He
right.
wasn't going to listen to anybody, so it's okay. He didn't listen to me.
So then the reason Caitlin brought up what she mentioned earlier that I wanted to hold that thought on is because when you were telling her what you were going to do, I don't remember if you said these exact words, but I'm gonna paraphrase. So it's gonna hit the fan tomorrow. So sit back with your popcorn and enjoy the show. Essentially is what you basically said, because you knew the moment that video went up, it was lit. The fire was lit in the house. You knew it. And Caitlin was like, Okay, I'm gonna tell you something, Brian. When you are talking to the women, and I know you probably know this, but I'm just gonna remind you, and a woman is giving you, there's a problem. I heard the tone in Caitlin's voice, but you were so exuberant over you about to unleash holy hell on these girls in this house. And I thought, Brian, listen to her. Listen to how she's talking. She's got a concern. She's clearly uneasy. But you didn't hear it. So afterwards.
Are you saying she had concern in that meeting that I had with Metaphor?
I'm not sure if it was that meeting.
It was then, but I didn't voice it in front of anybody. I came to you privately after the fact and I sent you that message. I was coming up with every scenario. And, I said, well, what if Courtney guesses at a secret, she gets herself off the block, and Marina, or vice versa, Marina wins the veto and she gets herself off the block. They're not even on the block. And that's what happens. So I was trying to voice my concern and speak my truth, because I knew once that would happen, that my game was kind of going to be in jeopardy because of the Brian's Angels. And I
And I even had a conversation with Ducky. I said, you know, it's Brian's game. I
A
can say
long
stuff if I want
conversation.
to, but if he doesn't agree with me or doesn't want to, you know, put anybody else up, then that's his decision. But I was willing to stick by him and what he was going to do. So
Right. So, yeah. So, and we talked about that, Caitlin, because I did ask you, I said, because when I first came to Kate, because I initiated the conversation, that Caitlin, I have a question. I listened to your conversation with Brian, and maybe I'm wrong. Tell me if I'm wrong, but I don't get the impression you're fully on board with this plan. And at first she was like, no, they got to go. The girls got to go. And I said, okay, but correct me if I'm wrong. You don't seem fully at ease. And you gave me some response that I said, that's not convincing me. What's going on? And we started talking. And the more we talked, she says, you know what? You're right. I have concerns. And I said to her, I said, do you think if you voice your concerns as an ally of Brian's, will he receive it? Do you think he'll receive it as disloyal, or that you as an ally are looking out for his game, which in turn is looking out for your game? And she says, I hope he will receive it that way. I said, well, you really don't know which way he's going to receive it. But if you have a concern and you're in an alliance with him and he's about to make a move, I think you are at least deserving of the chance to express your concerns and talk it through. And what you guys did the next day. Because I asked you, Brian, did you talk with Caitlin? What did she say to you? And do you remember what you told me, Brian?
Yeah, I said that she was not on board, but that's why the meeting with Metaphor was so important to me. And I looked each one of them in their eye. I said, do you have an issue, or will you have my back? If I do this, are you going to have my back? If you have any concerns, let me know right now. I didn't want to hear anything after. I said, I want to know in this moment, do any of you, and will you have my back if I go ahead and make this move? Each and one of them said yes.
Right.
It didn't happen until after that they started having these concerns, and my mind was made up by then. Unfortunately, I mean, it just really was made up, and I would have totally not done it had they said it in that meeting. I would not have done that.
Right, I get it, and I actually believe you might have reconsidered, but I do know that Kyle and Caitlin both expressed their concerns. I don't think Leisha said anything, but I know that Caitlin and Kyle both came to you separately, and I think from the conversation with Kyle, you might have had more suspicion over his allegiance to because you guys at that point, Kyle was added as the fifth of, what was that?
It was Metaphor that it became board.
Yeah, the board, correct, right, the board. So I just knew that was the turning point to me for you in the game. Because, and then I even said to you, I said, hey, Brian, just curious. I mean, you are in an alliance with these girls. Do you think as an alliance member that maybe you could just ask them? You know, just kind of pick their brain and see what they say, what their thoughts are. And you know what you said? Would you remember what you said? Do you remember what you said?
What I said, but
you said hell no. You said hell no.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Had your back.
You said hell no.
I felt like they would have just lied to me. Nobody, and I felt like all I would have did was make them feel like I didn't trust them by asking them those kind of questions. So I just, like, again, it was a knee-jerk reaction. I went in there very insecure about my social threat level. I knew it was going to be an issue for me. And the moment someone said those words, that Brian is a social threat, I get it. You were convinced. I get it. And that was in your head. And it's understandable because the game is still taking shape. Relationships, connections are still forming, and you're still unlearning these people. I get it. But I'm just really trying to paint a mental picture for you to know that to that point, you were truly not in danger at all from them. Now, I want to segue to this really quickly. All right, truth time, Marina and Courtney, truth time. Did you guys know each other before you joined the game?
No, not at all. Zero knowledge of who she was before. Zero.
You guys are similar?
We'd never met, never seen each other, never had each other on Facebook, nothing.
Ryan, what did you say?
The funny thing is when we started talking day one, it seemed like that. And we were so shocked because I swear, man, she must have been my twin, left at the hospital, because this girl is like so similar and identical in every single way. And to find out that she lived so close was crazy. Throughout the game, we actually realized that we have mutual friends, which is also super weird, but we did not know each other.
You saying that
Zero.
stuff right there is what got that stuff set in motion, and I jumped on it.
You did.
You kept
That's why.
saying
That's
stuff
why I
like,
asked the question.
We live an hour away.
Right.
And then you jumped on talking about the McDonald's thing. Like,
I
you
knew
were
as
just
soon as
explaining
I
that to
saw
us.
it.
And then I'm like, you
That
know about the
McDonald's
McDonald's thing?
no.
Brian, Brian,
Oh,
Brian,
yeah.
Brian, excuse me, really quickly. Brian, could you explain the McDonald's thing?
So apparently Marina had ordered some McDonald's. She orders some McDonald's a lot.
I
Apparently,
do?
but I think she had two different situations. But this situation, I think it was the one when the guy put her drink in a bag, or I don't know if it was the spilling one. But
Yes,
he
it
put her drink in a
was.
bag and ate her food. And then she's telling us about this situation. And Courtney hops in the middle of the conversation. Oh, you're telling me about the McDonald's thing? So it's like, I'm like, also, you already knew about the McDonald's thing.
Literally.
I'm not surprised you only live an hour away and you volunteered that too. So it's like, I had to jump on it.
So again, Brian, I need to reiterate this. Imagine two little girls in pigtails, hand in hand, skipping through the daisy fields. That's exactly who they were. That is exactly. They were so
It was
oblivious.
so green.
I was listening to you, Courtney and Marina, talk about all these unique things that you guys had in common and were so blown away. And you did not, I was like, this is unreal. There's no way that anyone could say anything to you guys to make you realize how much danger you were putting yourselves in by putting that out there. You just were. So it was your innocence, naivete, whatever you want to call it, nonsense of game at the time, whatever you want to call it, that really, honestly, probably highlighted you more than anything. It was inadvertent, but it is what it was. And
I do
then,
have to say about the McDonald's thing, I told everybody about that because I was
Literally
so
everybody.
friggin' annoyed. I literally was in the chat and I was like so pissed. I'm like, not only did he steal my food and I waited an hour, but he delivered the drinks and they spilled everywhere. I didn't even get to drink. Like, I was going on a rampage about this goddamn McDonald's order to everybody. So it was so funny when I heard the McDonald's get brought up. I was like, is this for real? I'm like, because I told everybody about this.
It was just a moment of opportunity that I had to jump on. I had to. Like, it was so easy to jump on that after you all had just exposed that you live only an hour away. I'm like, see, these girls know each other. I'm telling y'all.
Okay, can I
No.
say something to that?
yes, winner. What? Yes, of course.
Valdamian and Alicia, I don't know if you both remember in chat when I came out and I said, what he's doing right now is like, when you can't control somebody, you try and control how others see them. And I feel like that situation, that was exactly what was going on. Brian was trying to paint us in this certain picture because he felt like we weren't loyal to him and we were trying to have all these other alliances and stuff. But like, Brian, that's why it friggin' hurt me so much when you did that, because I was literally for you and I loved the shit out of you.
But what did that not happen after the blow up or before?
Did what happen? What
The
happen?
McDonald's thing.
Oh no, that
That was-
happened after. That happened. No, wait.
That was before. That was before.
Yep, that
That
was
was
before.
before. That was
Yeah.
before. That was early in that was beginning. That was the first week of the game.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to segue to something else. Kyle and Devin, you guys connected and you formed the unit. I complimented you on your alliance name because I thought, man, that is such a great name. I used to watch an old TV show called The Unit, and I sent them a video. They probably didn't even look at it. I was like, what is this? What is this guy sending me? But
Hey, I watched it.
did you? Okay.
Yeah.
So anyway, I thought that was great. You know, you guys bonded over wrestling and I think a couple of other things, but ultimately you guys seem to have a connection of sorts. Kyle, why do you think Devin, why do you think Kyle didn't stick with you ultimately?
As I came to find out, I was a little bit too bossy, I guess.
Mhm.
Kyle, is that right? Yeah.
Oh
okay.
man, whenever we talked, you often talked to me instead of with me, I felt so. And then also
What-
you were so cutthroat.
You were
Say
what?
that
He was
again,
what?
sorry.
Yeah, when we talked, you talked to like at me instead of with me a lot of the time. And you were very cutthroat, whereas I was more personal, like I wanted to make bonds, and I wasn't as cutthroat as you were, so we kind of branched off.
Mhm. So I'm not going to delve into DRs with anybody, but I will tell you guys this, that Devin and I had a nightly ritual where we talked at length for a long time in DR session. And he would lay out his whole game plan and how devious he was going to be, how deliberate he was with everything he did. The one thing I'll definitely compliment you on, Devin, is that you absolutely played a strategically non-emotional game because you knew what you were doing and you embraced it. And honestly, I can only respect that, to be honest with you. I knew that once you began to kind of indulge yourself in certain ways, I was like, I'm not sure that's going to work out well for you. But
yeah, I got way too big at one point. I was just like, oh, this is too much fun. Let me keep going with this.
You
I
did.
just kept going and going, and eventually it sunk me.
But in those conversations, I would periodically ask you, so what is it about Kyle that draws you to him? What do you think works for you with him? Do you remember what you said?
I thought I could lead you on, Kyle. That's what I thought. I thought I could lead you on to a certain extent. And then it really was, you remember when I was sending you like the paragraph text messages, like, oh yeah, me and you locked into the end. You're my best friend in this, all of that. It was when you didn't respond to some of those. I was like, okay, I've lost him now. And that's when I started feeding you false information. Yeah.
For quite a while.
I figured you wised up to it, and you were a lot smarter than I originally thought when we first started anything. And that's not like an insult to you at all. I'm not meaning it in that way. But when we first started, my entire goal was like to lead you into things and try to manipulate you, but you did see through it quickly.
Kyle, I have to ask you a question. So if Devin backed off of the girls, would you have stayed a part of the unit primarily?
Yeah. I can't say for sure, but that was one of the main things that led me away from him. Even after that, when we knew that he was very snaky, we still like took him in and treated him like a person. And I think, that's just who we were as a group of people. And I think I would have still worked with him. I even was working with him when I knew that he was after us in a way. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I remember asking you, Devin, Kyle seems really resistant to the plans that you guys are laying to get the girls. Do you think that as an Alliance member, do you think there's a point where you push too hard, or do you relent and let that person's intention be what you go with because you're trusting your alliance? Do you do any of that? Do you remember us having that kind of discussion?
I remember, and I told you I was going to relent and then do it behind his back. That's what I said. And that's where I went to Brian and I told him do it. So.
Can I say something about Devin?
Yes, of course.
So it's funny because my outlook on Devin changed so quickly, because I remember for the longest time when I realized that somebody in the force was relaying information, I remember I was in a diary room with Ducky and I'm like, Devin is such a sweetheart. He's so emotional. There's no friggin' way that it's Devin. And I actually started to question Kyle. And I was like, there's no way it could be Devin. And obviously things transpired. And when I realized that it was Devin, and I realized how like snaky and what type of game he was playing, there was never a thought in my mind that he was being genuine moving forward. And it was funny because Kyle worked so close to him. Me and Kyle kept telling everybody in the Alliance, do not trust Devin. Do not trust Devin. Do not trust Devin. He is not genuine. We were telling Robert. We were friggin' telling everybody. And they're like, no, those are real tears. And I'm like, no, they're not. I remember at one point, I wanted Devin out so bad. I was talking with Valdamian, and against my Alliance, I was thinking, I was like, should I give Devin's secret to Valerie to pull herself off and put Devin up? And then it would have been Brian and Devin. And then
did you do that?
I did not do it. So it's funny because Valerie actually did find that same.
Valerie, how did you
That's
get
what I
it?
thought you did too, by
I
the way.
did
at
not do it,
first.
but I was so shocked because
No,
I
she
talked
was
about it.
I
really
am like in the.
she was
seriously in the
really
middle of changing
considering
poop
giving
right
it
now.
to
Hold
Valerie.
on.
She was
I
really
was
considering
really
giving it to
considering-
Valerie.
Yes.
She was considering giving it to Valerie, and I was like, I don't think Valerie would use a secret because she's up against Brian. I think she's pretty sure Brian is going to go. But then I would get why she would look for a secret because there's no guarantee that you're going to survive the block, not knowing the vote count. So yeah, at that moment she was going to give it to Valerie, but she didn't. We talked a very long time with that.
And
Going-
Valdamian actually was kind of like talking about Devin's secret, and I confided in her to try to like gain trust and say, actually, no, I already have Devin's secret. I'm like, and I'm trying to build trust with Brian. I said, and so I started thinking about it. I'm like, you know what? I could do, and we were talking about it, for a long time. I'm like, I could give Devin's secret to Valerie, and I was thinking about it, and ultimately I didn't do it. Because yes, Valdamian said she probably wouldn't use it. I also knew that if C4 found out, they would be using my secret and my ass would be up next. So I didn't do it and I shut it down. And then all of a sudden, Devin's on the block and Courtney was coming to me. Did you do this? I'm like, okay, listen, I'm going to be completely honest. I thought about it. I swear to God, I did not do it. And she was so adamant that me or Kyle did it, and I had to do some serious damage control. And I was like, I didn't even fucking do it. But it was crazy how it all happened because I did think about doing that. That's how bad I did not trust Devin. And I told everybody. I just want to say,
Okay.
I told you so.
I
All right.
figured though at the beginning of the week when you gave the rat speech, as soon as you did that, I went into full paranoia mode. I was like, oh, it's done. I'm caught. I'm screwed over. And my mind started working. Kyle, I formed a plot where I went back. I screenshotted your text. We can't send screenshots, but I screenshotted them so I wouldn't have to keep going back and it wouldn't show I was active on Messenger. I screenshotted them. I learned the way you typed because sometimes you won't capitalize something at the beginning, the emojis you use. And I was going to copy and paste text messages after 2 hours of work from the notes section on my phone and me and you talking where you were going to flip on your original group. I was going to throw you under the bus. I was thinking of everything as far ahead as I possibly could and coming up with as many lies as I could. But as soon as I hit the block, the first thing I did was I went to Brian and I said, what can I do to help you stay?
Now
'Cause I was
keep this
gonna
in
just
mind. Keep this in mind, Brian. Valdamian came to you just on a random whim and talked to you about Devin at length.
Mhm.
I don't wanna
And
talk about that.
I listened to this conversation and I was thinking, here's where, because Brian, Valdamian, I don't know if you know this or not, but Brian initially, I think you do know this, but he was looking at targeting you initially.
Yeah, I
because-
figured that much.
Yeah, so he was weary of you and leery of you. And also, interestingly, Courtney, I think one of the reasons you did not reach out to Valdamian was because you felt there was some connection between her and Brian. You didn't know what it was, and you just couldn't shake it. It was so embedded in your mind. And I said, well, why don't you just ask? Why don't you just talk? Nope, no need, because I just know they're working together. And they really were not. They really were not. Brian, alongside targeting you and Marina, was looking at targeting Valdamian. But you guys took precedence. You guys took precedence for a number of reasons. Okay, but I just want to piggyback on what Devin said. He was very deliberate in a lot of his machinations. Okay, Valdamian comes to Brian. Hey, Brian, what do you think about this person,
I don't
that
wanna
person?
say that.
And then Valdamian says, what do you think about Devin? Oh, I love that guy. And Valdamian is like,
I feel so bad about that though. Outside of this, I do feel bad. I'm
I
sorry,
listened.
Brian.
I'm going to tell you how closely I listened to this conversation. I listened to it 2 or 3 times because I needed to make sure I was hearing what I thought I heard. And everything that Valdamian laid out to you, Brian, went in one ear and out the other.
I know.
Mhm.
I know. And then as soon as I said that, her face changed and the whole tone of the conversation changed.
It did.
But
She said, and I can't remember who this was because I don't know the person she referred to, but she said, Devin reminds me of someone from the OR community. I can't put my finger on it, but he reminds me of someone. Now, I don't know who that someone was, Valdamian, you can speak to that, but I knew essentially what you were getting at was he was devious. He was someone to be watched and probably
I
someone
told
dangerous in the game.
I told Brian, I said, he reminded me of someone in the org community that I hosted before that just tells a bunch of lies. And he's just for himself. And Brian said, oh no, like he had Devin in his back pocket. I'm like, no, he's not to be trusted. And he was gone home for you, Devin, like all the way fucking through. Like you couldn't tell him nothing about you. I'm like, he's not for you, dude, but you know.
Everybody was telling me that. I didn't give a fuck. I said, no, Devin is genuine. And like, I just really felt that way.
I'm sorry, Brian. I really am sorry.
No, it's fine.
So Kyle was, and this is what I thought was interesting too about Kyle. As you all know, Kyle is verbose. He can talk for a little bit. All right. But he gave you guys keys to him. And I don't know that you guys really paid attention. I think C4 eventually started picking it up.
I did.
With Devin and Brian, he was really giving you keys to who he was as a person vis-a-vis a player. Kyle said, I don't know if those girls are really that bad because I think we should have fun people in the game. Good people, nice people. I think they're nice. He kept reiterating that while Devin was drilling into Brian, those girls are bad news, man. They got to go. They've got to go. And I think Kyle hearing that, realizing that his supposed number two, was still not listening to him. And he said, I don't know if I can support these guys anymore because I don't believe the way they believe about these people or about how people play. My point is this, is that Devin, had you listened to what he was telling you, I really think things would have been completely different. You intended to just push and prod and manipulate, whether it was in front of him or behind him. And I think had you just relented just a little bit, and then, because you clearly knew you were crafty in your approach. I didn't doubt that you could craft another way to achieve your goal without being so forceful with Kyle. And I truly believe that would have changed everything. But then Kyle was saying the same thing to Brian. Brian was already suspicious of Kyle. If it wasn't for you, Devin, he'd be gone too, essentially kind of thing. So it wasn't something, he wasn't tied to Kyle like he was to Devin. So I think then, Brian, you launched the salvos. You put your nominations out. Everyone in the house is like, whoa, what's going on here? Robert, where were you at? Team 4, all by yourself, totally unaware, zero comprehension of what's happening in the game. Just knows that 2 of his 4 are now under attack for God knows what, and listening to that nomination speech was incendiary. Like literally no one could understand what was happening.
Can
But
Robert explain
Yes.
his probability of both Marina and I ending up? Can we go over that, please?
Oh,
That is the
God.
most
Oh
crucial-
my God.
that's the
Probability
crucial
of
part.
what? I'm sorry, say that again. Probability of what?
Marina and I
Yeah.
both ending up on the block, or like 2 people from our 4-person group ending up on the block.
I did the last night that that Leisha had the HOH room. We all met in there, and I literally went through. Wait, no, I'm sorry. It wasn't, because it was after Brian had already won. But the 4 of us were talking. I think we went into a breakout room or something like that. At that point, we were still able to do that. The 4 of us were looking at each other, and I literally ran the numbers. Like before I was an English major, I was a math major in college, and I was like into like the statistics and stuff. I literally ran the numbers about the odds of any of us going up on the block, the 4 of us. And I said, we have a less than 10% chance of 2 of us going on the block. And then that's exactly what happened. And I was like, oh my God, Leisha just,
And she
spilled
knew
that
all the
out.
time.
Yeah. And I was like, now I'm like this like beautiful mind that does numbers, and Leisha knows all my information, and like
You forgot the Brian factor and formula and combination thing. Yeah.
I should have calculated that in. I didn't know.
So just to pipe this in, Tony referred to Kyle as Zach often.
Oh my
Right? That's the
God.
running joke in the game. For some reason, Brian, I do not know why, I would confuse your name with Robert's name often.
Every
Yep.
time I sent a goodbye message, he said, "Thanks, Brian." I was like, "Not Brian, but thank you."
Colleen is
So-
so
So,
Chucky,
and
you
Colleen
did the
and Courtney,
same thing with
exactly.
me and Kyle, or at least
I
my way. You
did,
kept
I
calling me
did,
Kyle.
I did, I sure did. So, Courtney, when you just asked that question, I swore you said, "Can Brian explain the probability?" That's why I was confused. I was like, Brian didn't say anything like that. I swore you said Brian, but you said Robert. Just wanted to put that out there. Tony wasn't the only one that can confuse names, clearly. I was good at that. I definitely did that a lot. Courtney and
the best
Colleen,
one though.
what was that?
It was the best because you know how many times I'm sitting there talking to Tony and he's like, "Oh, it's gonna be a Zach," and I'm like, "Who the fuck is Zach?"
There
He's
is
like,
no
Oh
Zach.
my
He's like, "Oh
nerves.
my god," she's like, "I mean Kyle." I'm like, "What the?"
Right. And Tony, at this time, honestly, I believe you were just kind of flitting around as well, just getting to know people with your random essay or questionnaire level like questions. Hey, where are you from? Tell me about your family. What kind of car do you drive? What kind of ice cream you like? Just random questions. Again, honestly, Tony, I didn't know why you were doing it, but I appreciated that you were, because I think out of everybody to that point in the game, which is still early, you had actually reached out to absolutely everyone. And I thought, ooh, that might not work out well for you, because people start to look suspiciously at people doing that. Take Courtney and Marina, for example. But it never flowered into what it did for them, for you. It just became suspicious. And that was kind of the way that people viewed you. Like, I don't know that guy, Tony. I don't know what he's asking. I don't get it. I mean, he seems cool, but, and I have to ask you, Tony, I actually wondered this, and I think you did answer it to a little bit, but let me ask it again. Did you find it hard to relate to people because of your age, the age difference?
That's why I would ask, like, got to know them and see, like, okay, so like, for example, like Valor, we like watched the same reality show. So it was easy to connect with her, watch the same shit. And then like with Kyle, he'll watch Australia Survivor. I love Australia Survivor, so it was easy to connect on that. So I guess it just depends, like, if we connect on the same thing.
Right. And I saw you and Valerie connecting, and I actually wondered if that would be forgive me, Valerie, for saying it, but a mother-son kind of connection in the game, because I mean, it would make sense. I mean, you never know how those connections turn out. And I thought, what if they end up working together, the oldest person and the youngest person, and become a formidable duo in the game? I mean, you guys did end up working together loosely, not really like coherently, tightly, but you voted together and you were aware of certain people more so. But I just wondered if that would happen. But I did wonder for you, Tony, if your approach to the game was based on the difference in age and you just didn't know how to relate to people that were this much older than so many of them. But you were close in age to Devin, and you guys didn't talk at all. I thought, if anything, you guys would, honestly, I really did think you guys would connect just by age, by virtue of age, but didn't happen.
Tony, I'm sorry, this was another one of my lies. When I thought you were going through the questions at the very beginning, I had all those written down because I thought they might come up in a competition. So anything you asked me, I told you a partial truth, but it wasn't completely the truth. So if you ever asked me what was my favorite food, I would just pick my second favorite, but it wasn't the one I actually wrote down. You did get to know me though, Tony. Most of that was true.
Just
Yeah.
to clarify,
Why was
your name
everybody
actually
so
is
paranoid?
Devin, right?
No, yeah, when I'm sorry, but like when I saw Valerie on like the Zoom the first day, I was like, I want to align. She's like a girl I was trying to like talk to. So I was like, I needed to make this happen. Like, so I was like,
I just don't understand why everybody was so paranoid by his questions, because I didn't even see it that way. I just took it as him getting to know me. And
Right.
like I was saying, that's how we developed a friendship, because of the questions he asked me. I don't think it would have happened had he not. I didn't take it as him being having a motive.
Right. Okay, so I'm going to jump back a little bit to where I was trying, because I got a path. I'm just hanging in with me. All right. So Ryan Thanos got the gauntlet on. He's about to lay the trap, and boom, it comes out. Everybody's shell shocked. Courtney and Marina, I actually felt bad, Ryan. I know you didn't really see the visceral reaction they did have. They actually had a very visceral reaction, both of them together. They were truly stunned, to say the least, and hurt. They were. Because again, if you keep in mind, these girls were two little pigtail little girls hand in hand skipping through the field. And they were like, oh yeah, there's Brian. He's such a cool guy. And then they see that Brian is actually the person out to get them. they didn't have that presence of mind to see this is game now. That before that point, they didn't have the presence of mind. They didn't. And you were not on their radar. So I'm going to ask you this question, Brian, if you've ever heard of this phrase, hell has no woman, hell has no fury like a woman scorned. You ever heard that phrase?
Of course.
Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. Yeah, you did two of them at one time. Two at one
Thank
time.
you, Becky.
We
So-
came back with Gary.
So literally, I'm really not digging into you to
I know you're not. I
you
know.
understand? I'm really not. I'm just trying to really paint a mental picture for you that before that point, you were so not the person for them to target, to look at. Once that happened, they were down in the dumps. Kyle had begun to really espouse that he did not like the idea of targeting who he considered good, nice people because they were friendly. Plus, they were Canadian. They were in this close proximity to each other. They had other things in life very similar. So there was some relativity to them that he could feel. Kyle's a compassionate guy. He's clearly in touch with his emotions because he can feel things and show that and not have a problem with that. Not a problem. That's not a weakness by any means. So Kyle having inner deliberations with himself, well, my unit member's not listening to me. And this other group doesn't seem to be working out because they're going after these people I seem to really like. I have a decision to make. And I remember I was actually caught off guard by the conversation. Kyle, essentially, this is Kyle. And I learned this from before the game started because Kyle has a process. Kyle has to work at his pace and he will get there, but it's at his pace. And when he came to Courtney and Marina and filled in the blanks of metaphor and Devin's influence, that really is what opened them up to realizing what was really going on. And that's when the switch flipped in the game. You then did become the target, 100%. Because now keep in mind, these girls truly were not playing Big Brother. They were hanging out, having a great time.
Yeah.
When you lit the fuse under them, you literally said, yeah, welcome to Big Brother. And they said, oh, this is what we're doing now. So, and this is the other side of it. Kyle came to them and this is my vision of how you went by explaining things, Kyle. You pulled up a chair, lit a pipe, had a little cup of whiskey or bourbon, brandy, and said, sit down, girls, let's have it. This is story time. And Kyle took his time and detailed out at length everything. And simultaneously, Devin, while he was doing that, I'm asking you, Devin, do you think Kyle is still in your corner? Oh yeah, I got him, no problem. Kyle was spilling his guts at the same time. And I said, oh, okay, cool. All right, you still have control. You have your thumb on, all right, cool.
Good job, Kyle. Seriously,
So-
good job.
So that's when they woke up. They were mobilized. They were activated. And then they did the thing that you actually, Brian, you had the hardest time with. And I felt for you because I really think, again, this is where the game began to fall apart for you in certain ways. Okay, you all knew secrets were actual elements of the game, but half of you did nothing with them. It was literally like you said, yeah, I know it's there, but I'm not gonna worry about it. Hope it doesn't come my way, but I'm not gonna worry about it. They knew the only thing other than veto was a secret that they can possibly find. So I told Courtney and Marina, I told you both, I said, the turning point to me with the secrets for them was when they found your secret, Brian. When they found your secret, I said, it's a wrap. I can't believe they found your secret. I truly didn't think, and let me segue with this really quick. I am shocked that once Brian's secret was revealed, not even that it was his secret, but that when the secrets were revealed to everybody, no one made jokes of phobias of holes. I would have made jokes for days. I would have sat there and brought things up on the screen, trying to see who was going
You
to
flinched.
I would have done that
talked
if I was
about
a player. That's what I would have done because I didn't make sense to me. I got that it's a phobia, but I was like, what? Who has a phobia of holes? And I even told Brian, expect jokes, but no one joked about it. Okay, So they were seeking secrets and they found your secret. And I thought, whoa, I didn't expect that. I truly thought of anyone's secret, like Valdamian's secret, that one, they were obscure ones. Caitlin, also, by the way, I don't know if you knew this, Caitlin. Caitlin and I talked over and over and over about her secret. I loved her secret, thought it was great because it was so unassuming for having investigated a homicide. No one was going to figure out that, especially that it was a woman. But I said, Caitlin, you're easy to find. If I can find you, anyone can find you. So Caitlin said, no problem. I'll change my name to my mom's maiden name. I think it's your mom's maiden or middle name, correct? Middle name?
Yeah.
Right.
Mhm.
Okay, so I was like, her, perfect. But whenever you signed on Zoom, your last name was still.
I know. I had to change.
I
it
would
every
look at it. I would look at it and was like, oh my God, Caitlin, your name. If anyone paid attention, but no one did. But no one did. But once they found your secret, Brian, that's what ignited them to realizing, oh, this is a real thing. This can actually work. And that's when they sure.
I actually realized once we were in the chamber and I realized that the evicted house guests that were gone, their secret was also missing. And so I literally grabbed a paper. I wrote down every single secret. I had names. I cut out the names. I realized the evicted house guests, what secrets were there. And Courtney had not gone into the chamber yet. So I went to her and I was like, listen, I went in the chamber. I got a secret to this hint. These ones are missing. So when you go in, get a different hint to a different secret. She did. I then said, we should probably share our secrets to also eliminate our secrets. We did. Me and Courtney started that. We then started mismatching. She was like, hey, we should really start digging into the secrets. And I'm like, that's a great idea. She told me about that little trick where you could go and you can write in a keyword and you can go to specific people's profile. And we did that. Probably I spent hours all night doing each keyword from the secret to everybody's profile. Brian's was the first one we found. Then I found Caitlin's because I realized that her last name wasn't actually her last name on her Facebook. I found her family and I realized what her last name was.
I think you found her
I
on
was nervous
LinkedIn.
about that too. I'm like, people tag me and stuff, and they're gonna find her away.
I Googled your name actually, and the whole homicide thing popped up. And I did that probably for everybody's secret. Valerie, I put in jail on her Facebook, it popped up. And so that's how we actually started to eliminate. So we made sure that none of you guys really had the opportunity to realize what was going on in the chamber. We've completed that list. And then we were able, no matter who was HOH, to weaponize it and say, doesn't matter who's HOH because we can just get off the block with the secrets and actually send home who we wanted to. And so that's why it didn't really matter. And when we were winning, we were actually putting ourselves up so we could keep going into the chamber and finishing off that list of secrets. So that's ultimately how we were able to do the domino effect for everybody. It was by sharing our secrets, and we didn't want you guys to start piecing that together. And when most of you were gone and it was Brian and Tony, I was so nervous because I was like, Brian and Tony there's no secrets left. If they go in, they're gonna realize all the secrets are gone. They're gonna be able to narrow down our secrets. They're gonna start sharing stuff. But it never happened. And I'm like, what is going on? And I spoke to Brian and Brian was like, Tony said he's not helping me. And I'm like,
Tony was
"What?"
so useless.
I'm like,
Okay.
what is going
So-
on?
Whatever.
Let me jump in here now. This is a comparison I actually was getting to make. Okay, first off, when Kyle came to you guys and spilled the beans, you guys had, I think, already Courtney had already given their secrets to each other. They were then inviting Kyle to do the same. Kyle took forever, but he eventually did. And then
it took a couple hours, not that long.
I got Courtney working on Robert.
But then, and that's how Robert got drawn in too. So you guys did very good at inducing each guy to divulge their own secret to you. And then you guys did a plan that did work where it seemed like the guys made that decision themselves. to work with each other and give up their secrets to each other, when it was actually Courtney and Marina who actually did that. They truly engineered that. Okay, now this is the point that I want to make. You guys gave up your secrets, 4 of you. When I saw that happen, my jaw dropped. I thought, what are you doing?
Secure
are insane. You're insane. Let me explain to you why I say that.
Sure.
This is season 14. In season 13, secrets were there as well. And incidentally, secrets have run for 4 seasons. Every season they've ended at final 8. So that was not something new. That has happened every season. Last season, there was a particular player, a male player, that 4 women wanted to get out. They really wanted to get this guy out. They said to each other, we really want to get his secret. They had started to work towards using the Chamber of Truth, the hint, to figure out what secret might be his. Then they said, well, what if we tell each other our secret? And they did. And I thought, you are insane. So let me explain to you how that worked out. The plan was they were going to give each other their secrets, thus taking those off the board, helping do the same thing that you guys did here, process of elimination. They literally whittled it down to 2 secrets maybe. And the plan was that after the POV, making sure it wasn't used, the person who was going to use his secret would then use his secret and put him on the block, thus backdooring him essentially, and they'd send him out. Well, that didn't happen. That didn't go the way it went. The person who was going to do that didn't. Instead, she sat there talking with the guy for hours. And the other 3 ladies were losing their minds. Like, what is she doing? Why is she doing this? Why is this not happening? And long story short, one of those ladies ended up being the blindside victim, because there was some back and forth that began to happen between them, and through animosity that arose and frustration, one of them decided to say, you know what? Screw that. I got your secret. I'm using it on you. And that's exactly what happened. The entire game exploded. The entire game changed from that point forward. So when I see you guys, 4 of you again, sharing secrets, I'm thinking this is only a matter of time before it goes bad. But it never did. It never did. You guys were so tightly bound to each other that it was actually incredible to watch. And the reason I make that statement is because Brian, Caitlin, Alicia, and Devin, the other 4 in the game, while committed to playing the game together, did nothing like that. Never entered your guys' mind to share your secret, work together to burn those out. Nothing. And
Desi, I
thought,
think you're forgetting I did share mine with Brian.
you did. No, you did. But I'm talking about the 4 of you together.
I know. But the moment I did, I was like, because we were all talking about who could be whose secret. And then Roberts, he was like, I think it's Roberts that investigated homicide. And I had to tell him. I'm like,
You just said,
Brian,
no, that's not his. That's not his.
that's my secret. I didn't want him to choose the wrong, like at that point, I mean, I was on the block, and if he had any chance of getting off, like I wanted him to know. But yeah, he was the only one I shared my secret to. But
And Leisha,
I get what you're saying. We didn't have any plan like that to share each other's secrets. And that's why I give so much credit to the 4 of you. I mean, I would have never thought of doing any of that. So
not only they did not, that wasn't the only thing they did, but Leisha, I believe you actually did suggest in a kind of side thing.
Yeah.
Maybe we should share our secrets.
Yeah, I was like, man, I really wish like at this point we could kind of share our secrets, but I know
Nobody listened to that. At that point, it was too
but I didn't
little.
want to share it with the 4 because I already had suspicions of Devin at that point. So I was like, I don't want to share with everybody. But
I wish y'all would have shared your secrets with me. That would have been great.
I tried. Before I knew Devin's, I
probably would've been
tried so hard.
But my point is also this too. Okay, so those 4 settled on that component of the game. Brian, Leisha, Caitlin, you guys did not. And Brian, I watch you struggle with the concept of the secret in the game. You would sit there with your head in your hands like, explain this to me again, like talking to your alliance members, because they were telling you this, that, or the other about a secret, and you were like, I don't get it. And I knew that was, to me, a falter for you, because you, at this point in the game, you still had time to give effort to trying to utilize that. They were doing the same thing. And let me make sure you understand, when you nominated them, it was over a weekend. So it wasn't like they were spending oodles of hours throughout the week. They literally had 48 hours to dedicate to focus on that. That was over the weekend. That was what started it. And I was thinking, if you guys could have done the same, you literally could have battled them to a standstill. You really could have. And it was honestly just, you guys dropped the ball there, because that was a component in the game that was there for everyone to use, but only a small group of you were using it. And
It was
everyone else is-
still, I think at that point for me, I guess I didn't do enough due diligence reading over the rules, but there were so many different things people were saying about the secrets that you can't say, you can't share. At one point we thought you couldn't say your secret, or you couldn't, like, it was so much confusion
I
around
get
those
it.
secrets. I didn't even want to deal with it anymore. So I was just
I
like,
get it.
oh,
And
man.
I saw that. I saw that you definitely were, well, like, I'm just going to play Big Brother. We're going to have a POV, win or lose, put my noms up. If they get off, fine, I'll make a new nom and move on. And totally ignoring this facet of the game.
I
that
did. It was too
they ended
confusing.
up- That they ended up weaponizing and using to their advantage. The other thing they did, which Marina definitely alluded to, was that they kept you guys out of the chamber of truth. They kept you guys out of it. They basically dared you, put us up again. See it, go ahead, do it. Because what that did was give them more access to the chamber. Those who hadn't gone in, all 4 of them went in at various times. Only you, Tony, and I think Valerie, Caitlin, you went into.
I don't think
That
I
was-
went in. I was
I went
confident
in.
that-
Oh, you were going to
I-
go in, excuse me, you were going to go in.
I was going to, but I thought I was confident that
Right.
Courtney's secret was the Backstreet Boys, and I was definitely wrong about that. So Courtney,
Yeah.
thanks for tricking me on that one.
Yeah, you were so convinced. You were confused when I said that was incorrect. You
I was
came
like,
back
wait,
to me.
hold on, what? Like when you said
Ducky,
incorrect, I was like,
could
oh
you-
my God, what did I just
Yeah, Ducky,
do?
are you sure
I
about
missed
that?
my chance
'Cause
to go in, you know?
did you read what I suggested? Because I swear I said this. I know this is their secret. And you were excited when you saw that on her profile. You were like, I can't believe she told me that. That's her secret.
Yeah, I was like, oh my gosh, did she know that she wasn't supposed to share that information? Yeah, and it went right over my head. But that was a great move on Courtney's part, honestly.
Absolutely.
She definitely
But-
did.
But
She
of the 4
definitely
of
did
them,
pull me for sure.
that was their strategy to
Yeah.
keep you out of the chamber. So they stayed on the target for a number of people. And that's what gave them access to the chamber. Because I kept thinking this throughout the game, information is power. Whoever controls the information has the power. And you guys never got that concept. And I was sad. I was sad. So Valerie, I know you and a few others started calling it predictable. That's Marina's list, by the way. That's her entire
Damn.
list of secrets. So I got why you said it, but I actually don't think it was predictable until it became predictable.
But I went in the chamber. I used my tools.
Right. You see, you went into the chamber. Let's see, what did you get? The Walking Dead. Yeah, you
I got
The Walking Dead.
Devon's.
You got the
But I
With
think
the
that
help
you
of-
and I, yeah, that was with me and you. Because I had gone in first and guessed Robert as a Walking Dead, and you knew that I was going to do that. So we knew it was between those 2. So ultimately, you knew it was going to be Devin after that.
So, and I just want to point out, Valerie, I get why you say it was predictable, but I don't really think the game was predictable. And I'll get to why I think it wasn't predictable until it became predictable. Because at that point, they were still in a minority, but they were utilizing the secrets to their advantage.
Yeah, I'm sure
And
was.
eventually the balance of power began to shift. And at that point, if you are in that position, let's reverse it, Valerie. If you are in that position, you were targeted from nearly day 1 by almost everybody, especially people you thought were on your side. Would you not do everything you could to not only remain in the game, but change the way the game was going. Would you not do that? You would do that, right?
Oh, well, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I
So
still said everything was gonna happen.
you did,
Like,
and that's the
to
other thing.
everybody.
That's the you absolutely did.
Everybody.
You did
Robert
call a
knows.
lot of things that did actually transpire, and I thought that was pretty amazing. And you're right, no one really paid attention. Oh, that's just
And
Valerie's
nobody
fault.
listened to me.
Yeah, you did. You actually did say a lot of things that did happen. You actually called it for Kyle being the winner of the 13,000. Kyle, I don't know if you knew that. Valerie said, I think it's Kyle. Yeah, she knew. She actually had a feeling that it was you. So, okay, Brian. So essentially, you triggered those girls, that put them in the motion, and they started utilizing those secrets. They had their four banded together, and they were, in my opinion, Devin, the real unit. They were the real unit of the season, because from that point forward, that's what shaped the entire season. So you truly were not a target, Brian. You were a victim of circumstances of some degree of Devin's, and then of your own desire to play differently than the way you initially said you were. And you were kind of on a trajectory I don't think you could change. All right. So then you realize, okay, I can't get my targets out. Marina uses Valerie's secret. Valerie, what are you thinking when that happens? Were you angry or were you upset? What happened? What do you think? What were you thinking?
I was pretty much like, shit, she got me.
Did you
mean,
think? Go ahead.
I mean, that was pretty much it. I mean, I was like, well, she figured it out. I was like, man, she must have really did some digging.
Yeah.
But that was
she
pretty much
did.
it.
Did you think that she did you a favor? Did you consider that she did you a favor?
Afterwards, yeah, because my secret was out. So
Yeah.
the only way they could get me was the regular way.
Right. Because having the secrets, while powerful in your hands, will also make you vulnerable. So I was thinking in my mind, if I was Valerie, I would really put more effort into finding a secret. Now, everyone in the house now knows, wow, that secret thing really does work. But nobody's still mobilized. Nobody's still made effort to do anything except the four. And I thought, this is a lost opportunity. I hope one of you figure it out, pick it up, but you didn't. All right. So it
I
went
didn't
the way
do
it
it
went.
until I had to do it.
Until you
and I
had to
did
do it.
in
Right.
one day.
Right. And you used process of elimination, and we'll get to how you chose your secret. And I actually want you to understand, I think Courtney needs to explain to you why she came to you, because that's pretty significant. Because Marina alluded to it, but we'll get to that. All right. Then Matt won HOH. And at that point, the four of them, Courtney, Marina, Robert, and Kyle, realized they needed numbers. So they pull in Matt, Carlos. They're looking at everybody and they're thinking, who can we trust? Who can we trust? No, we don't think it's Valerie. We don't talk to Valerie. Tony? Nah, we think I don't know if he's with Robert, or excuse me, Brian, or somebody, Valdamian. Definitely not. Colleen? Maybe, but unsure. Then they landed on Tony and Matt. Why? Why Tony and Matt? I'm sorry, not Tony and Matt. Matt and Carlos. Carlos and Matt.
I feel like I was actually trying to build a connection with Matt even before that. I didn't want him to think that I just wanted to like use him for like a vote. And so I slowly was like trying to build that. At the point when everything happened, I was like, okay, let me pull in Carlos and Matt, and I can gain their trust by basically telling them what Kyle had confided in me and Courtney about the alliances. And so when I told them about all of the alliances that were going on that they were not aware of, it built trust with us. And then they were like, okay, so we can't trust these guys. And that's ultimately how we slowly pulled them in.
Do you think they bought it, or do you think they were kind of just hedging their bets? What do you think? Do you
I
think they
think
bought what?
that Matt did. Carlos, I thought did in the beginning, but then I realized that he really wasn't actually with us.
No, he
Yeah,
really wasn't. He
exactly.
really wasn't. No, he really wasn't. And incidentally, Carlos, Valerie, and Matt were the first alliance of the season, by the way. As soon as they all were able to talk after the HOH, the first competition, Carlos made a beeline for Valerie and Matt, pulled them into an alliance, and was like, "Three amigos." That was the first official alliance of the game. All right, so
funny because we knew about that. I just obviously didn't bring it up to Carlos, but
Mm.
I knew that Carlos was all over the house because me and Courtney woke up one day. We had never really spoken game
Right.
with Carlos, and all of a sudden we're in an alliance with him called the threesome. And he's
Yeah.
like, "All right,
Threesome.
ladies, let's."
Yeah.
He's like, "Let's talk some game,"
Yeah.
and it's called the
Yeah.
threesome.
Yeah.
And me and Courtney were like, "What the hell is
Right.
going on right now?"
Right. Yeah.
Threesome.
I was surprised, but I was like, wow, threesome. That's an interesting name. All right, let's see where this goes. Well, he definitely had a thing for threes. Clearly, he had a thing for threes. Three amigos, threesomes. It was confusing to me until was getting used to who was in what. All right, so Caitlin and Brian began to work with Matt too, work on bringing Matt in because he started to try to forge a connection between Matt as well, and didn't go as well, but the effort was there. And I think Marina and Courtney were telling Matt, listen, Matt, they're trying to woo you in and trying to make you a number for them. That's not going to work. They're only going to use you. So essentially now the sides had been designed. And I need to bring this up too, Brian, because this is also part of the whole tapestry. I think at the beginning of the game too, we talked about your approach to the game. And one of the things you mentioned also was that you like clearly defined lines. You didn't like gray areas. You didn't want that mealy, kind of nebulous, I don't know which side of the road you're really on. So I think that was probably why you were a little bit suspicious of Valdamian. Probably Colleen, and who else?
Yes,
There was someone
Colleen.
else. Yeah, there's a few others, I think, but specifically those two I know we talked about. But you were definitely focused on making a definitive line for your people and then everyone else. And I said, do you really think that's the way to go? Definitely, got to do it. Okay, all right. So you guys were working with Matt, trying to woo Matt in, bring him in as a number. Caitlin, you talked with Matt and you were like, hey, buddy, let me know if I'm going up. And next thing you know,
I knew. I mean, just because I wasn't getting anything from Matt, and I had a feeling something was happening behind the scenes, but I knew he was going to put me up because I wasn't getting anything from him. He wasn't messaging me back. I wasn't, I was trying to communicate and whatever I could do. I just kind of felt like this stupid girl that was trying to go on a date with someone, double texting, I mean, I don't know. I knew as that day went on, I was kind of screwed.
So it was ironic that you and Leisha were his nominees, and you guys were essentially in the same place that Courtney and Marina were. You were blindsided and didn't expect to go. I mean, you may have suspicion. They actually had suspicion. They did talk about it between themselves, but they truly thought, nah, that wouldn't happen because we're cool, right? You guys also, to some degree, were not expecting Matt. You guys didn't know where he really was, but you hoped that he
Oh,
was
I knew
like,
I was gonna go up. Matt and I actually talked about it before he ever won. We
Okay.
were
I
like,
told
"Oh,
Lisa.
if I put him up, he'll put me up." Like we talked about that already.
okay. Well, I want to show you this because this was, I thought, pretty hilarious. Because Caitlin, you were not happy. So I'm going to share my screen. Let me show this. Let me find it first.
Okay,
Before
what are
I
you
share this.
showing, Ducky? Okay.
Oh, I'm going to show you some stuff. Oh, I got some stuff to show you. Got some stuff to show you.
Homie's got receipts, man.
All right. So here is a screenshot that I thought was just unbelievably hilarious. Here we go. And all right. So let me read it in case you can't. But here's a screenshot. All right. So this is my Zoom screen. And I'm looking at the chat of Marina, Courtney, Robert, and I think.
Oh
I'm not
my
sure. All right, Marina, let me read it. Let me read it out loud so you guys can.
my God.
Marina says the music, ha 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 ha. They're playing music. Courtney says, wait till the end. Marina's laughing even harder. It's perfectly synced. And that was one take, people, blah, blah, blah. Courtney sends a voice message. And Robert says, Caitlin in the HOH room right now. Tell me why. And literally at the exact moment, Caitlin is in the HOH room with Matt.
Tell
Matt,
me why.
why am I on the block, buddy? I don't understand. I laughed so hard. That
Can
was
I?
unreal.
Oh my
So,
God.
Do you see the
Caitlin?
irony? Do you see the irony there? I hope everybody sees the.
Oh,
I just thought that was just amazingly funny. I just couldn't wait to capture that or share that.
And
That was
even
just
then, Matt was
so
like
funny.
taking decades to talk to me. And I was like, okay, well,
Right.
I'm going
Yeah,
somewhere. So
Yeah, you exactly
guess
had to
we'll
track.
just-
Yeah, you literally had to track him down. You had to
Yeah,
run
it
him
was
down.
really difficult.
I remember when you were like waiting to talk to Matt. I don't remember which nomination it was. It might have been that one, but like you were like, Matt, can we talk? Like, I've been waiting, like, blah, blah,
Yeah.
blah. And just like you seemed so fucking
I
mad.
know,
And I was
and-
just like,
I know I probably like seemed like really bitchy. Then I was like, Matt, can we have a conversation, please? You know, when you have time. Like when you have
think
time
you
for
did
me,
that on
can we have a
purpose.
conversation?
Yeah, I remember that clearly.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
It was on purpose, but yeah.
I know. It's okay.
Yeah, you were upset. You were not happy.
Thank
Caitlin.
you.
You let him have it. You
That was a
let
tough
him have it.
conversation.
Yeah, it was very tough. Caitlin was not a happy camper at all. At all. Okay, so Caitlin and Alicia are on the block. Alicia, you win veto, you take yourself off. Congratulations. And Matt puts up Brian, and Brian's like, oh God, here we go. Really? So we knew. So Brian, you knew your goose was cooked. You were like, this is it. This is it. Really? All that effort I put into the Infinity Gauntlet, dang it. The Avengers got me. So it was a wrap.
The Avengers, I'm dead.
It was a wrap. Okay, so let me get to it. Let me get to a bit of an uncomfortable point in the game because this does matter. And I'm going to explain to you in detail how this came about. At this point, it was Brian, Caitlin, Leisha, Devin, the C4 we're still cruising along, discovering secrets, trying to get Brian out. Now that they were watching his nominations to know for sure where he was. And hey, he put up the other side. That helps us out. He's on our side. Cool. Then Alicia gets off the block. Perfect. We've got him lined up. Darn, we can't even use the secret to get him out. Oh, well, as long as he's gone. So it's Caitlin versus Brian. Caitlin was going to stay. Brian had basically thrown in the towel. Hey, everyone, vote Caitlin out. Excuse me, vote me out. Leave Caitlin in. I did this to her. Caitlin had come to me, said to me, please don't do this, or I have concerns over this. Kyle had expressed the same concerns. I didn't listen. And I think this is all a result of my mishandling of that moment. And now I don't want her to pay the price for my mishandling. That's noble, no problem. Get it, understandable. The next morning, I wake up and I see Caitlin immediately dig into Devin. Devin, you betrayed us. You turned on us. You told these girls everything. Devin had, I think the day before, come to Marina and Courtney crying in tears and just telling them everything.
when I really,
Honestly,
really thought he was genuine.
yeah.
Yeah,
Miranda did fine.
I thought I was the third name floating around, and Matt said he told me I was his third name, and I figured if anybody got pulled off the block, I was going to be the next one going up. So I wanted to paint a target on literally everybody else in that group alliance except for me. So I went verbatim, read straight through the chat, and kept crying, "This isn't right. They're targeting you all." I just kept
I knew it
going
was
off
fake.
of what happened in the original blow up. Yeah, it took some work, but I worked up tears and tried to be convincing.
Yeah, so he had definitely delivered a performance that was Oscar worthy. I was standing in disbelief, watching him tearfully
You know, it was
and
fake, man.
soulfully explain everything that had been done. He was so through, he couldn't work with those people anymore. He was so sorry, he was so contrite. Please forgive me. I'm so sorry, girls. Please forgive me. I mean it. I mean it. I mean it. And I was like,
And honestly, I just wanted to
Like-
get on the inside of what y'all were doing.
right, it
get
makes
some
perfect sense.
secrets, and then I was going to go back to
I was looking
Brian
at
and then tell
both
him.
your faces, Marina and Courtney, and I'm thinking, are they buying this or not?
I didn't think Marina was, but I
Because-
thought Courtney was.
Because consequently, afterwards, Devin and I did talk, and Devin goes, "What do you think?" I said, "Hey, it was Dan's funeral for VBB." I mean,
and I
clearly.
was so happy when
Friggin'
he said that. I was so happy when he said that. Like, I was just like, they can vote me out today. I don't care.
That's
I'm
exactly
done.
what it was. And I was
knew
like, do
it.
they not know this? How do they not know this? Oh, well, I guess it's that's on them if they don't know that, but okay, whatever. So Devin had done that the day before. So the day that I'm referring to, I wake up and I see Caitlin is immediately digging into Devin. Devin, by this point, though, Caitlin and Alicia, and probably to some small degree Brian, but really those two had begun to suspect you even more. They knew that you were up to no good. They knew you were up to something. What, they didn't know.
Well,
But-
yeah, I mean, he wasn't talking to us at all.
He wasn't saying shit.
was-
Like,
It was like, oh, my Wi-Fi is out. And that could have been true, Devin.
It
But
wasn't.
it was just complete
wasn't
radio
true.
silence. And I was like, this kid is conspiring or doing
Hey,
his
I'm
something.
green light
sorry.
was on all day.
And
The
I
reason
told
I did
you,
that at the
and I
beginning-
did say when we would have our little Zooms, I said, Devin, you are so strategic and you have like
Yeah.
all these master manipulator like moves that you're coming up with. And like, I just couldn't believe half the things that were coming out of your mouth. And I mean, when you kind of went
Let's
ghost
let's
on
talk
us,
about
I was
one of
like, this
those
is
moves, by the way. I don't know if you know this, Robert. Hey, it's all coming out. Caitlin, you mentioned someone possibly having kind of a crush on you or something like that.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, you got receipts for that one too, Ducky, or what?
awkward,
Can we-
awkward.
Yeah, can we talk about that really quickly?
He
Oh,
was
sure.
questioning.
No, it's awkward. I mean, you know, me and Robert, we've had our chats, you know,
All right.
about, you know, weddings and
Right.
pizza.
And we're like, oh,
That
So,
would have been a
Kate-
bad final two. Okay.
Caitlin relays that to Metaphor, and she goes, yeah, by the way, I think Robert kind of likes me. I don't know. That's all she said. Literally, that's all she said.
Everybody's just kind of like, oh yeah. And my
Devin
first
said,
thought was,
use
can
that.
use that to your
Use that
advantage.
to your advantage.
He
With
did.
that guy.
Yeah,
Robert,
just-
what did I
you-
say? What did I say, Robert?
100%. I mean, I was thinking to myself, if you guys can't see who comes up with that on the spot without hesitation, it is only someone who is truly thinking at every moment of the game. That's a dangerous player. Yeah, great that he's on your side now, but you don't know when that's going to change. But you guys began to suspect that was changing. So I see the conversation between Caitlin, Leisha, and Devin. And then Brian joins in. What the heck's going on? They were digging into Devin, 100%. Devin, you turned on us. You told those girls everything. Brian said, how do you know? What happened? What went down? I know he
It's
turned
true.
on us. He told us everything. So I am immediately alerted to that. And I'm thinking, whoa, that's peculiar. So I watched the course of conversation throughout the day. And this is the reason why I bring this up. It's because Brian, Caitlin, Leisha, I think it was just you three who met on Zoom. And Caitlin really let it all out why,
Well, Valerie and Tony were there too.
all right, okay, I couldn't remember who was there. Okay, so you let it all out that how Devin had deceived you guys, had broken trust with you guys, had told Marina and Courtney everything. And I'm watching this conversation and I'm realizing that Caitlin is relaying information that she couldn't know from in the game. Caitlin, unfortunately, received information from outside the game and used it in the game.
Oh.
The reason you stayed that night, Brian, wasn't because Caitlin decided to leave. She did have issues that she was contending with, emotional issues and other things. However, I knew immediately during that conversation, I sent her a message and said, let's chat. And we chatted. And I said, Caitlin, I need to ask you a question, point blank. The information you're sharing with them, where did you get it? Because the conversation Devin had with Marina and Courtney is on the audience page. And the description of things that she gave to them on that, and Caitlin gave to them of that conversation could only have come from having watched it. So I asked her and she owned up to it. She did get it sent to her from someone she knows on the audience page. And I said, okay, here's the thing. That is an undeniable rule that is broken. You cannot do that. I made that crystal clear at the start of the game. There are simple rules to this game. Do not talk with people on the audience page or share information from the audience in the game. And she did. And unfortunately, Devin, that affected your game. Now, you actually did have suspicion already on you. That truly only confirmed it, but in a concrete way that couldn't have been derived from in the game. And that's unfortunate.
Was there anything else, or was that?
That was it. That was it.
That's why I
that
tried
we
to
know
lie
of
to the
that's been
audience too.
admitted?
That was it. So the reason I tell you all this is because I decided to not bring this up in the game so as not to disturb the rest of you with suspicion of interruption from outside the game. Because in my opinion, I spotted this and I knew where it came from and I identified it and corrected it on the spot. I gave Caitlin a choice. I said, unfortunately, your game is at an end. You can either leave right now, or because you're on the block, you can leave as the nominee of the HOH. Caitlin, I said, I'm giving you that choice. And it's because that's simply out of respect to the other players and a form of closure. Caitlin chose to leave. I gave her choice to think about it, and she said, okay, let's do it at that point. And her speech, and I do not believe, and I'm gonna make this crystal clear to you all. I am not saying Caitlin is an overt cheater. Make that clear. Caitlin broke a rule, clearly broke a rule. That was 100% crystal clear. And that rule had to be enforced, and it was. She was removed from the game. She was not even added to the audience page until I think probably it was only like the final 4 maybe left in the game. So like she wasn't even a part of the game in that nature. And I say all that to say this. When I confronted her on that, she owned it. She respectfully did say she knew she had done that, and there was a combination of things happening for her all at once. There were issues out external to the game happening in her life, and pressures in the game collided, and she honestly made a bad emotional judgment call in that moment out of frustration because of things not going the way that they initially expected them to go. Brian tried to get their targets out, didn't work. They used a secret, stayed. Then they work on the person who they were trying to bring into their circle, who put them up. So there's frustration after frustration after frustration. Devin wasn't working with them or against them. They didn't know what was really happening. So I think that was what it was. So I'm making this crystal clear for you all to understand my standpoint, but I wanted to be transparent with you all. I know you did not know about that. And that was by design, because I didn't want that concern to creep into your deliberation of your game following that point in the game, because there was no other leaking of information that I saw. And that leak, I absolutely, as soon as it happened, my antenna went up and I knew for a fact what was happening. So
I knew too. Just the moment.
That is so shady. I'm just playing.
The moment when
I just
I
want
will
to say,
say-
like, it was going around. I've heard it when I hit jury, but I couldn't say anything about it. It did get back to me. Everybody know I host the No Fake Bitches Allowed, and people come to me and tell me all types of stories. But yeah, I kind of heard about it as well. The reason
I
why
knew when we were having the conversation, the 4 of us, and Brian asked you, Caitlin,
How did you know?
how do you know that? And you were like,
She was
I
just like,
know.
I just know.
And I
I'm
was
like,
like,
there's
no, she
no
didn't.
way.
And I was
Yeah.
like, shit, Caitlin.
Yeah, I
So-
know. And I will say, when I was on the block, I did actually debate leaving the game. I talked to Valdamian, I talked to Valerie, I talked to a number of people. And once I heard the information of Devin's game, I wanted to expose him, and I did emotionally, make a bad judgment call. And, that's all I can really say about it. I mean, and for me, it was hard for me to disconnect personal and game. And that's kind of where it was. Truly, like, I don't want you to think that like I use my mental illness as a scapegoat, because that's not the case. I mean, I do have, mental, like,
challenges.
Mental challenges and stuff. When it gets stressful in my life, it's just, it was a lot for me. And, I went about it the wrong way, and I do apologize to everybody here, but when I was leaving the game, like Ducky said, he did not want me to expose that information to you all. And that was kind of hard for me too, because I didn't want you guys to all think I was lying and deceitful at the end of it, you know, so that was really hard for me also. And I just hope that it doesn't affect anything after this. So obviously.
You're human and it happens.
Right.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to be
It-
transparent
It
with
was
you all.
just a mistake on my part. Everybody makes mistakes. Everybody makes poor judgment calls. And that was one of them for me. And I've learned from it. And I really, truly have grown as a person. And that's, you know, kind of where I've come out of this. And I just want to say that also.
I
And
do want to say that
I'm sorry, yeah, Marina, go. Mhm.
that's
Go
okay.
ahead.
I just said, I do want to say that I appreciate you like coming clean, because I know that that probably is also really hard for you, especially if somebody with mental health problems. So I do appreciate you coming clean and no hard feelings at all.
Yeah. And I want to make
Wish
it
I would
crystal
have
clear
known
too.
to.
I just want to make it crystal clear that again, I do not view Caitlin as a cheater. I have hosted people who I know are cheaters. That's the intent they try to play the game with. Caitlin is not that person. She made a bad judgment call. Something came her way and it sort of possibly may have given her a leg up on a situation in the game. She tried to utilize it to her advantage. That's as simple as it was. But that is an absolute rule that must not be broken in this game. And I made that crystal clear at the beginning. And I said, if it is detected, you are gone immediately. I do not hesitate. The integrity of my game is foremost. Caitlin respected that. She understood it. She owned up to what she did. And I have nothing but respect for her over that. So I just want to make sure that's crystal clear. Sorry, Kyle, I cut you off, buddy. Please.
Yeah, I wish I would have known like the truth behind that, because I really thought it was mostly my fault, and I took that very hard, and it made me think like for a long time.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I did, once I went on the block, you know, I kind of felt the pain of like Courtney and Marina of, you know, I felt isolated. I felt nobody was reaching out to me. No one was talking to me. And me and Kyle, I thought I had a relationship with you. And I was kind of disappointed in like you not coming to me. And I did send you a message and I said, you know, I'm disappointed in you or something like that. And then I said, you know, but it's just a game, right? You know, just because I wanted to kind of hit you in the heart a little bit, because I really did want to work with you in the game. And I really felt like I was connected to you, Kyle. So it was a little bit like, I don't know, I kind of felt hurt by it, but you know, in the
But the
end,
thing is, like, I did come to you with my opinions and my ideas about the game, and I did explain where I was coming from, and I made sure to express that when we connected on a personal level, that was real. It wasn't
Yeah.
fake. That was just, yeah, but we saw differently in the game. And yeah, I
but yeah,
wasn't
I mean,
like,
when I was on the block, you didn't even message me. So that's what I was getting at, you know? And I thought that we were personally like connected, you know, and I had that emotional connection to you. I opened up to you and everything like that. So that's kind of where it hurt me. In that sense, like, but I knew at that point you were kind of, you know, going on to the other side, and that's fine. Like that was all game, but personally, like I would have wanted you to even just come to me and say like, oh, how are you feeling? Or whatever the case was. But I mean, it's okay at this point, like, honestly, I'm over all of it. So, but yeah, I mean, it was kind of tough for me to just have that relationship kind of fade a little bit.
I feel like I did come to you, but you kind of gave me the cold shoulder. And also I couldn't say much because I didn't want to mess anything up.
Yeah. I mean, well, when it came to Marina and Courtney, I mean, I didn't express to you my concerns of like them going up and me having like that conversation with Brian. I should have done that with you, and that was probably a wrong move on my part as well. So
Yeah, I feel like after a certain point, you were like definitely linked with Brian, and I feel like a lot of people they shifted to whoever had power, which was Brian at the time, and then like old Kyle was left in the dust when it came to his opinions. If I went HOH at that time, it would go much different. People would be drawn towards me, probably. That's just how the game works.
yeah, well, it's okay. I mean, obviously, like everything could have been done differently. Especially what I had done, it could have been done differently. And, you know, it's just kind of how my game played out. And I mean, I was a rookie player and I made a rookie move. That was basically what it was. So, and I've learned from it, and, you know, I needed to own up to it. So I, you know, just wanted to say that to everybody. And I really do, like, everything I did say in my closing speech was true. You know, I did want to connect with everybody and make these friendships and, you know, try to be as honest as possible with everybody as well. So
Out of everybody, it truly affected Devin's game, unfortunately. Devin, what are you thinking? Hearing that.
Partially I'm angry. Really, I am angry about it. But what you do? Game's over, life goes on, doesn't matter anymore. Like, I played with zero emotion. Well, boo-hoos, but that was me controlling my emotions. So what are you gonna do?
To
It
be honest,
happens.
though, to be
It wouldn't
honest,
have
I
made much
did
of a
have a
difference.
conversation. Sorry, go ahead.
I was saying, like, I feel like her doing that, finding that information out, I don't think it made much of a difference to your game, Devin, because we were already on to you. Like, we already knew, like, you were already a target from us.
That's fair.
I
That's what I
already
said.
had a
It makes you.
conversation with Brian, and I told Brian that you had come, and we're like, me and Brian were talking, and we were kind of trying to build a game relationship, and we were like, listen, look, it's not realistic to have an alliance, but, you know, maybe moving forward, I can watch you 1 week, you can watch me 1 week, and we were kind of trying to share information, but like not too much, just a little bit. And so I had already shared that with Brian anyways, and so I really don't think that that had really that much effect on your game, because I had already shared that with Brian.
Yeah, and on our side, we knew like that day that you just were just ignoring us and your green light was on, but it was Wi-Fi issues. Like, I'm the one that initially started that whole thing. I'm like, Devin, so your Wi-Fi is still out. I said something like that, and then those two just started attacking you. But we knew, like, we had already talked even before that whole thing. We were like, yeah, Devin's playing us. He's on the other side. Like, both sides had you figured out by that point. So I don't, like she said, I don't think it affected your game that much.
Well, this is the last point I'm going to make. It's not, it made me a little angry when I mean, like right now, I don't care. I just brush it off. I just go on. I don't care. But it made me a little angry at first because even though I lied and I played with zero emotion, there's still a person behind all of this. And that person did carry weight. There were things I said that when I'd tell certain lies, those didn't matter, but then certain things did. Caitlin, I thought you quit because of me. And I mean,
But did you really though? I mean,
yeah, I really did. I used it for Brian, but I really did. I told Ducky in a Zoom
I mean,
call.
I don't know. I mean, Devin, you were emotionally manipulating people, like
Yeah,
Courtney and
because it's a
Martina
game.
and Brian. So
Yes.
I mean, I don't.
But I did think you quit because of me, and I did feel bad. And Ducky just said the game moves on, and I just moved on. But like
Devin,
each
can I
thing does
ask
hold weight.
you?
Yeah.
Like, there's something that's been bothering me, and I've wanted to ask you. I asked in jury, but I didn't really get like a concrete answer, and I wanted it to come from you. I
Mhm.
mean, there is a game, and then I feel like there's a line, and I really didn't want to believe it, but I feel like you might
I
have taken
jumped
it
it.
over the line, and I
Yeah,
said it.
I
And
knew
so
it
I
when
want
I
to know,
did it.
like, was that truthful or was that a lie?
It was a lie. It was a lie, and it was the one I'm not proud of. The biggest one I jumped over.
That's
Yeah.
disappointing to me
Yeah.
to hear.
And I'm sorry. Definitely. I basically what that one was I was sitting and telling myself I'm the bad guy, and paranoia building up. And I looked at Johnny Fairplay from Survivor. That was truly all it was. I never took it as in, oh, I'm going to get in these people's heads and make them think, oh, he relates to me in this way. It was really just to make me look smaller and to make people just not even look at me that weak, and more just a sympathy play. It was wrong.
I
I'm
mean, you
sorry.
couldn't have done anything else. Like, you know,
I
you sit here
could've,
and say
and
that
I'm
there's like
sorry.
emotion behind the mask, but it's like, I feel like you really did take it over a game
I
level
took
and
it
did
far on
manipulate everybody's emotions.
I took it far on that. I take full
understand that
responsibility, and I'm
people
sorry.
make lies, but sometimes you don't have to play a game to lie. Like, I don't understand why people get this logic. Like, it's a game. But yeah, let's just lie and just unnecessary lie. Like it doesn't make any sense. White lies is okay, but when you have to go so extreme just to get your point across or people to like you or whatever, like that's not the way to go. Like you
Mhm.
can't win a game and play a game without having to lie, especially as unnecessary lies that you told. I didn't know all the lies you told Devin until after you got evicted. I'm like, damn, I didn't know he was lying like that. But sometimes you got to be mindful of the lies you say because you can really hurt people's feelings. Yes, this is a game, but at the same time, there is humans. So much as I want to be mad at Caitlin, but I'm not mad at Caitlin. I want to be mad at Ducky because he didn't say anything, but I can understand the integrity of a game while you're hosting at the same time. So it's kind of like, damn if you do, damn if you don't. Just a lesson to be learned amongst everyone.
Mhm.
And I want to say too, obviously this happened after I was already out. So I was on the audience page and I got to see everything kind of unfold.
No, Caitlin, it's actually, excuse me, Alicia, that was before you left. Caitlin left before you did.
Oh, no. I'm talking about the lie, the big.
Gotcha.
Yeah, the awful one I told, yeah.
Yeah, so that really bothered me, even not being in the game anymore, because we spent, I think the first night on Zoom, there were 5 or 6 of us, and I think you were there, Devin, and we were all talking about how we had recently lost people that we loved so dear to us, so close, so recently. And like we
I don't know
bonded.
if I was there. If I was, I'm
You were
sorry.
there. You were
You
I
there.
was?
pretty sure
Okay,
you were.
I'm very sorry.
I told you about my twin
It
brother.
was all bonded on, and it really, really bothered me that that was like the lie that you went with to try to get sympathy. Like, I don't know. I did not like that at all.
I'm sorry, y'all. It was
My
truly
opinion
because
doesn't matter,
it
I
was
don't know.
truly because I looked to whenever I thought of something, I would look online and I would just try to find something from an actual game, like actual on television style game. I saw Johnny Fairplay. I mean, I met the guy in person once and it was despicable. And at the moment I said it, I regretted it instantly.
Like, did you not take that
What
into
is
account?
what?
How people reacted to his lie, though? Like,
Oh,
were
I
they
did
like,
take
"Oh,
it
it's
into
cool, yeah,
account. Yes,
it's fine." Like, I don't know.
I took it into account. Yes, but I, being dumb, I went ahead and did it, and I apologize for it. And I'm sorry. And I've owned. And another thing, I got on Zoom that night with Ducky. I said, "What did I do?" And he was like, "Yep, you did it." And I think you could hear him in the background, but he just said, I think that's the only time he truly gave me actual advice. He said, you had to own it. And that's what I'm going to do. And I did it. It happened. I wish I could go back. If there was anything I could undo, I wish it was that. If I would have went home week 1, and I mean, honestly, day 1, and not said that, I would have done that. But it happened, and I'm living with it. So every time somebody come in jury, I was just dreading that, honestly, because I'm the first person in there. I would dread it. Brian, when you first came in, I mean, that you were the number one person that I wanted to talk to over it. So just because what y'all don't know is Brian sent me a message afterwards after the whole thing, and that's like really when I was like, God, I screwed this up big time, like really big time. So.
And I'll say this too, that I reached out to Devin when after he had made that initial statement. I actually did not know for sure if it was game or not, but I just sent him a condolence type message and said, hey, let me know how things are going, because I understand how family first for me, family first. And if you've got to leave the game, just let me know. And he immediately responded or came back really quickly, which surprised me. And was like, hey, actually, I just made that up. And I said, okay, that's what I wanted to know. So, and he came back to me because he was concerned that he had broken a rule of the game. While not a rule of the game, to Marina's point, there may be a line to how you play in the game. While Damien is saying, hey, Big Brother incorporates lying by omission or commission. That's one thing. But lying for lying's sake is something altogether different. And that just breeds a different kind of contempt toward that player. Because you aren't only seen as this devious player, but like it literally leads question to everything about you. And just like this game, the actual game is only a microcosm to who you are as a person. And sometimes things like that make people make judgments of you as a person, because it's difficult to separate that as game. Like, what person does that? That's all I'm saying, Devin. I'm not, digging into it all. I'm just saying to you, that's what I think they're trying to get across to you as well. While you look to actual game players to get inspiration for how you would play your game, learning moment. There's a line maybe that you might want to consider should you move forward in playing another game that you may not want to cross. But if you do, then you do. Your choice.
Definitely. I took it too far. I knew it instantly. I mean, Ducky, if you're even allowed to confirm it that night on Zoom when we got on there, I talked about taking it too far.
Oh yeah, you absolutely did. Oh, you knew
Yeah.
it. You recognized that you had stepped far over that line, but there was really no way of coming back.
No coming back.
I said to
Exactly. It
you.
was an error in judgment. And
That's
was
why I
the week
said to you,
was
the
so
only thing you can do to
paranoid.
recover from it is,
Yeah.
is own it when you talk to your fellow players, because they're going to feel some kind of way about that. Because people are people, they care. So they were like, whoa, dude, I'm sorry to hear that. But to find out that that was just a ploy is going to lead to people feeling a certain kind of way. So, learning moment.
Can I say something?
Absolutely.
I do want to say, because maybe from my opinion, and maybe I'm the only one that feels this way. I know a lot of people feel very strongly about that particular lie that he told. I myself don't feel any type of way, maybe because of the fact that I didn't believe him.
Mhm.
And maybe y'all feel so strongly about it because y'all did believe him.
Makes
And
sense.
maybe,
Absolutely.
like I'm sure y'all didn't read this because it was way early on in jury before y'all got here, but like I mentioned to Devin, if people want to be mad, this is just a game. If they want to be mad, maybe they're not, maybe they should maybe be mad at themselves because they chose to believe your lie. People don't make other people angry. You make yourself angry. You're in control of your own emotions. And maybe everyone's upset because more of the fact that they believed you. And it's more of, shit, I trusted this guy and I believed him. I don't feel any type of way because I didn't believe you and I didn't trust you. So my feelings and my emotions weren't in it like others.
And that's probably accurate.
Maybe
yeah.
I'm a little more forgiving because, we've all made mistakes, and I, for one, have probably made more worse mistakes than probably most of people, more probably everyone in this jury house. So maybe it's a little bit easier for me to forgive as well for that fact, but maybe just I don't want to say don't be so hard on him because it is a fucked up lie, because I have had a lot of death in my family, in my life, my father, my stepfather, my daughter's father. So I know firsthand how hard death can be. But at the same time, just maybe, not be so hard on him because, yeah, he did lie, but y'all chose to believe him.
Yeah, I mean, and it's not, I don't want to say we chose to believe anything. It's just that a lot of the deaths that we've experienced were very close and very recent. So it took us to, for me, I lost my twin brother in 2001, my twin brother. And it's like, I stepped out of the game. It was not game to me anymore. So I thought that we were just, it's not even I didn't think about just believing. Like, it's just beyond that whole believability factor and him being a liar. It just takes you back to a place where I'm reliving some moments that I don't want him to have to feel like that. So I'm going to just extend him empathy and sympathy because I just experienced this. So it's just being that human factor. It's just not game. Like, and that's the issue that you're talking about your real life situation. This is nothing to do with game and believing Devin is being manipulative. It's beyond that. And that's what makes it crossing the line, because you're talking outside of game and real life situations with close deaths, recent deaths. And we all shared that. It was so many of us that first day, and he was there. I showed my tattoo of my twin brother's name. And it's just like, I don't know. I didn't think it had anything to do with game in that moment. But I even when he told me, I still decided to extend him grace. I'm not going to just bash you and you know, I just because I knew enough people were going to do it. And it's just not in me to just make somebody feel even worse because he had already shown that, you know, he was apologetic and felt so bad. It was just no reason for me to just continue that. So I just decided to extend him grace and I forgive him for it. So I'm past it.
Thank you, Brian. But I understand if nobody else feels that way, I get it. That's screwed up for me. You have a right to feel whatever type of way about it that you feel. I understand.
I love you, Devin. I feel like you just a misunderstood kid playing a game that you just wanted to be different, and it's okay. You know, people make mistakes, and like Brian said, I just had a death. So I didn't, when I heard your story, I'm like, yeah, right. I thought it was game. I didn't actually think it was real, to be honest, you know. But you did connect with a lot of other people in the game that felt like it was just crossing the line. But you know, you live, you learn, and don't stop playing. I believe in you. I like to see you playing more in the OR community. So
Thank you.
I definitely think that you're young and people make mistakes, but I don't want you to beat yourself up about it forever. I think that you realize that you messed up, but I mean, it does have consequences. So
It's definitely a learning experience, what gone through, and just kind of be more aware, not even in the game, just in real life, be more aware of like how you're saying things to people and how it could affect the other person. Because you really don't know like what somebody's going through or how they're going to handle it. So it's all just a learning experience, and you're still growing, you're still learning. I mean, at 21, I didn't know as much as I know now, or we all are still growing and learning as people. So just definitely keep it in mind. And I'm one to forgive as well. So as long as, I mean, I know I made some mistakes too. I even made mistakes. So I'm hoping that others forgive me. But yeah, again, it is all a learning experience, and you did grow and learn from it. So that's all I can really input on that.
Okay, cool. So I just wanted to touch on that and give you guys a chance to speak to the issue with Caitlin and conversely with Devin, because they were linked for obvious reasons. Caitlin leaked information about Devin's game into the game from outside the game. And then I knew you guys would feel a certain kind of way about that. And I wanted to give you guys a chance to just speak towards that, because you guys deserve that chance. And, upon hearing that news, but I can assure you, there were no other leaks that could affected any of your games that took place in the game, just to make that clear. I did skip over something I did mean to say. You guys didn't know the votes. So let me go over the votes. The 2 votes that we were at: Jacob, Kinsey self-evicted, and just word of mouth. Would Kinsey have been evicted unanimously?
I think
Yeah.
so.
I mean, I would
Yeah.
have voted for her.
Pretty much, yeah. She probably knew that, which I think is why she might have left too.
Mhm.
Incidentally, because she was going to join. She was supposed to join, by the way, and maybe she's busy, but whatever. Kinsey actually guessed the secret. She guessed that Colleen won 13,000 at bingo, which was incorrect. The next person to be evicted was Jacob. He was evicted by a vote of 12-1. So the 1 was cast by Devin. Devin, what was the reason behind that 1?
Oh, shit.
I didn't know the votes were going to be revealed, so I just wanted I was going to throw somebody's name out there. Just
Yeah, you
random.
was going to try to throw somebody under the bus for who flipped. You were going to do a Fessy, essentially.
Not Fessy.
You're going to do a Fessy.
You never go
So,
full Fessy.
so yeah. Then I announced, oh yeah, by the way, the votes aren't revealed, and he was like, oh great. Thanks, Ducky, for killing that vibe. Okay, so the next one was Carlos. Carlos was on the block next to Valerie. Carlos actually guessed that a secret. Courtney and Marina, you guys were working with Carlos on guessing a secret. Which secret was he supposed to guess at? Or did you guys suggest he guessed that?
We didn't really.
We
didn't.
steered him away, actually. We didn't want to give him any of our secrets.
Okay.
We really weren't loyal to Carlos.
Yeah.
We looked at him as a vote to be honest.
Mhm.
And when he was talking about secrets, he was trying to get us to give him stuff. We actually steered him in the direction of like Backstreet Boys and like stuff that wasn't ours. So
Well, surprisingly or interestingly rather, the Carlos Valerie vote was the closest vote. And it was still really early in the game, but it was actually the closest vote of all the evictions. Because at that point, the four of you were in direct competition with Metaphor and trying to get numbers. So it was a toss-up between Matt, Carlos, Valerie, where they fell, what side they fell on. Valerie and Carlos ended up on the block. It was actually, Carlos was evicted 6-5.
Oh, I told you.
6-5.
I really was, I want to say this because Valerie, like, I want her to know that she really was never my target. I just happened to stumble on her secret first and I needed to use it. But the only reason I wanted Valerie to go over Carlos is because her secret was used and I knew if she stayed in the game, that her secret would be off the table. And so that's why I was pushing so hard for Valerie to go. And I really thought Carlos was going to stay. And I knew it was going to be a close vote where it was going to be between 1 or 2. And when Valerie stayed, I'm like, fuck, use the secret. Now she's going to be coming after me. And I can't put her back up with her own secret because it's gone now. So I was kind of like, fuck. And then when I was HOH, I tried to give her a chance. And she's like, basically like, fuck you. And I was like, well, I guess you're going up again.
Who was the swing vote between Valerie and Carlos? Who would you say? Valdamian. And Devin had actually told you guys, yeah, I'm keeping Carlos.
Man, when Valerie stayed, I was like, hallelujah. Jesus.
But that didn't happen. So yeah, it was a 6-5 vote. And Carlos actually guessed the secret. He guessed that Leisha investigated homicide. He was obviously incorrect. Yeah, he guessed that Leisha investigated homicide. So, and then Marina guessed Valerie's vote the next day and she got off the block. All right, so then jumping ahead to Matt's HOH, Caitlin, she was like, listen, I'm gonna at least try and guess that Courtney had been on set with the Backstreet Boys, which was obviously incorrect. Brian said the next day he guessed that Robert was the extra on the set of The Walking Dead. That was incorrect. So, but you were saved because your compadre left the game. So you stayed in the game. So you got a reprieve. And then you won HOH. You were back on top. From the block to the top.
That was a great one.
The next thing out of your mouth was what? Do you remember what you said?
After I won?
After you won HOH, talking with your alliance members.
Everything's so blurred to me now.
No worries, I'll tell you what you said.
Going after
word for word. Got to get those girls out.
Was I still on them?
Exactly what you said. 100%. And I thought,
Dylan.
I said,
The
Brian.
line had been drawn by them. Like they
Right.
were not going to stop coming for
No. Let's be clear. The line was not drawn by them.
By me.
Yeah, by you. I thought you said the line was drawn by them.
No, I said the line was drawn by then.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought you said them. Okay, my bad. Yeah.
No.
So yeah, that was the first thing out of your mouth. Got to get these girls out. But you were going to be smarter about it. I'm not going to put them both up. I'm not doing that. I'm putting one up. And guess what happened? That one took herself down.
Yeah.
That one took
I'm
herself
not
down.
gonna lie, we laughed when he won HOH because we're like, he had one failed HOH. I'm like, he's about to have a second and he's gonna be real disappointed. I'm not
So-
gonna lie, we had a nickname for you
Yeah,
in
I
the
was gonna get to that.
Backfire Brian.
I was gonna get to
Backfire Brian.
What? Say it again.
Backfire Brian.
I kind of came up with that one day when all your HOHs kept backfiring. I'm sorry, but
So
Yeah.
then, Brian, you put up Robert. Then you put up Robert. And all you did was give Robert access to the chamber.
Mhm.
Because at that point, they had control of the information. You guys, again, had not penetrated the usefulness of the secret. And they had. They had weaponized it. They knew now to control the power of the secret meant they had to control the information. So you were like, cool, I can't get her. I can't get Marina. Because at that point, Marina had come to you on the side and said, hey, listen, this taking shots at each other is not working out. Let's call it truce for a week. How about that? And I was impressed with you, Marina, for doing that. I truly was. That to me was the mark of a true Big Brother player. That was a Big Brother move. I thought that was significant.
He earned my vote right then and
I
there.
really did want to work with Brian in the beginning, and Ducky, you can like literally agree to this. Like I had a breakdown when I was, and it was real. Like when I cried, it was fucking real. Like it had no
Well, you
game.
both
I was
cried.
not trying to
You
play on
100% were traumatic. You were traumatized.
Yes, like I really had like a breakdown, and it took me a little bit to pull myself together and be like, okay, fuck this shit. We're playing Big Brother. Okay, my ass is in gear now. But I really did want to work with you. And so I got frustrated also when things were said about me, which I won't get into right now, because I did really want to work with you. So when I knew all this shit was going on, I knew that I had a chance when you won again, that I was going to go off. And I'm like, you know what? Ducky, fuck this shit. I'm gonna go to Brian. Nobody's talking to fucking Brian. I'm gonna try to make a fucking deal and be like, look, it's not realistic for us to be like, hey, let's go in an alliance right now, because first of all, we don't fucking trust each other, but maybe we can try to build some trust. You don't put me up this week, I won't put you up this week. And Ducky asked me, he was like, are you serious about that? I'm like, 100%. I'm like, I will follow through with that. Now, did I on the side know that we knew the secret? And I mean, if we needed to use it, we could, yes. But was I going to stay true to my word and not put you on the block? Absolutely. I really did want to gain trust on the side, outside of C4. And I also wanted to save my fucking ass from going up on the block again. So, I mean, it was a win-win for me. And I knew like, okay, we're playing Big Brother. Let's play Big Brother. And so.
And that was the moment that you gained so much respect for me, and why you, even to this, like, if you were in the final 2 seats, I would have gave you my vote for that reason right there. And that's what I was saying, trying to get over to Courtney. I'm like, you don't have to necessarily come to me, just, try to do something for your game. If y'all see me as some kind of comp beast at that time, y'all calling me a comp beast, I'm like, you can come to me and make some kind of deal or something like she did. You didn't have to kiss my ass or anything like that.
But I started that house thing, and Brian, when we were talking, I'm like, how about you try to convince fucking Robert and Courtney? And I tried to get this going, and it didn't go anywhere, and I didn't want to put my game in jeopardy. So I was like, okay, abort.
I know.
Honestly, I was just so genuinely hurt because Brian, like I said, like I genuinely fucking adored you, and like I had a mental breakdown to Ducky too. So when you did that, I was just like, he hates me. He thinks I'm a piece of shit who is doing all of this behind his back. If I go to him and I'm like, hey, like what happened? He's just already got his mind made up. Like I got in my own head and I was like, he doesn't want to hear from me. He hates me. He's made his mind up with me. So like, I really got in my own head, and like, I had no idea what to say to you, had no idea how you felt about me. And like, that was my emotional side coming through. Game wise, I should have talked to you a lot sooner than I did reach out. Like I waited until like, 2 days before you friggin' ended up going home to actually reach out to you. But like, I will admit I should have done that sooner. But I thought you hated me.
Not at all. Not at all.
Right. So I did skip over one thing too, was the house meeting. The house meeting was interesting.
Well, what happened there?
I don't know, Robert. Why don't you?
I don't want to talk about this.
Oh God. All right. I spoke to Brian in his HOH room, and I told him my desire that I wanted to pull Courtney down if I won the veto, and he really didn't want me to use it, and I knew that, but at the same time, I wanted to make it clear to him that I was going to use it. So I won the veto, and I used it, and the words that I used were not accurate. I did that. Ducky's laughing already.
You're skipping over some things. Like you tried to say that in the meeting. You tried to say, "Thank you for
gave me your blessing."
Yeah, you said that to me.
That's the famous words. Yes.
Meeting. Like when you were talking, you said, "Well, thank you for giving me your blessing." After I had made it clear what I wanted, you said, "Thank you for giving me your blessing." I said, "Wait a minute, don't leave, Robert. Wait a minute. Stay right there. I want to be clear. I do not want you to use this HOH, but I mean this veto. But if you're going to do it, do what you want. I understand." I would prefer you use it on Courtney. And you and I thought it was clear, but you still use that same phrase during that pissed me off.
That
did it on
phrase
purpose.
was strictly by me. No one fed that to me. That was not anyone's idea. No one knew I was going to do that. I said that, and it was literally just me dropping a match with gasoline all over the place and just standing back and watching it happen. It ended up becoming more than I ever thought it could be, and anything more than I ever wanted it to be. And for that, I've apologized to you, Brian, about that profusely, and I will continue to apologize about that profusely. But there were 3, 4, if you count Caitlin getting involved in that as well. There were multiple people getting involved in this argument, and I was the one that caused it, and I had nothing to do with it. I just kind of stood back there.
I will say that when that happened, I used that as an opportunity to kind of start this house fire and try to shift the spotlight off of Brian and Courtney's back onto Brian's, with also kind of throwing in the alliances and just feeding Brian to the wolves. I totally used that to my advantage, and so it went over the top, but I kind of did that purposely, kind of a strategy, because I knew that I was the #1 target, and everybody was like, "Oh, Courtney's just guilty by association. It's Marina," and I was like, "Oh, fuck this shit." I'm like, "No way," and I was trying to like push it back onto Brian, and honestly, it worked. And then I went to Valdamian, and I was like, yeah, you know who told me about the alliances? It was Brian. And so I
didn't.
You did not. It was Kyle, actually. And I was trying to shield Kyle in the same time and push it onto you, Brian. So I apologize.
I just learned that Valdamian thought that I was the one that leaked that alliance, but I didn't do that.
She asked you, Valdamian came to you and asked you if you knew anything about it, and you said no, which was true. But Valdamian was like, dude, lying to me, like literally, what? So she was already incensed, if you would, just on that part of knowing that she doesn't do pre-jury alliances, but tried it and it failed. And then the person she thought she could work with is the one who dined her out. Like, what?
So this whole time, I did not know that she was referring to me. She kept talking about an alliance that got leaked. I did not know she was talking about me.
Yeah, I have a history of playing games as I started to play more, like never have a pre-jury alliance, because those bitches are going to get leaked. And then the one that I was part of, it had about 6 people in it. I'm like, man, nobody's talking gay. This shit is already iffy. I feel like this shit has been leaked. And then they, when Morena was saying Maya and Alicia's name in the reference of Brian, I'm like, hold up, come again? Like, no, ma'am. So I went immediately into the middle, because it's like, I'm not picking no sides. I'm going to do what the fuck Val do best. Let's just do what Val does best. I didn't need no other alliances. If I made one, it was because it was a spur of the moment type of thing. But yeah, y'all motherfuckers are crazy. That whole blow up was like, I enjoyed it. It did bother me, man. Like, y'all could have went on all night. But with Courtney reading word for word, and I talked to Dougie immediately after that, and during y'all's altercation, I'm like, yo, I will be shocked if people still work with her after this. Like, legit. And I was laughing at y'all, because I'm like, these are some rookie mistakes that y'all are making. But I commend y'all for that, because 9 times out of 10, when you get nominated early on in the game, you're not gonna make it far. And not only it showed what y'all can do, and that's why I used to get frustrated with Dougie, like, oh, these not your average org players. Well, baby, they're not playing like an average org players. Like, yes, this is y'all first time playing, but some of y'all was able to pick up strategy really quickly. And that's why I said Courtney made the biggest move of taking me out, because I was in line with anybody. I did what the fuck I wanted to do. And y'all were making a lot of mistakes, but at the same time, y'all learned from no mistakes. And that's what got y'all really far. So I had a fucking blast playing. I wouldn't have changed anything that I did. But yeah, it was fun.
I will say, Valdamian, during the house meeting, I was actually focused on your face. I was focused on your face.
I was mind blown. Like,
you were. I could see in your
blown.
eye. I was thinking, why is she so, I know she's seen other blow ups in games. Why is this one taking her so far out? Because I could see your expression was like, am I seeing what
I
I'm
was so
actually
high. And like,
Right.
I really thought the argument was not gonna last that long. I'm like, maybe 15 minutes top. When it reached 20 minutes, I said, y'all motherfuckers blew my high. I'm gonna take y'all my Cash App and y'all gonna donate me $1 because my high was blown. And then here come Marina. Like she was a barking chihuahua that would not stop. And I'm like, you just cut me the fuck off. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna let you have that. And, you know, and yeah, it was really a fucking shit show. It was
All right. I'm gonna deviate to something else. I'm gonna share my screen with you guys. I'm gonna show you something else really quick.
No, please.
Oh,
So
no.
right around this time, Kyle is discovering something, and it took him forever to figure it out, but this is what he found. So I'm gonna just read it out loud so you guys can hear it. Description: with this advantage, you have the power to remove the player of your choice from the chopping block during eviction, forcing the HOH to now name a replacement. So essentially a true blindside type of situation. He couldn't name the replacement himself, but he could use it on someone of his choice or himself even. Additionally, you have the option of extending this power. This power is only usable at the next eviction ceremony. So it was expired within days after he found it. But because it was a power that was active in the game, I didn't make any announcement about it other than a power had been found. Because had he used it, you all would have known. But since he didn't, and it had an expiration date on it, there was no need for me to make an announcement of that. It was either going to be used or not be used. Valdamian was really intent on finding out this power because she told me, listen, I've got a history of sniffing out these powers. I'm gonna get that power. I was like, it's already gone, Valdamian. But I didn't say it. I mean, it was already gone. But I was like, good luck with that. See what you find. I mean, maybe you will find another power. I don't know. So, and this is what Kyle referenced during his speech, is if you can see the last rule, you may not, but I'll read it. Lastly, and the most importantly, you must keep this power a secret from other players. If it is discovered that you reveal this to any other player, there will be an instant eviction, yours. That has happened in this game before. 2 other players in 2 other different games have found this power and were so excited that they told everybody. And then they read the rule. Oops. So that's what Kyle found. And I remember going to Kyle and says, hey, Kyle, congratulations. Did you read the rules? I sure did. Great. Okay. So Kyle then went to his group and talked about an energy drink the entire night.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm really tired. I was so tired I had to find an energy drink because I was up all night. And over and over and over, Kyle is verbose. They were thinking, oh, that's just Kyle talking. I mean, I don't know why he's talking about this energy drink. And I think it was either Marina or Robert.
It was me.
Robert who said, wait. Energy drink. Are you talking about an energy drink or an energy drink? Kyle said an
Kyle to
energy
shut up.
drink. So
Yeah,
at that
it's
same
been like-
time, let's see here. At that same time, I'm just going to show you guys this. Thought it was pretty interesting. Not maybe as funny, but it's still interesting because there was reaction to the power being found. This is from a snippet of Metaphor talking. Metaphor was like, wait, what? Who found the power? Nobody over here. Brian says, I don't have it. Alicia's like, I guess none of us have it. Caitlin's like, well, what happens now? Where does this power come from? Did Ducky just give it to somebody? How does that happen? Brian says they found it. I think, Brian, you had actually saw the same clue, and you didn't know what to do with it.
I did
You
not
saw
know
the
what
same
to do
clue.
with it.
You just didn't know what to do with it. I'm sure there were clues in the group, and they figured it out. I
They
should
are
have paid more
desperate.
attention. And Brian was like, I was damn sure working on it. Alicia was like, oh my God, I can only hope it was not one of those girls. Oh my God, please don't let it be one of the girls. It even got a heart because that was the last thing they needed happening was those girls. They've got these secrets. Incidentally, is Tony still here? Tony, just to make sure you're
Yeah.
clear, because you would often refer to the secrets as powers. They were not powers. They were secrets. There was never a power used in the game. It was only one found.
Oh my
Just
goodness.
Wow.
let me reiterate that.
Was the best.
They are desperate. I'm extra upset that I didn't win now. This is so stressful. So yeah, Metaphor was not happy that night when it was announced that a power was loose in the game. So you
Not
guys
at
had
all.
them stressing. You had them completely stressing. So, that was some of the stresses Caitlin was under, and, duress and all of that got to her. Okay. So, so then we go to, Brian, you got HOH, you put Courtney and Matt up. Courtney won HOH, veto. You put Robert up. Robert said thank you. And then he put up your other lieutenant, Leisha. So before Leisha went up, we had a conversation. Leisha says, can we talk? And I was like, absolutely, let's talk.
This
It was
was
a
like at
conversation.
11:30 at night too.
It
I
was
was like
late at
stressing
night.
myself out. I wasn't even on the block.
Leisha was wearing a path out in her living room. She was that stressed. She was walking back and forth for what, an hour or more?
Yeah,
She
it was a while.
that stressed.
It was a while.
And we talked. What did we talk about, Leisha? Do you want to share?
Yeah, so this was after Caitlin had left. We realized that Devin wasn't on our side. We realized a week ago Kyle wasn't on our side. And so I was sitting here looking around at my alliance, which, by the way, I love all of you guys. Nothing against you. But I realized it reminded me of an alliance that Brian had told me that he had earlier in the game. That was like 6 people composed of Valerie, Tony, Colleen, Valdamian, Brian, and I think Kyle. And I'm looking around the alliance. I see myself in with Brian, Valerie, Tony. We brought in Colleen, and I was like, oh, these are all Brian's connections. Like, I'm alone except for Brian. Like, what am I gonna do? Like, I was freaking out. I was even on the block, but I was like looking ahead, like, I know Brian's playing Brian's game. I don't think you're gonna betray me, and I didn't mistrust you, but I didn't have anybody else. I was like, what have I done? Oh my God, I'm like freaking out. And then I made a plan. I was like, okay, I'm gonna start reaching out to people. And like Marina and Courtney, I reached out to you guys when you were on the block, but we didn't talk after like the blow up at all. And Courtney, I will say, when you were talking earlier about how you thought like Brian hated you, I thought you guys hated me because I knew Kyle had told y'all about me. And so I was like, they don't want to talk to me. They're not going to trust me. They hate me. So I'm not going to try if they don't try. And y'all obviously didn't try. So I was like, I'm not going to try. Until then, obviously I was on the block. But I came up with a plan. And I legitimately was going to reach out to y'all. And I had my opening thoughts. And I was like, I'm going to say, I'm not in power. You're not in power. I'm not on the block. You're not on the block. So there's nothing to be gained from this. Like, I just want to apologize for the awkwardness lately. And like, I really do enjoy y'all's company. Like, we had a lot of fun in the Team 4 chats and stuff like that. I was like, I really want to reach back out to them. Like, not even on a game level 100%. Part of it obviously was game, but mostly it was like, I do just want to bridge this awkward gap between us because the Zoom calls got real weird. And I was like, I just want it to be like a little bit more normal. But then I went on the block, so I couldn't say that because then I was on the block.
Wish you would have.
I wanted to,
You
but then I
were-
went on the block.
She was worried
when
when we connected
literally the
for
night
this
before.
conversation. She was very concerned. And she says, I said, are you concerned because the alliance that you're in now looks nothing like the alliance that you started with? And she says, yeah. I realize that we're only connected through Brian.
Yeah.
Brian's the linchpin, not me. I'm kind of a hanger on. What do
And
I
I
do?
made connections, I think, with Valerie and Tony, but
You did, right.
I
You did.
knew that it wasn't the
But
same
you
level
had-
that they probably had with him.
You realized that you had sort of not connected with others
Yeah.
outside of that. And
I was
that's
like,
where
my
you
phone
were.
has been very quiet for the
you were
past couple
trying to.
days. My phone
Right,
has
and-
been very quiet, and that was alarming to me.
Right.
So
She was so
Alicia-
encouraged after that. You were so encouraged. And I just want to say this. You were so encouraged to embark on this new plan. And I'm going to tell you this, Leisha. I knew while we were talking, that wasn't going to matter.
Dang
Because
it.
Robert
You
had
already knew.
put up on the block. So I knew what was coming. But I
Yeah.
thought, you know what? Hey, anything can happen. Brian stayed when he wasn't expected to stay. So who knows? So that's why I thought, who knows? I said, Leisha, go for it. See what you can make happen. But unfortunately, Robert beat you to the punch, and it was like, yeah, you know what? We got his other lieutenant out. Let's get his other one out, and then
I will say though, if she did do that, it might have turned my head a little bit when she came to me offering a deal, because when she did and we spoke no game since that whole blow up thing, I was like, girl, how you want me to take your deal with this extra vote and think that I'm going to be like, oh yeah, great. Yeah, I believe you. You'll give me that vote. I was like, I respected her getting the courage to come to me, but I was like, you know, I really can't trust you to do that. Maybe if you would have come to me before that, I would have thought about it more. But really, like Ducky said, ultimately, I really don't think that.
Yeah, the timing was not on my side there. It really wasn't. And I knew that, but I was like, I can't not try. Like, I would kick myself if I didn't at least try. I literally talked to everybody. And Marina, I was being honest, I only made you that deal. I didn't make anybody else that same deal.
Would you have followed through and given me that extra vote?
I don't know.
And that's how I know I made the right decision.
Yeah, no, you definitely made the right decision. You definitely did. I told Brian my plan before I told you, just because I didn't want you to go to him, because I knew you guys had talked. And so I didn't want you to be like, oh, well, Leisha tried to give me this deal. She's maybe not as loyal. So I did let him know. And I did tell Brian, if she asked me to use it on you, I won't use it on you. But I didn't actually know if that was 100% honest either. It was like, what's the experiment with the cat in the box? You don't know till you open it. Schrodinger's cat. It was like Schrodinger's box. I didn't know until it came time.
I went to Ducky right away and I was like, you know, like, God bless Leisha for at least trying. I respected you so much because I didn't think that I was going to get anything from you. And when you came, I was like, God bless her for trying. I'm like, I really respect it, but can't trust her. So.
Yeah. No, I get it. And I knew when you, I think, actually all of you, Kyle straight up told me no, basically. When he finally came out of quarantining himself and realized he could talk to people, he opened my messages and he told me basically like, hey, like, I get it, I really like you, like, we're cool, but it's not right for my game. And I got that. But I think you, Courtney, and Robert all were like, I don't know, I'll think about it. I was like, so that's a no, and that's a no.
I'm not gonna lie, when Kaylin and Lisa left, I was like, it's not that bad because Brian was way too close with them. And
who is Lisa?
Okay, D-Look.
He calls her, he's called her Lisa the entire time.
Right.
You always call her Lisa.
It's fine. I've answered to like way more wrong names before. Nobody seems to get it right.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I had to try though. I mean, there's nothing I could do but try. But I wish that maybe I'd had a little more time before going on the block with Robert so that I could try to reach out to people without there being strings attached, you know? Like I really did want to and I wanted to.
Oh, and then I wonder who sat next to you, Nikki.
Right. There's that part. I was going to get to that. I hadn't forgotten. Trust me. So Robert guessed Leisha's secret. He got off the block. Then Matt was put up. How did you get Matt? What happened? What happened then?
He was originally
For
Wait,
when I guessed Tony's secret.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Well, that was process of elimination with everybody, and then going into the chamber, that really helped me narrow it down between Tony and.
It helped Matt.
Yeah.
I was
it really
like,
helped
oh,
me
fuck.
keep me safe, and.
I was like, I
I
was
know, Tony,
dying.
you're probably so mad at me.
Like,
People told Matt, like, hey, go in there, get your secret, show me what's left. And then we basically helped him narrow down who it was. And we really needed Matt for a vote. So I'm like, if you feel unsure about it, use this secret, pull yourself off. And that's what he did. And I mean, it ended up working out as Leisha going home. We used that to build trust with Matt too. So it was perfect.
Yeah,
I was chilling them weeks.
sorry,
And I got
Lisa.
put up. I was like, oh God, I was chilling. Like,
I went into the chamber first and I saw that there was first I did get the hint, and then ended up being Leisha's, but I also saw that Carlos's was gone, which was very key for us. And then what I did, I went to Matt before he went into the chamber, and I said, we have these secrets that are left. We don't know where they are. One of them was Matt's. So that was me saying to Matt, I don't know what your secret is. You obviously know which one is yours.
I knew what his was though.
Right, but I didn't, and I that was me trying to build trust with Matt to say, I don't know what your secret is, and I'm going to spell all this out for you. I gave him that information. He knew which one was his, obviously, and that was helping to break that down for him. But it made his chamber visit that much easier.
Basically, yeah.
And,
I think Marina, I think you asked me before that if that was mine, and I think I told you that it
Yeah,
was.
so I already knew what his was, and so I didn't come out and ask Matt, hey, what's your secret? I already knew what it was. And I basically said, like, look, Matt, I want to help you get off the block. Like, I want to build trust with you. Like, you know, I've been doing this whole secret thing. I know that these are the secrets that are left. I know one of them is yours, and I didn't want to just be like, this is your secret and scare him off. So instead, I was like, kind of like trying to go around it. But then it got to a point where I was like, listen, Matt, I know this is your secret, right? And then he's like, yeah. I'm like, okay. I'm like, so now we know that it's between these two. And he's like, I know who it is. He's like, I got my hint. And then he went in, and it was Tony's.
We could have Devin. We could have got Devin out pre-jury. Like, no shade. Like,
Yeah, you could have made it to jury.
Alicia, by the way, your eviction was the first unanimous eviction of the season.
No, I knew.
So,
I knew. I knew.
first unanimous
I
eviction
already
of the
knew.
season.
As soon as, honestly, if Matt hadn't come down and put Tony up, I figured I'd have a couple votes. But as soon as Tony went up, I was like, no, it's fine. Like, it's like, I think I said in my eviction speech, like, I know all your minds are made up. There's nothing to say here. Like, I already knew that.
Alicia. Hey, Alicia.
Yeah.
If Tony didn't go up, the reason I wasn't talking to you is because I didn't want to reveal anything at all that could possibly go back to anybody. I know leaving you on unread or whatever was crappy, but I knew they were also going between the secrets of mine, Matt. Yeah, it wasn't Matt, I think. Well, Matt was going between my secret, Tony's secret, and Valdamian's, but he was really trying to narrow it down between Tony and me. And I didn't want to just outright say, oh, this is mine, and give him a fake one. But if I was going to be a vote, I would have voted to keep you here, and I was going to send Matt out. I was hoping he'd get it wrong.
Yeah, and I was like,
so that was real. You really did. You really left her on red, because we all thought that like she was trying to like shield you and like trying to like, you're a bad person. We're like, yeah, we're not buying any of that.
I really did. She wanted to meet on Zoom.
Even like knowing that you betrayed us, like, didn't really piss me off that much personally. Like, game wise, of course, I was like a little salty, but like the fact that you could go talk to Brian about voting to keep me or not, like I was some like just like a game piece and not your friend, like that really bothered me. You couldn't bother.
I thought it was that.
Talk to Brian.
Well, I'm sorry. I thought after you and Caitlin, rightfully so, were very upset with me. I just thought that after that, it was only when you were on the block was when you reached out, and I thought really afterwards it was like you really didn't want anything to do with me, and I thought once we got on Zoom it was going to be more of the same. I should have gave you a chance. That's my fault. I'm sorry.
It wouldn't have been the same. I was going to try to. Brian was like, you know, he feels really bad, like use his guilt, and I was going to try to do that a little bit, but I also didn't believe that you felt bad.
Oh, me or him?
Devin. Yeah, I didn't believe
about
Devin.
the turn, not at all. But I mean,
Yeah.
about leaving you on red afterwards. Yeah.
Brian thought that you felt really bad about, you know, betraying all of us or whatever, but he wanted me to try to use that to like try to convince you to keep me, but I wasn't sold on that, but I still want to talk to you because like I said, I tried talking to everybody, but
and at first when the vote was between you and Matt, I was like, time to get the troops and get mad.
Yeah. And that waited till like the last second. He waited till like the very last second.
And then I saw my name, I was like, fuck.
Yes,
I was very
Damien.
strategic about that. I knew the
I
longer.
need to ask Courtney a question. Courtney, I've been playing Oars for a long time. I came up with a lot of names and nicknames and this, that, and the third. In the conversation I had with you, I can't remember how it started. but then you gave me the nickname of Smooth Criminal.
Yeah.
I really want to know why.
Smooth criminal? Why I called you a smooth criminal?
Yes.
Because you literally are so smooth, Valdamian. Like nobody expects you for anything. Like you are just the sweetest, most like under the radar person, but that's literally what makes you so fucking dangerous is how smooth you are. Like just you're a smooth criminal.
Valdamian, did you take that as a compliment?
I definitely take that as a compliment. Thank you.
Yeah, it sounds like a great compliment. I mean, she openly acknowledged the danger you presented in the game. You, your social game made you an absolute threat. And no one can deny that. She's right. No one was looking at you or targeting you. You clearly were on your side until you weren't. Get to that. All right, so let's move on to Marina's HOH. Marina, you win HOH. Oh, by the way, incidentally, Leisha, your eviction was the eviction that Kyle, that was the only eviction Kyle could have used that power on. And Secrets had already had their way during that eviction, so there was no need. So the power was invalid after that. It didn't even matter as a material. There's no need for it. So Kyle didn't even vote.
Drink was empty.
Yeah. Right, no more,
The energy drink.
All right, so Marina wins HOH, puts up Colleen and Kyle. Why'd you put up Colleen and Kyle?
So I wanted Kyle to go into the chamber, number one. I also did not want the other side of the house to have access to the chamber at all.
Again, controlling access to information.
Yes, I wanted also to give us the best shot at veto to win, to be able to basically use a secret and put them up, and then they would not be able to guess at a secret, go into the chamber, nothing. So it was all strategy, to be honest. I also made a deal with Brian. I knew that I wasn't going to put Brian up. I also made a deal with Tony that I wasn't going to put Tony up. And it worked out perfectly because not only was I like building trust with them in case like they were into power next week, I didn't want to be on the block, but also I was staying true to C4, and I also did not want them going to the chamber. So it really just worked out perfectly.
But
I
Brian
didn't
ended up on the block.
I was like,
Brian ended up on the block anyway.
He did end up on the block. Was it with a secret?
Yeah, Kyle uses secret.
But that was not mine and Brian's deal.
Yeah.
Our deal was, if I don't put you up this week, you're not going to put me up next week, not even after veto. And I did not do that. We did not mention secrets. We didn't mention anything. I said that I personally would not put him up, even as a replacement nominee, and I didn't. So
Brian, did you take that as her holding up her end of the deal? Did you feel like
I
that was
did.
a
That's all I
plan or anything?
No,
or-
because I knew that throwing in the whole secret thing was asking a bit too much. She was, and that's not something she can promise me. She can't actually hold up that my secret would not be used. I just wanted her to show some form of, I'm open to really working with you, not working with me, but gaining trust with each other by not putting each other up.
Right.
And I did that. And that's
and
why
I also did, to be honest, it was ultimately, yes, Kyle started you to paranoia, but like I said, I was talking to Valdamian and I was already thinking about keeping you, Brian. I just had to tread carefully with my alliance, and I was trying to talk to them about keeping you over Devin because I really did not trust anything that was coming out of Devin's mouth, and I wanted him to go, but my alliance wanted you out more. And so I was even talking to Valdamian. I'm like, look, maybe I could like try to go around it. And at the end of the day, when we were talking about it, they said, ultimately, it is your decision. And last minute, I said, okay, you know what? Fuck this shit. It's Devin. And I messaged Valdamian. I messaged Colleen. I messaged everyone. And I said, Devin. But yes, Kyle did have a little bit of a part in it by causing paranoia.
A little bit of a part. I think I had a big part in that.
I wouldn't say a big part, no, because before you even did that, Kyle, before that, I was already speaking about Valdamian saying that I wanted Devin to go.
I told y'all.
It just so happened that in the chat, Kyle, you started talking about Devin and started pushing it. And ultimately, I knew that I made the deal with with Brian, and I did want to work with Brian. And so I did flip it last minute because I already wanted, and Ducky can even attest to this. I was in the diary room saying, you know what? I want Devin out. Like, and he was like, well, so are you going to be true with the whole Brian thing? And I was like, I really do want to work with Brian, but I can't cause any like mistrust in the alliance with C4. I said, because I'm going to be fucking next. And I was even telling Brian the same thing. I'm like, I'm going to try to push it onto Devin, but I don't want to cause any ruffles. And then, yes, Kyle started being like, oh, Devin. And yes, I'm not saying that you did not play a part in it, because you did, but I was already thinking that before you
Yep.
said anything.
Me and Marina was on that conversation call for a long time. And, you know, I had to let her look at it from a game point. Like, you can always use Brian as a shield. Like, there's always going to be people in that core that's going to target Brian. Why not take out a threat that you know for sure is coming after you? So I knew that just that conversation might have helped her nudge that decision. And yes, Kyle, you know, your part as well. But that was a good move for her, because I felt like had she not made that move, she probably wouldn't went as far as she did. That's just
I
my
also
honest
have to
opinion.
say too, is that I was also thinking about jury management, and I knew that if I did something like
Mhm.
little like that, that would affect the way that they looked at me in jury. Whereas I knew that Courtney and Robert and you guys were not open to talking to them at all. And so I was like, if I do something little like this, obviously I was true to C4, absolutely. I thought about flipping, but I never actually did. And Brian, you can like agree to this. He tried and tried and tried. And I will tell you, I thought about it, but I was like, I absolutely cannot fuck over C4. I didn't. But I knew that I also had to think about winning and jury management. And so I knew if I did little things like this on the side, that it would help me gain votes in jury. And so
Okay.
ultimately,
All right.
that's why I did that.
Let me step in here. So to Kyle's point, and I think this is where Kyle is coming from. Yes, Marina, you intended to uphold your deal with Brian. You were not going to nominate him. That's absolutely true. I do know that it was fortuitous, if you would, that a secret, however, being used could put Brian in danger, which inadvertently would serve your alliance's purpose, because there was still a line drawn that had been set previously that was still active in the game. Although you had reached across to mitigate some kind of small truce for a small period of time, there was still a line drawn with the other members of your alliance. And you were actually debating that Devin should be the target while everyone else is Brian. Absolutely true. The sequences of events are that you relented on pursuing Devin because Brian was the bigger target according to your alliance. And that's a key fact that I actually want to point out. Devin, when you and Kyle were working together, and I asked you, as his alliance member, he's insistent on not doing this. Do you recognize that what you want to see happen, while important to your game, is it as important that your alliance member feels trusted? And in that instant, with Kyle, you showed him that you didn't trust him, that you didn't value his heart in it. And because of that, he took that elsewhere. Where he took it was with the C4. And in this instance, it reversed. When Devin went up, he did push very hard for Devin to go. At that point, it was still Brian. Everybody was like, wow, that's crazy. Brian's still leaving. Kyle was like, no, we have to do Devin. We have to. And he was adamant. He really was adamant.
Yep.
It's not that you hadn't already been thinking about it. You, as an alliance member with your alliance, relented. That's the distinction I'm making, Devin. Just then the difference between the rapport you had with your alliance member versus what Marina as HOH with her alliance, they were absolutely dead set on Brian. She was like, no, I really think Devin's the one. But she says, you know what? Okay, I'm going to defer to your judgment and go with you guys. Then when Devin got handed to you with a gift wrap,
Exactly. Yep.
it was like literally what you really wanted. And
Yes.
all of a sudden, Kyle flipped in this like
Yes.
100% got to be Devin. Then Robert, I see it, I did it again. Robert and Courtney are like, no, Brian, 100% Brian. And you were conflicted because you were bound by your word to Brian. You didn't want to be looked at as having backed out of that deal in any way, shape, or form, which I fully respected. But in the same sense, your alliances, once again, now you're at odds with which way to go. And
I didn't want to be looked at like I was trying to save him either, because I didn't want them to be like suspicious and be like, why are you going so hard for Brian? And really, like, to be honest, yeah, I wanted to work with him, but Brian was not my priority. Like, my game was my priority. And so yes,
and
I wanted to
absolutely,
work
you were
with
trying to
him.
protect it.
Yes, I was a little bit, but when
Okay.
I realized that it was not going the way that I wanted it to, I kind of just let it. And then when people started to be on board and they're like, Marina, it is your idea, I was like, you know what, fuck this. I'm like, yeah, it is my choice. Let's go, Devin. And then so that's what I wanted from the start anyways.
Right, that was what you exactly wanted, because we did talk about that. Is
Yeah.
Valerie still here? Valerie, are you still here? Is she still here? I hope she is. Is she still
Yes,
here?
sorry, I am.
Oh, cool.
I was like, my phone was away
Okay,
from me.
because this is Valerie's big part in the whole drama. I was like, this is interesting. Cool. Valerie guessed Devin's secret, put him up on the block. Now, please tell them how you did it, because they've been dying to know. They've been dying to know.
Well, yeah, because only two people came to me when that happened. And if I'm sorry if I sound like I'm talking through my nose, I'm like,
Oh, you're
really
fine.
bad
You're fine.
allergies. But Devin came to me, asked me, and he wanted an honest answer if someone helped me, and I gave him the honest answer, which was the truth. And then of course Courtney came to me and asked me, and I did go to Brian. I told him that, you came to me and asked me, and I was like, I wonder if the four of them, because we all knew y'all four were working together for a long time. And so I was like, do you think the four of them as a collective, came up to, was like, one of you go ask her how she figured it out, or you think she's just suspicious of her own group, and so, well, I did have help of two people. Of course, Brian did help me a little bit, but it was really Robert that helped me. Robert won veto, so he took himself off. I was going back and forth between Robert and Devin, and so when Robert took himself off with veto, I couldn't say Robert because I couldn't use him because he pulled himself off. So had he
So
not
by help,
won the
you mean
veto,
by
I
virtue
was
of him
gonna
having
pick
the veto.
Robert.
Right.
Yeah. So
So
had he
essentially,
not
that's what you
taken
mean.
himself off, that's how. I mean, if not, I was leaning more towards Robert.
Okay, so
for
it
that.
wasn't that he gave you the info, it was by virtue of him being protected by the veto that left Devin as the only, look at Marina clutching her heart, oh my God.
I
Okay.
thought you were just about to tell me Robert gave it. I was like, so did
Now-
I was
now-
like, there's no way.
I mean,
Okay,
had he
Courtney,
not won veto,
Courtney,
that it wouldn't have played out like that.
Right, I get it. But
Thanks,
what else
Robert.
did you do? What else did you do? What else did you do?
So it was geography. My
Tennessee,
husband's a
did you?
military brat. He lived in Virginia. Robert and Devin were the closest that lived together to the location of where it was filmed. And so, yeah.
And wasn't there something about a candle?
Oh, my candle. Yes. See, Ducky, and you doubted my candle too.
I didn't doubt your
Well,
candle. I didn't doubt it at all.
You did in the beginning. You joked
No,
about it. You're like,
I
"Oh,
joked.
you
I joked
said,
only because that's what I
hope
do.
it wor- I
I
hope
didn't
it
doubt it.
works. And I was like, yeah, I bet you're like, yeah, okay, whatever.
No. I never, trust me when I say this, I don't underestimate any of you guys. Because I have learned again that some of you are so crafty and capable, it would be to my detriment, if I was a player especially, to underestimate you. No, I didn't. So Courtney, you came to Valerie asking her, hey, how did you guess that? But before we get to that point, you came and talked to me. Why? About that? Why?
Because I think I was worried that somebody in the alliance like gave it to Valor and Marina. Yeah, don't even do that because I thought maybe
I
you
didn't do it though.
but you thought about it. You thought about it. So
I
for me
thought
to
about
think-
it, but I would have never done it.
So for me to think that you might have done that wasn't really a far-fetched thought because you did contemplate doing it. So I just like I was really worried with Ducky and I was like, man, like who did this? And that's why I was like, I need to ask Valerie. And when she said she got help,
was planting seeds. I told you.
when she told me she got help but wouldn't say who, I was like, Ducky, who's playing me? Who's
wasn't
hiding
lying.
shit? Something's going on. I
had
need to
help.
find
No,
out
she wasn't
who.
lying, but it wasn't the help you thought she was talking about.
Mhm.
I said, well, let's
And-
see if it plants some seeds.
Right.
Oh, it
So
worked.
she,
Man, I
It
would have
worked.
said Marina helped me.
you right. You went to Valerie and you're asking her, you're trying to be sly, but you just come out with it. You just come out with
Yeah.
it. What'd you say? What was how'd the conversation go?
Oh God, I don't even remember. I've said so
do.
much.
I
shit.
do. She's like, hey, can I talk to you? And I'm like, yeah, sure. She's like, on Zoom. And I'm like,
Oh yes.
hold on. No, let me say it. She's like, on Zoom. And I'm like, okay. I'm like,
Is
everything
posted?
good? Because when we talk, it needs to be on Zoom. So I'm like, are we good? And then she's like, yeah, I just want to see your reaction. And I'm like, okay, this is weird. So I go on Zoom. She's like, listen, I don't even know how I'm going to say it. I'm just going to come out and say it. Did you give Valerie Devin's secret? And I'm like, oh, literally my heart dropped because obviously I was thinking about it. I was talking to Valdamian about it. I'm like, did Valdamian go to Courtney and say that I did this? Because it's going to be the end of my game. I'm like, I really didn't fucking do it. And I was freaking out. I'm like, look,
No,
Courtney,
I didn't
I said-
say anything.
no, I know that, but that's how my mind was thinking at that moment. And I was like, listen, Courtney, I'm going to shoot the shit. I'm going to tell you right now because I didn't know, Valdamian, if you did or not. So I was like, I talked about it. I said, I thought about it. I'm going to tell you right now, I swear to God, I did not do it. And she's like, you thought about it? I'm like, no. She's like, well, then it had to be you or Kyle. And I'm like, Kyle wouldn't do that. I'm like, no, Kyle did not do that. And then she got me going and I'm like, well, do you think Devin gave Valerie his own secret? Like it got out of hand.
That was far-fetched. That's a far-fetched one there. No.
It got out of hand. So Valerie, congrats to you because your freaking plan worked. And I even told Courtney, I'm like, she's fucking planting seeds. Like
that one grew real quick and
So
spread it off a
Valerie,
whole
you
bunch of
see
branches.
that the thought that was in Courtney's head had zero to do with your capability at finding a secret. It was
It was
because
already there.
she was losing her mind on did someone I trust, are they playing another game?
Mhm.
And that was so buried deep in her mind, she couldn't get it out. So that's what prompted her to ask you, because we talked about it, you and I said, what do you think? What do you take from that? And she was like, well, they must think I can't find secrets. I said, maybe that's it. Or maybe they had something else thinking. What do you think? Could it be? And so I just wanted to get out that from Courtney's perspective, with knowing that Marina, her closest ally, had struck a truce with their supposed enemy in the game. Now there's another to this point in the game, the four of them are the only ones who have a stranglehold on the secrets. And someone else guesses a secret. What? How dare you? How did you do that?
Yes. And I'm
Yeah.
not gonna lie, Valerie, you almost crumbled our alliance at that point
Yep.
because that caused so much distrust. You have
It
no idea.
It
You
shook them to their
almost
core.
broke us.
It
Yeah.
absolutely
Yes.
shook them to the core. And Valerie, you had no idea how close to crumbling they came.
Yeah.
And so
So close.
all I wanted to bring out was that you pondered why she came to you. They must think that we can't
Yeah.
do this. No, it wasn't that. It was because there were so
And I
many
wasn't the
other
only one
people-
that thought that though.
I know
There
that.
was like,
I know
does she
that.
really think that she's not that smart enough to think
Exactly.
of her
It had
of her
zero
secret?
to do
Oh,
with
no,
your
no, no.
I'm
intelligence or
so
your
sorry you took it
capabilities.
that
No.
way.
No.
That's not
Zero
how I
to do with
intended
that.
for it to be. I'm so sorry
Zero.
that you took
Zero
it
to
that
do
way.
with that. Zero. It had to do with the fact that all of these different things were percolating at the same time. Then when you come up and deliver Devin to them on a platter, how did she do that? No way that she could do that on her own. Someone had to help her.
We
And
also
most
knew that you
of-
guys weren't working together on the secrets. And so I was like, did she really just, and we knew how the chamber worked, like it really didn't give you that much of like help. And the only way that we were able to figure it out was by sharing secrets and like eliminating and stuff like that. And so when you came out with the secret, I'm like, how the fuck did she do that? Because I know they ain't sharing secrets. I'm like, Devin must have given the secret or something. Like, I was like, what is going
my
on?
chamber hint was that it was a male.
That was it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I mean. So it really didn't narrow things down as much as everybody thought. It really didn't.
Right. So I just wanted to bring that out because I knew that was a point of concern or curiosity for some on the reason for wondering how Valerie did it. And I thought how Valerie did it made sense. It was part luck, but you know what? In this game, luck is a factor in this game. Because as you guys are realizing, the C4 that ran this game had a lot of bumps in the road that at any point, could any one of those bumps really been big enough, it could have toppled them in an instant. It
That was
really
a big
could
one
have.
too. That was a big one too, because really, and I'll just kind of feed right into this, and I wish Kyle was here to hear this, but after Devin was gone and we flipped to keep Brian, Marina, you wanted Brian to stay, but you turned it all around and blamed Kyle and said that Kyle was the reason that we flipped and maybe we shouldn't trust Kyle.
Yeah, I did do that.
So
Because
there
I
was-
knew that sticking my neck out for Brian, I knew that sticking my neck out for Brian, I didn't want them to be like looking at me like I was working with you or I was like trying to like do, and so I really did have to kind of do a little bit of damage control. And I knew that Kyle was so paranoid that I would be able to be like, hey, Kyle's the one who made me flip and like it's Kyle. And but really like my plan all along, what I did want Devin. I was going along with the alliance for Brian, but then when he started like piping up like that, I was like, oh, it's Kyle's fault. So
it literally got to the point where the three of us were looking at Kyle and thinking maybe he had flipped. And I remember having the conversation with you and saying, we have one secret left and it's Valdamian's, but maybe we have two because we have Kyle's. I said that to you. And then I got back into my own head and I had to save the alliance because none of you guys wanted to talk to one another. And I had to talk to Kyle personally, one-on-one, and kind of bring everyone back together because no one trusted anybody in that alliance right after that.
to be fair, I really didn't know at that point if I could trust Kyle because I really thought that somebody did leak the secret and I knew it wasn't me to Valerie. And so I was like, this is the perfect time anyways to like kind of, everybody's already thinking about Kyle. I'm thinking about Kyle. So I'm like, if somebody's got to be collateral damage, I don't want it to be me. So, I mean, I was trying to save my own ass. I'm not gonna lie.
That would have been so funny had it worked.
It almost
Yeah,
did.
Valerie guessing a
almost did.
secret is what undoes all of us.
That would have been hilarious. I'm just saying.
And we were nervous that you guys, if you got into the chamber, this is another reason Kyle wanted Devin gone so bad. And I was agreeing to this is that Devin was still able to go into the chamber and there were so many secrets gone. It was just all of our secrets left. And we knew that he could really do that. And that's what Kyle was pushing. He was like, if he goes in there, he's going to be able, and I was like, yeah, you're absolutely freaking right. We didn't want you guys going in at all because it was literally all of our secrets. It would have been so easy to narrow down. And so Kyle did get in my head about that. And I was like, yeah, I don't fucking want him in the chamber. No freaking way.
And again, I just want to reiterate again, this is the fourth season. This the Secrets Twist has run, and they've ended at final 8 every time. So that was not something just spur of the moment. That was literally planned from the outset. I do want to go back to something really quickly. Day 16, let me see who was. Yeah, Marina, this is your HOH. You won Dead of Household.
I did.
Yeah, and this is when I got concerned. Dead of Household, over the course of the weekend, videos were posted. You guys are freaked out. What the heck is this? Is this a clue to another power? No, I don't think so. It must be a competition. There's a lot of information in these videos. Oh my God, this is a lot of information in these videos. And they began to they, as the four, began to share it between themselves. You know, everybody started taking notes, but specifically Marina, Robert, and Kyle went a step beyond everybody else. I got concerned because I actually, for the first
Oh
time,
my God.
actually thought, am I really messing these people up? I'm not trying to do this. This is just a game. It's just an experience. But they took it to another level, because in some of the videos, they talked about, hey, what you do in this situation. For instance, okay, the outbreak is really getting out of hand. Be quiet in your place of residence. Don't make any sound.
Turn out the
Turn out the
lights.
lights. Turn out the lights. Well, let me show you how that played out. Oh yeah, I have
Oh
it.
no, of course there is.
Oh yeah, I have it.
Oh no.
Oh shit.
Of course you have this.
I can't believe you're doing this right now.
I have it. Oh, I have it. Oh yeah.
I'm so
Yeah.
happy that I wasn't up for this shit.
Yeah, I think you had passed out.
I had gone to sleep at this point yet.
Is this the zombie thing? What is this?
Yeah.
Yep.
This is the zombie.
Oh yeah, I
Apocalypse.
think I was
Right.
on the block, so I couldn't do it.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
So Robert and Marina were so roasted over trying to understand whether or not this was a power or a comp. And they were convinced it's something other than what he's saying. So listen.
Don't even do that.
Stay alert. How the fuck did Kyle get this so quick, Robert?
Oh my God.
I don't feel any different, but I am starting to feel a little disoriented and enraged, so I don't know if that means anything. I don't think it does.
I'm gonna turn off my active status on Facebook.
This is when I got concerned.
Turn it off.
It gets worse.
Oh, hold on.
Here we go. Yeah, this is what we'll do. This is what we'll do. Yeah, I got it. I know what I need to do now. I know what I need to do now. I figured it out.
I'm not fluent in Marina just yet. It's only been 2 weeks.
Marina figured it out. Lights out. Lights off. Lights off. Oh yeah. Yep. Lights off. Yep. There we go. I got it. Let's see what happens.
Oh my goodness.
Anything?
Oh.
Anything? Oh, she's sitting back. I'm waiting.
And look
I
at
know
her
it's
face;
coming.
she's so serious.
She is waiting. She is
Good luck with that, Marina.
100%
Hopefully I'll
convinced.
see you in the morning.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So they both knew. They both knew. This is
Wait,
ridiculous.
Robert put a mask on.
I did. This is the mask I put on, and I'm wearing the same hoodie in that video that I'm wearing right now.
Yeah, we can't be two at a time. It's gotta be one, apparently. So
What the hell are y'all doing?
Exactly, Brian. Exactly.
Okay, so can I explain
Look
myself?
at this. No. Let's appreciate this right now. Let's appreciate this. Let's appreciate this. Right
Look
here.
at Marina.
Look. I was so concerned. I thought for the first time I might have broken a house guest.
We were convinced Kyle had figured out something, and that we
Wait,
had to
he was
do it
quiet.
too.
Can y'all just kind of remind, because I know I was still in the house and the whole zombie thing was going on, but I knew I couldn't participate for some reason. Was I on the block? Because I didn't pay attention to any of that shit. Like, I knew I couldn't.
Hey, I'm pretty sure it's because you were HOH and you couldn't.
Oh, that was during my
Marina,
HOH?
This was not, this was, wait a minute. Let me make sure.
I thought
He was
that
outgoing
that was
HOH.
my HOH.
No, you were
no.
outgoing
exiting.
HOH, so you couldn't play.
Yeah.
So this was Marina's
That's what
HOH.
it was. Okay.
So
Okay.
That's why
I
you
would
were
like
paying
to
attention.
explain myself. So when those messages started coming out, I have to say something. I was playing the game so hard that I was like looking after the secrets for like powers and stuff. And I had come across a power, okay? And I worked on it for a while. and
That was
nothing,
inactive in the game. It was not
nothing
meant
was
to be
working.
found.
It was inactive. I went to Ducky and I'm like, okay, I found a power, but I'm like getting so fucking frustrated. He's like, what are you talking about? Send it to me. I sent it to him. He's like, that's from a previous season, not active. I don't even know how you found that. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? He's like, yeah, sorry, I hate to tell you, but like, it's not active. If it does become active, he said, if it does. So I was like, he's like, it'll be on the house wall for everyone to see. Literally a couple fucking days later, go by, the videos come out, okay? I was already suspicious about them. And then Kyle, I hadn't heard from him all day. Kyle's friggin' picture on Facebook is a zombie thing. And I hadn't heard from him. The last time he disappeared and I didn't hear from him, he found the power and he wasn't allowed to say it. So I'm like, this friggin' guy found my power. And I was trying to get a hold of him. He was not friggin' anywhere to be found. It started to like spiral me. And I was telling Robert, I'm like, this guy found another power. He's like trying to like
That was
speak
the
to me.
picture, yeah.
Yes, he's trying to speak to me because he was going on my Facebook, guys, and he was speaking to me through my old pictures and friggin' statuses. And so I was like, something's here. And so I told Robert, he's like, Marina, you're crazy. I'm like, no, I'm telling you. And then I was like, okay, maybe you're right. And then Kyle was talking to me through the statuses. I'm like, Robert, I'm telling you right friggin' now, there's something here. And he's like, oh my God, you're right. And so we tried everything to figure it out. I was like, bring me to the zombie room, like to Ducky. And he was like, what is wrong with you? And I'm like, oh, maybe we have to go silent, radio silent, like it says in the videos. And like, honestly, Ducky had to come at me and be like, Marina, it's for HOH. And I'm like, I fucking knew it. He's like, no, you didn't. And I'm like, oh my God, let's get Kyle. Kyle literally for 2 more days went MIA. Ducky thought that he was like dropping out of the competition. Like it went way too friggin' far. I'm so embarrassed about it. But I mean, yeah.
So this is one of the letters Kyle had on his profile.
Yeah,
Literally,
real
he
quick.
literally went incommunicado. Yes, Devin.
Real quick, I gotta go. Sorry. I've got to call Mia. It's getting super late and she's off work. So I'm sorry, everybody. Bye.
All right, see you, bud.
So yeah,
See you
he put
next
these on his
year.
profile and I was confused. They thought that I was in cahoots with Kyle because he must not be able to communicate in order to get a power. No, I have no idea what Kyle is doing. None. So your guess is as good as mine. So this is what he put on his profile. And I think this was also another one. Dear friends, again,
We can't see it.
I'll read it to you. I hear you. I have been listening as well as I can. I need to stay where the air is clear. I send these messages out in a way that is as airtight as I can achieve. I am 100% confused on what this is. I don't know. So I see Marina and Robert on Zoom, I'm confused by that. And then I see this and I'm thinking, I actually got concerned. You understand why I say I actually got concerned. I didn't know what was happening. And I knew the majority of the house didn't even know you guys were having this moment.
No. Courtney didn't know we did this until the morning after.
Yeah,
So-
and then you and I were trying to talk similar, Robert, about what we could do.
I don't understand why you were concerned, Ducky.
This is why you
Because
can't go
I made
full
it pretty
Marina,
clear.
man. You can't do it.
Sorry, what now?
What I was doing there, like in the beginning, I made it very clear that it was because of the zombie virus. So you shouldn't have been worried.
Okay, you might have thought you made it clear,
No.
but it wasn't clear to me. I didn't know until I reached out to you because it was the weekend. I wasn't worried about it because you knew when you needed to be back, but I did wonder if something was going on that you needed to tend to. Fine, cool, let me know. So I reached out to ask and I did comment, but I never got a response. So I didn't know what was going on, but no, it had nothing to do with the power. You guys just really took it to the extreme that you did, which was surprising to say the least. I didn't know what to expect. I just thought I must have really broken a player and I was concerned over that. I didn't know what to think other than that. I was kind of concerned, but I'm glad you guys.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Did y'all not watch the seasons where they did this on Big Brother?
I don't
Because
think
that was my first thought when he put the videos up. I was like, yeah, that's the comp they had where they played the like zombie stuff and then they did it like all night and woke them up every couple hours and they had to remember everything.
So I
Yeah, but in this game that in this game, like perception is often reality. And if I could like make it seem like I might have had some kind of additional advantage, I was gonna go for it. And Marina, you
Kyle,
were super.
cut the shit. You definitely
No, you
thought
cut the
that it
shit.
was a
You would have believed
power.
me. You would have believed me. I know you would have.
From my perspective, I'm in an alliance with two people, one of which went completely radio silent, the other person who's turning lights off at 1:30 in the morning on Zoom. This is the same girl who once saw a picture of a vault on the house wall and put a
Open
comment on it saying
sesame.
"Open Sesame," thinking it was going to do something.
Yeah.
These are the people I'm working with in this game.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna say it again. I told everybody coming in here, like, I have severe anxiety, and so yes, that definitely played a huge part in the game. It played on like my emotions sometimes and my anxiety. I was like, oh my God. And it's just like so many other things went into it. Like Kyle went into it. And then, like Ducky being like, oh, if it goes back into play, it'll be on the wall. And then stuff was on the wall and it kind of just like spiraled out of control. I'm going to tell you right now, I felt friggin' crazy. I'm not going to lie. Like I knew that it was too much. And afterwards I literally went to Ducky. I'm like, is it for HOH? And then he was like, yeah, he's like, I'm like, okay, are you freaking kidding me? So I mean, I knew I definitely took it too far and I am embarrassed. I told Ducky, I was like, is this gonna be aired? Please do not air it.
Oh, it was aired.
Well,
it was aired.
That's my anxiety. So you guys can probably understand how badly that actually does affect me in the real world. Like that is what I basically live with every day. And it's not situations like a friggin' game. Like that is literally my life every day. And so you just got like a little funny piece into it having to do with the game. But I mean, I am unapologetically me. So
No problem. So Brian and Devin are on the block. You guys, and incidentally, I'm gonna just tell you this too, okay? I don't know if you've ever wondered this or cared about it, but do I get into the gameplay? I absolutely do. I mean, other than watching, yeah, I get into seeing teams do their thing as for laying their plans and seeing how they execute it, if it's gonna work out right. As a viewer, I absolutely do. I'm gonna tell you exactly what I was doing in this instant. When Brian and Devin were on the block and you guys were determining who was going to go. C4 with Brian and the HOH, Brian is like, listen, if y'all can give me Matt, I promise you, y'all are not my targets. Stay in there. This is 100% true.
Yep.
And at first it was just Marina. I didn't understand why you did that to begin with. Why you and Brian were in the, because I was like, that's a trap. Why are you doing that? Marina says, let me go get my crew, and brought everybody in. And Brian is laying out to everyone.
Did you see my
But
face when I showed up?
I
and saw-
watched your entire, I saw your whole demeanor, your body language, everything said exactly what we both knew. You did
I
not
would, like-
care, didn't want to be there. None of this was what you wanted. But Marina brought all of you there, and Brian laid out what he wanted, which was, if you give me this stay of execution, I'm going after Matt. That's all I want. He's got to go before I go. That's it. And in that instant, you guys are, then you guys go back and, or not, in between, either you leave there and you're talking between yourselves, I'm yelling, thinking you are out of your mind. You have laid this trap. You have done this thing. You have put all this work into it. What problem could Brian present? Are you kidding me? The fact that you're now considering it is the problem.
So
That's what
I knew that, and honestly, ultimately, that's why I knew Brian had to go. Is
So
because
Brian, just
literally,
to make sure you're clear on this, Brian, I wasn't wanting you to go because I wanted you to go. It was the execution of their plan that I thought, if they put all of this effort into it, only to just let it evaporate? What?
so he
Who
got
does that?
so
So that was what it
badly
was. It wasn't that Brian's got to
I
go for
knew
Brian's
he
sake.
had to
No.
go.
Yeah, but as a viewer, I'm thinking that's what he does. You literally are saying, what's the problem with Brian? That's the problem with Brian right there.
Yes.
For your
The thing
game.
is I was trying to keep my whole alliance safe, and he was offering a deal to keep everybody safe except for Matt. I knew, obviously, I didn't want Matt to go. We had a secret to keep Matt safe anyways, and I'm like, we need to go and tell Matt what's going on. but also I was like, if he ends up staying and we can get a deal so that he doesn't target everybody else. I was thinking like along that line, and then I realized how much he actually got into my head and was able to like kind of puppet master me a little bit. And I was like, oh shit,
completely.
this is why Brian has to go. And
That's
and so
exactly it.
I
That's why
said that point
as
to you too.
looking at it as a viewer, literally watching you on TV, watching if any point in your Big Brother watching, you've watched a moment transpire where you're like, y'all cannot do, come on, not because you hate that player, but because you know all the work that went into that moment. You're literally right there at the precipice and you're like, nah.
And even
No.
honestly, that's why when Brian came to me and he was like, look, like, what's going on? Like, am I going home? Like, I wasn't going to sit there and lie to him and be like, no, you're staying. Like, I was truthful with him. I'm like, honestly, Brian, like, I'm sorry. Like, there's nothing that I can do. Like, you're going home. And he, I knew he like respected that. And so we were starting to build trust again and like try to build that relationship. And I just really like,
you guys had a relationship despite your animosity or adversity in the game, which
but
is
like I
commendable.
told him, he was playing a different game with different people, and so was I. I said, you know, unfortunately, we're not on the same side this time, but maybe in a future game, if we are, like, lines will not be drawn like that, and maybe we could work together. I'm like, it just sucks everything worked out like this, but I do adore you.
So with that, Devin he was the next unanimously evicted player, 8-0, by the way.
Damn.
Then who wins HOH after that?
Tony.
Tony the Tiger. Tony comes out the woodwork. Tony Baloney. So yeah, he wins HOH. And actually, I was excited. I was really excited because I was like, okay, cool. Because at this point is what I'm talking about relating to what Valerie said. Predictable, predictable, predictable. Because now the balance of power has shifted, and it was clear that targets were going to be picked off whenever, and they really had no chance to prevent it outside of winning veto and saving themselves. Because there was no effort being put into discovering secrets at this point. It was already it was lopsidedly in favor of C4 and who worked with C4. So when Tony won, I was actually excited. I was like, wow, the young kid has won HOH. What's he going to do? And Robert said, yeah, that's only going to be Brian's HOH. But was it?
No, actually, Brian told me that it wasn't.
Who said that?
I thought it was.
Robert thought it was going to be Brian HOH because he thought that you tell me better than I can say, Brian or Robert. Not that he puppeted Tony, but you thought that there was some sort of a connection, that they were working together to some extent.
I thought the fact that you had convinced us to keep you safe, and you said, you know, we just thought like you weren't even going to go for HOH, and you know, you're going to try to keep yourself kind of under the radar. And then when Tony wins, you're like, okay, well, now I'll just tell Tony who to attack, and I'll get my target out, even though, you know, it won't be my blood, so that you would save face with us, and you would be able to keep your deal, but you would still be able to get one of us out.
Too big of a fan for anyone to control what I do. Like,
y'all gave me a lot more credit than I deserve. I did not have.
Tony did what he wanted.
We know.
No one.
And I
controlled
was
what
even
Tony
talking
did
to Brian, and I
at
was
all.
like, why are you guys not talking about secrets together? He's like, Tony's doing his own thing. And I'm like, what is going, like, did you guys not learn? What is happening right now? I was telling this to Brian. He's like, I don't know, Marina. He's like, give me Kyle's secret. I'm like, I can't do it.
Like, give me somebody's secret because
like, yeah.
Tony is not gonna help me.
He's like, give me Kyle's secret. I'm like, really, Brian? I can't. I'm like, tell me what
I
you
just
got.
wanted to
Kyle.
play Big Brother, like take these secrets out and let's just play. Like,
And that's a key point, Tony. I'm gonna harp on that right now. So that's a key point. Big Brother, you come in the game, you have your social connections, you play a competition to gain power, not so much influence, but you make action happen. That's Big Brother. But there are always twists to the game. The secrets are twists in the game. You, Brian, select others, you intended to play the game the way you wanted it to be, while C4 played the game that was presented to them. And that to me was an absolute distinct difference. in the way you approached the game. And it was unfortunate because they benefited and you guys could have benefited, but you truly chose to just simply stay with traditional and minded Big Brother, minus that factor, that element that was present in the game. And you never picked it up until you absolutely had to. And when you had to, you just didn't have the tools to make it work for you. Except Brian, you honestly, 50%, it was a guess is what it was in the end. It really was a guess. We'll get to that, but it was a 50% chance that you could have made some impact in the game. Stayed once again. But when Tony became HOH, the next thing he did was put up, again, C4, who had what? Access to the chamber, more information. So the funnel of information stayed on one side of the house. And I don't know if you guys didn't realize that or just didn't care. Which would you say it was? Did you realize that? Any of you guys, Caitlin, Leisha, well, Caitlin, you were out, I know that. Leisha, you were going too, but still, to the point of not utilizing it. Valerie, even, did you guys just not care? Was that really it? Or what was the case?
I just wanted to put them up from the other side. I mean, because actually, out of all the four, I like Marina. Out of the four, I was
Can I
like,
speak on
Marina
that?
up. But
Absolutely, by all means, of course.
So I feel like me personally, I didn't give a fuck about the secrets. I'm an old school player. I like playing straight up, whatever. I really don't care for twists. But I feel like once like a lot of relationships has been broken or whatever the case may be, like they were targeting each other instead of like not coming together. Because it could have been a time where I could have been like, let's pull in Brian, let's pull in Valerie, let's pull in Colleen or whatever. But I personally didn't care for any of that. And I knew for a fact, like if I was to go up, it would have been with my secret because I was really good with everybody. So I didn't really care too much for the secrets. Like I gave it a little effort, but you talking about spending all that time and energy, I'll be like, damn, this ain't for me. And that's cool. You know, it is what it is. I'm not faulting anybody else for using it for their advantage. Me, I didn't care so much for it.
And I get it. And again, that goes to the whole approach to playing the game. The game was structured with this mechanism in it to possibly use it to save your game. One grouping of you tapped into that and literally controlled the game. The other grouping never did. And I just kept wondering, why not? Why aren't you realizing? I mean, you see the disruption of the game that it can cause. It was unpredictable until it became predictable. And Valdamian, you actually remind me of something. Okay, so going back to Devin and Brian being on the block, when all of that was transpiring, because it happened really quickly, you mobilized along with Tony to get votes for Brian to stay, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, even though you were, by your own admission, necessarily playing the middle, you essentially were playing both sides against the middle, right? You like, hey, it's best for my game if Brian stays, because that means they're going to keep taking shots at each other. They ain't going to pay attention to me. But I kept thinking, as you were saying that, isn't that taking a side? Or can it be perceived as taking a side? And once you do that, if you think they're not going to know that you work to get votes for the person that they've been wanting out, that's going to make a target on you. Even though you were well liked and well socially connected, by virtue of you doing that, and I'm asking you as a question, would it have been better for you to let Brian go? Because then you moved into trying to create a relationship with Courtney and Marina. And honestly, I'm not going to lie to you. This is my perception. It was just too little too late when you did it. They were already embedded into their core four, their C4, and you reaching out to them at that point in the game, it had accelerated past you being able to really connect and make something effective for all of you to work together towards. And then add to that, knowing that you worked to get votes for this guy that they really would have liked to have seen leave, that puts you, in my mind, in a precarious position with them.
It did.
So I'm asking you, did you consider letting Brian go to foment a better relationship with Courtney and Marina? Because you were focused on them.
No, I mean, it's a yes and a no question. So, no, I do not regret doing what I did because Brian had passion. He really wanted to play. Where you see someone like me who played in these games and I host these games. And at that time, I was going through so much in my personal life. It was more so give someone else a olive branch or another chance in this game because I knew he wanted to be here. And then when I made that decision, I even thought to myself, I said, damn, I probably shot myself in the foot by going so hard for Brian. But at that point, it was damn if you do, damn if you don't. So I don't regret what I did. Yes, you know, it didn't help him none because he ended up getting taken right after me. But I felt like at that time he wanted to be in this game. And out of everybody besides Courtney, Kyle, and Eva Morena, he wanted to be here the most. And Tony. So that's the reason why it led me to do what I did, honestly. So
I appreciate that. And I actually just wondered if it ever occurred to you to approach it from a different angle. Because I remember you came right to me afterwards. You was like, he owes me one. I saved him. And I was like, yeah,
because I legit thought everybody, you know, because Brian wasn't really talking to anybody.
Right.
And I knew that just about everybody's mind was made up to send him home. And when I finally got a hold of him, I said, look, Brian, I know you still want to be in the game. You have an opportunity to stay against Devin. Do whatever you can to convince them like what it is. Because from my mind, it could have been a tie vote because I was really in the middle, but then I didn't want Brian to go because he was more of a shield to me as well. Because we're similar when it comes to style of playing. It's just that this time around, y'all didn't see that from me. I chose a different route to play. But yeah, I stand by that decision 110%.
Okay, that's cool. I just wondered, sorry. I just wondered if it occurred to you to go a different route, or after you saved him or garnered votes for him, if you thought that helped you or hurt you. And I wondered if you wondered that. That's all. All right. Sorry. So then Tony is HOH. You put up Kyle and Robert. Robert wins the veto. Robert comes down. Courtney goes up. And then Courtney uses Valdamian's secret. Once again, those darn secrets. Courtney struggles with it. Courtney struggles with it. Valdamian is like, listen, not a problem. Courtney's like trying to, you know, throw herself on the sword for you because I really didn't want to end your game, but I didn't want to go out the game either.
Yeah, I definitely had a conversation with you, Ducky, after she did what she did. And prior to that, I was like, damn, I might just go up this round. And you were like, how do you know? I was like, it's not many secrets left because everybody else has been exposed. So I knew that if I didn't go up with Tony nominating me, that I could go up with my secret. So I already knew that that was going to happen. So when it did happen, I said, this little bitch, but my villain side was creeping up. I promise you, I was going to cuss you the fuck out. But then I look at it at a different way because I'm like, damn, that is a big ass motherfucking move. I do not fault you for that. And I stand by that 110% because there's not many people that would have pulled the trigger like that. Brian, had he did it, I would have been sitting in pre-jury. You know, you making that move really kind of solidify you winning for me. I just wanted you to not take it so personal, like you were really in your feelings. And I understood that, but game recognized game, that was a big ass move. And I commend you for that. So no hard feelings. Yeah, it was my secret that got me put up and put out. But yeah, had I stayed, I would have gave y'all a run for y'all's money. So
I believe that.
And incidentally, to everybody, only 6 secrets were actually guessed correctly out of 16. So it wasn't like all of the secrets were out on the board for everybody. It's just that one group of people had almost all the information. And incidentally, regarding that, you all know that Colleen played this game last season. She actually used the same secret. It was her secret and one other person's secret. They were the only two that were not guessed. And I just want to make that distinction because no one could figure out who the Backstreet Boys secret belonged to. Just didn't make sense. You guys found that out early on. So Colleen's secret was already known. They just had no desire to use it. Just like they didn't want to use yours, Valdez. They had your secret. They just didn't want to use it.
We literally only used the secret because we had no other
Exactly.
option. We went in saying that we did not want to use Colleen's secret. We didn't want to use Matt's secret, and we didn't want to use Valdamian's. We really were working with Matt and Colleen really closely, and we were like, they're not chopped liver like everyone thinks that they were. We actually were working closely. And Valdamian, you were in the middle, and you were such a sweetheart. We really didn't want to use your secret. The only way that happened is because of what Tony did and how things transpired, and we had no other option. And one of our alliance members were going home. We were working with Colleen and Matt so closely. We really only had your secret left, and so unfortunately, that's how that happened. But we didn't want to use it. We really didn't.
Yeah.
And I also want to draw a comparison. The first season that the Secret Twist ran, there was no Chamber of Chamber of Truth. It was just secrets, and there were only 3 secrets that were revealed that season. The first season it ran. In season 12, all but I want to say 4 were actually revealed, used during the game. So you can imagine there was a lot of merry-go-round of the eviction block in that season. And then in season 13, all but 2. And then this season, there were only 6 revealed, but actually C4 knew all of the secrets. So that's the difference between the other seasons, that you guys didn't use all the secrets, but you knew them, which was singularly different, which I thought was pretty incredible because I knew that Colleen's secret was one of the tougher ones to figure out. I mean, I would have never figured out an octopus secret or the uterus secret, like utero secret, like who's going to figure that out? But by process of elimination, you arrived at a logical conclusion, which makes perfect sense. So ended up, Valdamian is up on the block, and Courtney, puts her up on the block. Then Valdamian goes to jury following Devin. Robert comes HOH, puts up Brian and Tony. Colleen wins veto and takes off Tony and puts up Matt. Brian is like, wow, what's going on? And what was that about, Robert?
You're burying the lead there. Colleen did not want to win that veto either. And not by a long shot that she would have win that, because she definitely didn't want to save Tony.
Tried to throw it.
She absolutely tried to throw it.
Yeah, she did. She wanted Tony to win it, take himself off, so that what was going to happen after that? What was going to happen after that?
I was going to put Matt up against Brian.
But why was that important for Tony to win it and not Colleen?
Because just in case we ran into a problem, if Brian guessed the secret, Matt was exposed and he couldn't use Colleen's secret.
Yeah.
Exactly.
This was something that was discovered to me during all of that nonsense that happened after the veto. Marina came to me in the middle of the night in HOH and explained it to me, and I said, "Oh no!" And then we didn't tell Kyle or Courtney that this was a possibility.
Because I told Matt my secret. Matt and I exchanged secrets. My secret was the only other one that he really knew and could use besides Colleen's.
I basically was doing like an update video for the audience, and I'm like, everything went the way that it was supposed to. I'm like, and now we can use Colleen's secret. And then I'm like, I stopped in the middle. I'm like, wait, I'm like, in case of emergency, we actually cannot do that because Colleen won veto. And so it was kind of a mess. I was like, realistically, like if we'd be fucked because Matt knows Courtney's secret, and if Matt knows he's going home, he's going to use it, and we are screwed. And so I went straight to Robert, and I'm like, what do we do? And he was like, do not say anything. And I was like, I was thinking the same thing, because Kyle would a lot spiral out of control and start causing panic in the alliance. And
No,
so
I brought that up like right before, like moments before you said, "Oh my God, Robert, I need to talk to you in the HOH room." I brought up that exact thing, like as this possibility.
Right.
I don't think that was spiraling. I think that was
I
being
don't think,
realistic.
no, I didn't say that you did spiral. We obviously didn't notice that you had said that. And I didn't say that you were spiraling. I said we specifically did not tell you because we didn't want you to spiral, because in previous situations you had done that and caused panic in the alliance. And so we didn't want that to happen. So me and Robert kept it between each other and just hoped for the best. And honestly, everything worked out. And then we wanted to tell you afterwards, but we were just kind of trying to save like the alliance from crumbling, basically.
We were protecting the kids from freaking out because we were literally
I don't
referred to as the
understand,
mother
though,
and father
because
of the group.
The
after
things
that.
that you were freaking out about were exactly what I wrote about, like just the message before. If you scroll up, it's like, oh, what if Colleen went? Like I said the exact scenario. I guess
He
maybe
did
you
show
didn't.
me later. I think it got overlooked in chat, but Kyle
Probably
did
did.
say earlier
Yeah.
on, like that exact scenario. And I think that so much was just being said that it got overlooked at the
Yeah,
time.
probably.
So again,
We
here's
didn't know
another
that you had
example.
said it. We were just basically trying to like stop like Courtney's anxiety from going crazy and freaking out. And also we didn't want you to start freaking out. So me and Robert were like, let's just keep this between us. Nothing's happened yet. And only like basically talk about it if something happens and we're screwed. But it never ended up happening. And then we told you guys after.
We also didn't want Matt to panic. I mean, I
Yeah.
just backdoored Matt and put him on the block, and he has no safety net. And I didn't want to put that into his head and say, oh, by the way, you're just you're completely up there, unprotected, and we totally did that for you. But like, you're fine. Don't
And
worry about it.
Courtney's secret. So
Right.
Yeah. But this is just another example of that quotient of luck that runs in this game. Brian had several quotients of luck help him stay in the game. Different situations arose out of his control, but he ended up staying in the game. Here, C4 is faced with a dilemma. They don't have the Colleen secret to basically be a fallback for them. So it really boiled down to what Brian did as far as the guess of the secret. And you absolutely had the chance to change the game again. It was really a 50-50. And I knew then it was a matter of, you were asking for
close.
Marina to help you. And I knew they weren't going to help you.
I knew she wasn't gonna help me either, but it was, I don't know, I was just.
You were
reaching
close,
for
Brian. You were really close.
anything.
And honestly, I was a little bit nervous. I was running back, obviously, to C4 and being like, oh my God, guys. But I mean, I didn't want to also steer you in a wrong direction and have you do the opposite thing. But I also kind of wanted to know where your head was at. But I also knew that I couldn't throw my alliance under the bus. And so I did feel bad, but I just kind of was like letting you roll with the punches and seeing what was going to happen. And ultimately you didn't end up telling me what you did do, but I knew you probably were going to guess Kyle for Cub. Yeah.
That's exactly what I
Which
did.
was actually my secret.
I know.
I did ask you a question, Brian, I think before in that time frame. I asked you, do you still have the energy for this game? Do you remember me asking you that? I asked you, do you still have the desire to play this game, the energy? Because I wondered if you did. We talked about it. I did ask you because I was wondering if you were low ebb over seeing Caitlyn go, Alicia go, the power of these secrets just seemingly having their way in the game and you not really have an avenue to move like you initially thought you would. And I wondered if you were just so discouraged or not. Valdamian said she went to you and says, listen, man, do what you got to do to stay in this game. I want you to stay in this game. I know you want to stay in this game. I didn't know if you wanted to stay in the game. So
I
I'm
had
asking-
moments. Honestly, I don't recall that conversation. I'm sure it happened, but I was a lot of times I was mentally checked out.
Mhm.
I
felt like you were.
I do get completely immersed in this game. These type of things, which is why I'm not going to do many more of these. I can't do it. But I just felt so responsible for
Mhm.
so many people's games being fucked up, and I was checked out a lot. After Caitlyn, I was fucked in the head,
But
and
you do understand that was out of your control. You had zero
Yeah.
to do with that.
I know,
I
yeah, but it's
tried to tell
still.
him that he just didn't listen. It's just one of those things like when you come into games, you want to be everybody's friend or you want everybody to like you. You don't want people targeting you. You know, that's the nature of games. And sometimes, you know, we don't always work with people that we want to work with. You know, you crossing that line, like I told you, like it was going to happen either in your HOH or someone else's HOH just because of everything that's been happening. So I hope that you don't say that you done with Forrest because you know, you still have a lot of room to grow and become a better player. Don't make this as a, you know, a bad experience. Like, yes,
Oh
shit happens.
no! I'm not saying it's a bad experience by any stretch of the imagination. It's just that I do. This isn't to say I know there's other married people, but I'm in a whole married relationship.
Mhm.
Right now, my
Yeah.
husband's pissed. Right now, it's 2:00 in the morning, and I'm still sitting here with you all. And it just shows how much I put into it. And it's overwhelming for me. I did check out, and I really don't remember having that conversation with you, Ducky, but
I
I
get it.
did
I
get to a
understand.
point because I know a lot of people have been watching me and have been rooting for me, but at the same time, I'm like, what am I looking like on the outside? Do I look like a villain ever since I targeted Courtney and Marina? I feel like it's like I just destroyed this fucking game. And I have felt so bad for a long time, and
Well,
I'm
I'm not going to speak to all of that, but I'll let you figure that out, and then we can talk as you want to. But just to say that we did have that conversation because I did feel that you seemed to be a little checked out mentally, which I understood. It happens to different people at different points in the game. I'm sure at some point, almost everybody wondered, do I really want to continue with this or not? But yeah, I just wondered that because I didn't want you to be discouraged and give up because I knew there was still fortune that you could land on. And I knew the secret was one of those things. You literally had, it was 50%. You literally could have, it just
I
was one
was
or the other.
between the Cub and I was between him winning the 13,000. I knew it was one of those.
I mean, that would have
Colin-
been interesting to see the turn of events at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then
Colleen had told
leaving.
me, and I think even Valerie kind of hinted to it, and Colleen was like, Manitoba is where, like, you know, we're a big bingo city. So I'm like, but then I kept looking at Kyle's I kept going to Kyle's profile, and I kept seeing this whole freaking album dedicated to freaking him holding cats. And I'm like, only someone who makes a whole album would think it's epic enough to make that a secret of holding a freaking Lions cub. And I couldn't get away from that. And then I just kept getting in my head. And I'm like, but no, like I know he probably could have just struck up on the chance of winning $13,000. That's better. I was losing.
I
was
remember at one point you sent me an article, Brian. You had me
Oh my
cracking
God.
up, dying.
Yeah, Brian, can you explain that? What you found? What'd you find? What'd you find?
I found this article. Y'all, I was spiraling out of control. This girl looked just like Marina.
To you.
She did not.
To you.
did.
No tattoos at all on her arms,
Oh,
Brian.
but I couldn't tell because
The
it was a grainy
Robin
picture, but the hairstyle, the body type was very similar. But then I went to her Instagram back during that same time that happened, and it looked nothing like Marina during that time frame. But she looks like Marina now.
I agree. I saw it.
Yes, she looks just like
Besides,
Marina. and it was
besides the tattoo-less arms, the hair and stuff, it like totally could have been.
Valerie, did you see that article? Did he show you that article?
No, he didn't show it to me. He told me about it.
Oh, okay.
I thought I sent it to you.
Because
at
I think
some
had
point.
you shown it to Valerie, she'd be like, that is not her. Kid.
I didn't show that to you, Valerie.
No, you didn't.
So basically, the article was talking about a kidnapping, and I read it and I started crying laughing because number one, that was Carlos'
Aging
secret and
didn't.
it was gone from the chamber. And so that's how I knew you and Tony were all working
Yep.
together on the secrets. And I wasn't going to come out and say, oh yeah, it's not mine, because you were fascinated with my secret and I was so fucking nervous. And so I was like, okay, so anyways, next one, hoping that you think that it was mine. And then when you had figured out it wasn't, and you were talking about the freaking cup one, I was like, oh my God, at least you have no idea that it goes to me. But when you sent me that article, I was literally cracking. the
I
fuck
needed
up.
I needed you to be convinced that I had yours so you could give me someone else's. And that's the only reason. I had never had any intentions on
Why do you
using
think
yours
I
at
didn't
all.
give you another secret? Because it literally was not mine. And I was
I
like,
know.
okay.
I'm like, I don't have it. I'm like, I'm way off. She would have given me anybody's not to use hers. I'm like, I'm still off. I was over it.
So,
And I even
okay.
told you, I said the cub is either Marina or Courtney. I even had
Mhm.
it written down.
Yeah, Valerie
Listen
was
to
right about a
anything I
lot.
told
Why
you.
did you think it was mine?
Because
Why
the
did I
way
think-
y'all are with animals and cats.
Yeah,
You have
like,
5
The
hairless
three of
cats.
y'all
You're
are
obsessed with
like,
hairless
That's not the
cats,
norm.
so you should have
That's not
thought
the
about
norm.
that, I think.
Yeah, I
Literally
didn't
one
actually think
time-
about that.
Yeah.
Literally when Brian and Caitlin were on the block, we were trying to figure out secrets, and I was like doing a lot of digging, and I was like, oh my God, Marina's a Leo and she loves cats. I was like, I bet the lion cup is hers, but I was like, you can't go off of that
I
though.
said
Like,
that.
that's
But
not
all
Funny
three of
story,
them.
I actually had pictures of me holding this cub on my Instagram and I completely forgot about it.
Damn
And
it.
let me tell you, when I realized that, I quickly ran, okay, because actually what happened was I was trying to look up Brian's secret, and before I had found it, your Instagram popped up and I was like, oh my God, can people find my Instagram? And so I went on my Instagram and I saw the pictures. I'm like, oh, fuck this shit. And I deleted it real fucking quick. But
I must
thank
exist
God
if I was on your Instagram.
Yeah, I was on your Instagram too, scrolling. So
I know every photo of your Instagram, and I
Brian was
found that
looking at your
scar,
photos hard.
the scar that you have here.
I
I'm
was
like,
gonna
she
try
needs
to
the
say that
face
the facial
surgery.
reconstructive was me.
And I said, nope. I said, I can see the scar in 2022. I said, no. I said, it's not that either.
I was
He
just
listened to
all over the
anything I
place.
told
Yeah,
him.
Valerie
I was
actually
told him I-
did call a lot of things
did.
accurately, but truly no one gave her any
Time of
attention.
day?
Nobody gave her time of day. They're
No
like,
one
"Ah, it's
listened
just
to
Valerie."
me. I
I don't want to
listen.
say that I didn't give her the time of day. I mean, I just feel like her guess was just as good as mine. Like,
I mean,
just had to do
yeah,
it my best at the end of the day.
right.
Like,
You
she
you
kept it
really had no
wrong.
way of knowing how accurate she was.
Yeah.
But then you had Tony and so I was thinking, couldn't you use your instinct to balance out the randomness of information Tony might have been giving you versus the less random, but maybe based in a
Tony
little bit
didn't
more.
give anything.
Like, did you guys not think about sharing secrets at all? Like, did
I
it
thought
not?
about it, but I knew Tony would not do it. Tony would only tell me, he said, I'm only guessing between two. And I'm like, well, what two? He would not give anything. Tony is a,
But in Tony, in that aspect though, I will say there was one point that we were having a conversation and we were talking about the about Caitlin's secret. And I had thought that it was Robert. And you had said to me
Yeah.
and Tony, you said, it's not Robert. I can tell you
Well,
that
when-
I can't tell you how I know, but I can tell you it's not. You didn't do it any either. You were just the same as Tony.
Well,
You did the exact same thing.
when everybody was talking about that, like when they thought my secret was Robert's, I went straight to Brian and I sent him a voice message. Like,
But you were ready.
like,
You were ready out
Brian.
of the house, Caitlin.
Oh,
and-
okay. Well,
yeah,
this,
you
but
were
this
gone.
was, I think this
so he
was
could have
talked
told
about in-
us that. So it would have
Wait,
eliminated,
what?
like, okay, then good.
but
you know.
I thought that you already knew that I was confused why you even thought it was that, because the fact that she was gone, it wasn't in the Chamber of Secrets. I thought, didn't you go in the Chamber of Secrets?
Yes,
Chamber of
I did.
It wasn't there. When you went, it shouldn't have been there, right?
I don't even think I remembered it if it was or
It
wasn't.
wasn't. That's what I said. We gotta remember everything that was not. I was telling you all, every time you go in, every time
That was
someone's
huge.
evicted, that person's is gone. And I'm like, that's
Yep.
not there. So I didn't feel the need to tell you who it was because it wasn't active. I kept saying that's not an active one.
But
But
that's
she
how
was
I was confused when you were thinking that mine was the kidnapping, because I'm like, it wasn't even in the chamber. Like,
Nobody
what
told
was-
me. Nobody told me.
That's how
'cause
I
no-
knew you guys weren't working together on the secrets.
Wait, whose was that one? I don't think I saw
It
that.
was Carlos.
Carlos was the
Oh.
one
Kidnapped at gunpoint.
kidnapping?
Yes.
Kidnapped at gunpoint.
I
yeah.
didn't know that. I
I
think
need
we
to
thought
ask
Carlos
him.
was in the Atlantic because we knew that one was gone.
Yeah, that one was gone because the Atlantic was gone. We thought that was Carlos. No, or was that
Atlantic Ocean was Kenzie and
Kenzie?
Jacob was Paula Dean.
I
Yeah,
knew
Jacob
Jacob
was
because I
Paula
found it
Dean.
on his
His is
profile.
on
He was the
Facebook.
only one I figured out.
Yeah.
I didn't know anybody else's. I was so bad at the
Mhm.
secrets.
So is
Yeah.
Courtney the only one who knew how to like specifically narrow shit down? Because
No, I
if it wasn't for
did.
Courtney, God bless, I wouldn't have been going down years on people's Facebook like everyone thought I
But here's
was.
the
I was
thing.
not doing that.
All the ones that y'all found were
Marina,
all
question. How
allies.
did
I
you
wasn't looking
find
for
mine?
his.
I'm
Pardon?
just curious. How did you find my secret? I'm just
So
curious.
I found yours because I was digging on your profile and I actually went into your friends list and saw your family. And I went onto your family's profile and realized that your Facebook profile last name was not proper. So Caitlin, I Googled your name and your whole LinkedIn profile popped up. I could see every job that you've ever had, where you went to school, your real
Damn.
name, what you've done. I seen all of your videos of you doing news, and here you are standing at the homicide, and I'm like, yo.
So I actually
I knew it was gonna happen. I knew. I just knew because Googling my name, I seen like the whole. I'm like my whole
Damn.
news, everything.
Marina sent me the link to your LinkedIn profile and was like, here, look at it for proof. And I was like, if I click on it, she's going to know that I visited
Yeah.
it because my LinkedIn's going to
Oh,
show up. I was a
yeah.
visitor. I was like, I'll just take your word for it. I was like,
Yeah.
Marina
I'm gonna look
did.
at it.
Robert my profile.
I didn't know how LinkedIn worked, and I obviously didn't have a profile. And so when it popped up, I was like, guys, look, I found the jackpot. And then I was watching videos. I'm like, I'm telling you, this is her just from like where you went to school and your news and stuff. And Courtney had already been talking about you doing news and stuff. And she was like,
I already said that Caitlin's was homicide. And everyone's like, we need
Oh,
more proof
we
because
never found proof.
Well, no, but
So-
I had looked up her school and stuff and saw what she went there
Yes.
for and like journalism and stuff.
Yeah.
And then I was like, I'm telling you, she's homicide. And then
Yeah,
when-
and so she had already had the idea, and so I was doing the digging, and then literally I saw you standing right at the homicide, and I'm like, bingo. I sent it to everyone, and I'm like, ding, ding, ding.
Y'all
Well,
are
that was
good.
great.
Y'all are
That was
absolutely
awesome. I mean, I knew it
That's
was
how-
probably gonna come up anyway. Like just Googling my name, I knew. So
Yeah. Caitlin and I talked one night early on. We were talking about secrets, and both of us were like, "Oh yeah, this is not Marina's real profile." And we like found your like real last name by finding your
Yeah.
family members and stuff, and like doing the
What did
same
you
thing.
think my last name was?
it was like Nick. It was like
Nico
Nico.
Okay, so yeah, that actually is my last name. So the whole
Yeah.
thing with my Facebook is like I was like running a bingo group. And so I went into like Facebook jail a lot. And so Facebook actually starts detecting if you make new Facebooks and it still blocks your new accounts. So I called my mom and I was like, hey, give me your old Facebook profile so that I can use.
Yeah.
And so I was using that for a little while because I had a 30-day ban. And then I stumbled on Ducky's page and whatever, he invited me, but I told him right away, I'm like, this is not my Facebook page. Like, this is my mom's. And so I knew it was going to look weird when you guys were like scrolling through it and saw that my mom was going to be on there. And I didn't want you guys to think that I was deceiving you because I really wasn't. Like, it had nothing to do with that. It was just because I was in Facebook jail. And so that's why I was like trying to tell you guys, like, hey, like, this is like my mom's Facebook and this is not actually my name, it's my middle name. And I went into the whole spiel because I was like, are these people gonna think I'm like lying and trying to get me out for like literally the most innocent thing? So
We weren't even concerned about that. I just thought it was like a good game move. I was like, she's not using her real name because it's probably on her real profile. But there's so
No.
many of your profiles that I tracked down. I was
yes,
like,
because I go into Facebook jail so often, like so often, and I got like 30-day bans, 60-day bans, like
yeah. Did you block me on one of the profiles? Because I was able to look at it at one point, and then I went back to try to look at it when
Yeah, it's
Brennan-
not there no
no,
more.
I actually deactivated. I mean,
Was it Alexander?
not really like something that I wanted to bring up, but me and my boyfriend did break up and I deactivated a Facebook that he like had access to. And so I
Okay.
didn't block anybody, but that Facebook just is not active.
Yeah, I thought that I had maybe accidentally liked something or whatever, and you saw it and were like, "Oh God, I have to block."
No,
her." That's
no,
what
no.
happened. I was
No.
like, "Oh." I'm
I
so
actually did add most of you back on like my actual Facebook. I don't know if you guys saw, but
I got that today.
yeah, that was like my actual Facebook that I do use. But I did deactivate the other one.
Yeah.
Okay. So I want to get back to it really quickly. Ryan,
I was
you get
just gonna
evicted.
ask that, Valdamian,
Wanted
because
to.
it's like 2:30 a.m. here. How much
Yeah.
longer?
I want to get back to it really quickly so we can move ahead. All right. Brian gets evicted 4-2 and go into a double eviction. Colleen wins HOH and is ready to put up Robert and Kyle, right? Robert and Kyle?
Yeah, that's who she wanted to do. And immediately I was like, me and Marina were like, no, let's not do that. That is
The good thing is with Colleen, like we were already building that relationship and we knew that we were going to need her and she really wanted to work and like do a Canadian thing, like with the girls. And so we were already like super close and we knew we had Colleen because Colleen was willing to give us her secret, which she didn't know we already had, but she was willing to give us her secret to save Courtney from the block. And we were like, no, we don't want your secret. Like, girl, we trust you, like whatever. And so that built literally the foundation for the alliance with Colleen. And we knew we had her moving forward. And it was just funny, like how everything played out with the whole Colleen thing, because I knew that there was some mistrust between Tony and Colleen. And so we kind of played on that with like things that we heard from like Devin with like Tony kind of throwing Colleen, which I don't even know if it was true, to be honest. Devin said a lot of lies.
Yeah,
but he was
Tony,
basically
did you straight up say like if Colleen doesn't vote with us, I'll blow up her fucking game and like stuff like that?
Called her like a bitch and stuff. Like we heard some pretty crazy stuff.
You may
Oh
not
no.
be there.
Did Tony fall asleep?
He probably
Might have
might be.
Tony fell asleep.
I
think he's sleeping.
No worries.
It's a school night.
Yeah,
Oh.
so, all right, so we'll just move ahead. All right, Colleen wins veto. Keeps noms the same. Tony and Valerie are up. Tony goes. So at this point, Valerie, it is absolutely predictable, right? At this point, 100% predictable, pretty much.
Yeah.
Okay. If you were in their position, would it still be predictable?
Yeah.
If it was reversed, if you were the dominant team in fours in the house, would it still be predictable? Meaning you're going after the other side of people who you aren't working with. Would that be what you would be doing?
If I was one of those four?
If you were in a four that was in the power in the house, if you were part of that power base in the house, if it wasn't C4, it was just another group that you were in that was in the power, would you guys be doing the same thing?
Getting me out?
No, not getting you out. If you were in a group that was in control, would you be getting out the people who were not in your group is what I'm asking.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so it would still be predictable, right? So I just wondered, I'm asking that because I wondered, what did you think they should do since you're on the receiving end of their power, personally, the business end of the use of the secrets? At this point, secrets are done with, by the way, but they're in power now. What in your mind should have been happening in the game, in your mind? Because I do know that you called it predictable, and I'm just curious to know, what do you think should have been done or could have been done?
I knew that they still, once the secrets were done, they were still going to be playing together and not for themselves.
Okay.
At that point.
Okay. So in your
once the
mind,
secrets were done, they should have just played their own game.
I see. So in your mind, disband the team and just.
Once we were enduring the secrets were done, they should have been playing their own game.
I think we were though.
Yeah, we were all playing our own game. That's the thing. And why would we start going after each other when
public, like everyone would hate us if we did that in our alliance? Would be
But
public
that's
enemy
just
number
like
one.
the perception though. Like that's just in any game you play in though. When you get to that end stage, like Marina, you knew for a fact not many people that you were in a quarrel with was going to take you to the final two. You had people like me, I was telling you with so many hints, like I would have taken you to the final two, period.
Yeah, but the thing is like
hold
we
on,
were
hold
working together.
on, Marina. Let me just get my point across, and then I'll let you respond. What I'm saying is, it still looked like a team friendship. Like nobody was really playing individually. That's from our perspective, from how we were seeing it. Because when y'all were together, y'all made it talk to some of us. Like I remember conversations with Kyle, like it was zero game, and it was just like he wasn't putting the effort.
But you didn't give me anything either, and I couldn't trust you.
Hold on,
because, like,
Kyle. I mean, but we can go back from the beginning of our conversation where I felt like you were lying and how you were flip-flopping and how you leaked the alliance, but we're not gonna go there. I'm just saying from my perspective, you wasn't giving game talk at all. Whereas when I was talking to Courtney and Marina, more so with Marina, I knew that the group that you were in, that none of them was going to take you to the end. And I was telling you like, okay, I would be that one to take you to the end because I would have been the one to take you to the end. Granted, y'all built this friendship, but it was like y'all didn't give other people a chance to, you know, want to work with y'all outside of that core alliance that y'all had made. So it's a lot of different perceptions how a lot of people seem like the outside looking of y'all's foursome that y'all had going on.
Okay, so to that point, Valdamian and Valerie too, because I really want to understand how you might have operated differently if the circumstances were reversed. I don't know if
Can I
you
just
would.
respond to that quickly though?
With what?
Because
Okay,
I
sure.
feel like I don't agree with that at all. Like I feel like I was playing my own game, whether or not I was in C4, I was absolutely playing my own game. I was venturing out, I was making deals with other people, I was talking to everybody else. I wasn't playing anybody else's game. And to be honest, I didn't trust you and I didn't think that you would take me to final two, but I had an alliance with Courtney since day one, final two, and I really did.
But why not tell me that? Like you spend, like we done had
Because
several
it's the
conversations.
game and I wanted to
So
make sure that if you were in power, that I was safe. Why would I sit there and be like, hey, Valdamian, you're coming to me wanting to work with me. Am I going to sit there and be like, oh, no, I'm not going to work with you? That would be a horrible game move. So, of course, I sat there and was like, yeah, sure. And that was a game move on my part. But I wasn't going to sit there and be like, oh, no, sorry. And then you get in power next week and put my ass up. That would be stupid game move. So I feel like
not
your
necessarily,
perception on my
but we can
game,
agree to disagree.
I feel like your perception on my game is completely wrong. And I feel
I
like
wasn't only speaking of your game, I was speaking of the core
Of the
alliance that
four.
y'all had.
She's talking about the
Simply
four
saying
in
that
general.
that, but
y'all
I'm
could have
just saying
took
that I'm
y'all's time
speaking
to
for
venture out and
myself.
talk to other people, which not everybody did. And that's why a lot of y'all had poor jury management because y'all just stuck with your main core.
Okay,
I also
so
feel like I did have proper jury management, and which is why I was making deals with Brian and Tony and Colleen and Matt. And so that's what I'm saying. Like, we will have to agree to disagree because your perception of my game is completely different than the game
okay,
I
so
actually
first off,
did play.
Marina, one thing, she really isn't talking just about your game. She's
Thank
saying,
you.
and I actually relegated you guys to being the real unit in the game. You were a force of four. And she's saying because you were a tight-knit group of four, you seemingly, from her perspective, and maybe others, didn't give other people a chance to integrate or socialize or connect or however you want to phrase it, because you guys stuck together so tightly. But my question is, would that be any different for anyone not C4, but still a part of a group that was so effective in the game? Would you be doing the same thing or no? How do you know you wouldn't, or do you think you would? And that's my question. Because at this point, I'm sorry, 1 second. At this point in the game, you know you have a firm grip on what's happening in the game. Who's going to give that up just because I haven't talked to others outside of my group? When you know what you have is the vehicle you're going to use to ride you to the end.
But you also
now,
jury.
hold on, Valdamian. I think this is to your point. I think along with that, to what Valdamian is saying, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong when I say this, Valdamian, is that, for instance, Robert, you're a clear threat. Competitive threat, social threat, strategic threat. No question about it. Undeniable. That is why you were targeted inside your group before the four of you, but it didn't work out that way. And I think what Valdamian is saying, that's when you might look outside your group to connect with others that might help you get further along. While your group is still intact, you do know that you present a threat to them getting further. when you guys get lower in numbers. So reinforce your ability to maybe make it past that point by connecting to others. And that goes for all of you in the 4. Valdamian, if I'm incorrect in any way, please correct me. But
No,
essentially,
that's exactly what I was trying to
That's what
say.
you're
It
saying.
wasn't that I was downplaying your game, Marina. I'm just saying with y'all's group, y'all didn't just get a chance or even try. From my perspective, I'm only going to speak about me because I don't know how all the other jury members feel, but that's how I felt. So when I was talking to you in game, I genuinely felt, and I told this to Ducky a couple of times, even when y'all was targeted early on, I said I wanted to work with you guys. So I might have thought like, hey, we were going somewhere, but yet you're telling me that it was something that it wasn't. So that's why I stand by my statement that I made, is because that's the impression that I felt while playing the game.
does that make sense to the 4 as far as that perspective of getting yourself past a certain point where the 4 of you maybe can't maintain you 4?
Sure.
I mean,
I
I
mean-
see where she's coming from, and I do agree with what she's saying, but I also, like I was saying, was playing my own game, and I thought that I was secure where I had a good enough relationship with Kyle where he would want to take me to final 2. I also felt like me and Courtney, we had an unbreakable bond since day 1 where she would take me to final 2 as well. The only person that I was really nervous about was Robert, which is why I took out Robert. But I didn't think anybody outside of C4 was going to want to take me, especially
I
like seeing
told
that we
you
were-
I would take you a couple times. I even offered you a final 2.
I do
So you
agree, and
can't
I'm
say that.
I
Now-
do
now-
agree, but
now,
I
excuse
didn't
me, I'm
think
gonna
that
interject
your
here. I'm
final
gonna
2
interject
was
here.
stronger than
Marina, I'm gonna interject here. Valdamian, and I actually said this earlier. Unfortunately for you, it was honestly just too little too late.
No, what I'm saying is we had several conversations
I know.
until I made
I
that
know.
whatever final 3. Yeah, I get what you're
Right.
saying as far as that.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, that's
what I'm
all I
saying with
mean.
the one-on-ones that we had, I genuinely felt like we were going somewhere. Had I known that it wasn't going to go anywhere, I wouldn't have invested my time talking to someone who I felt was just BSing me.
And
So
that's
yes, that's game, but
that's-
it's like,
yeah.
come on now, like we can't be honest. You don't
I
always
agree
have to lie while playing the game. That I don't understand that. So
I agree with what you're saying, but that was part of my game to keep myself safe. And that's the whole part of Big Brother, is where when people are coming and saying they want to work with you, and that's what I said at the beginning. What am I supposed to sit there and say, no, sorry, Valdamian? That
yeah,
would be
but you
stupid
made a
on my-
big deal at the beginning of the game where people wasn't talking to you when you and Courtney were nominated. So
and
what
that
I
was happening,
extended-
absolutely.
Okay, so you can't say that it does, honestly, it's nor here nor there, but I'm just gonna say this: in the future, if you're gonna play more org games, just have an open mind to working with variety of people, not just someone that you just feel comfortable with, because the person that you ignoring could have been the one that took you to the end. You could have won instead of playing for third.
I didn't ignore anybody, and I was open to working with multiple people, and I'm sure people here can agree to that. I was not closed-minded at all. I was completely open-minded, and so I don't think that that's fair to say.
It's just my perspective. Like I said, we're not going to agree to disagree on this matter, but I stand by what I said. It's just you're a great player, but you still have to be open-minded, even to your core alliance. Preferably Kyle, be more open-minded. Is it?
Okay. All right. So I'm going to touch on a subject that is absolutely not what I wanted to deal with, but has come up. And I want to nip this in the bud because I don't like the narrative of it associated not only with the season, but with my game. So I went through this long, exhaustive dribble to make sure it was clear that a narrative, not a narrative, a line that was definitely set in the game, pitted Marina and Courtney with Robert and Kyle against Brian with who he worked with. That was undeniable. That was the temperature of the game from nearly the start. Unfortunately, for some watching the game, after Devin went to jury, it was Valdamian, a person of color. Brian, a person of color. Tony, a person of color. Valerie, a person of color. First off, I'm gonna just put it out there. Was that in the minds of C4 or anyone voting out these people at all?
Absolutely not.
No.
Yeah. So secondly, I made it crystal clear from the start. First off, Brian, with you, you were never on their radar. They 100% undeniably wanted to stay with you. When you turned your back to them, they had to in turn do the same. They were left with no other choice. And they unified themselves by trusting each other and cemented themselves as a 4 with cement of, here's my secret. Here's the most valuable thing I have to give you in this game. You can 100% destroy my game in an instant if you want. All 4 of them took that oath. That was like a blood in, blood out oath. Like they were in the game. That was it. It was done. So literally there was probably no way for anyone to penetrate that 4. The only way the 4 was going to fall was because of someone in the 4. That was it. So because of the nature of the separation of people in this game by virtue of who they were working with, the narrative has arisen, and I cannot tell you how unfortunate it is, and it frustrates me because I know for a fact it had zero place in this season. That any decision was made had zero to do with the color of anyone's skin. So I'm definitely going to address that because I do not want that associated with this season or my game. That's for anybody in the game and anyone listening from the audience page. Do not denigrate the gameplay of these people because they played a brilliant game. They went through obstacle after obstacle after obstacle after obstacle, overcame them, but only because they took out people of color. Let's go back. Let's go back to the beginning of the game. If that's an issue, I'm going to ask this question, and I'm not looking for an answer from anybody, but I am beyond frustrated with this. I am actually angry. If there was an issue of bias in this game, where was the outcry when Valerie and Carlos were on the block together under a black man? There was no issue. There was no outcry. Carlos was put on the block by a black man. Valerie was put on the block by her secret. But regardless, they were sitting on the block together. There were 3 Mexican players in the game. 2 were up for eviction next to each other. Where was the outcry? Didn't hear anything. I only heard it after people of color left one after another after another. Then all of a sudden, the narrative arises. Here we go again. This is what happens in the game every time. First off, this game was literally 50% non-white. This cast, 50%. 3 black people, 3 Mexican people, Colleen and Kyle. Kyle looks white, but it's not. But I never cared. Honestly, I'd never cared. Didn't even care enough. I knew he wasn't, but it wasn't something I gave any attention to until I got made aware of that was a narrative circulating about this season. So I'm making it crystal clear. And if you disagree, please pipe up, offer your opinion. I'm going to respect your opinion, but respectfully disagree. Because that was not a factor in this game at all. If you have personal disagreement with someone, that is one thing. But to say that bias, racial bias, had its place in this game is bull, in my opinion. And I'm telling you this from a person, when I run this game, this is my life for the duration of this game, from the beginning to the absolute end. I live this thing. So I watch and I watch and I watch. And I am not saying I can read anyone's thoughts, but what I can say is actions speak louder than words. And actions I saw were based on strategy only, because the 4, vis-a-vis the two girls felt attacked immediately, were put on notice. Your time is done. They fought back, and they fought back well. Then they amounted a little bit of help. They got a little bit of help. Then they got a little bit more power with the secrets. And then the tide began to change. 0 to do with color. So for anyone listening, Let me make this perfectly clear. The game that was played was 100% strategy only. Brian, by his own admission, knew he had messed up. He knew he had messed up. Zero to do with color. The two young white girls wanted to work with the black guy. Why? How can that be racially biased? Can we have tendencies regardless? Absolutely. We are human, every single one of us, prone to our bias. But we consciously make effort to not succumb to that because that's not our lifestyle. And in this game, which is a small bit of escape from reality, the only thing that was happening in this game was that there was one person who became opposing to this other person or group of people, and they worked together to get each other out. Not because of color or skin, but because of virtue of how the placement positioning happened in this game. That was it. That was the reason I went through the beginning of this breakdown, because I wanted to make it crystal clear. Ryan said it by his own admission. I like a clear, delineated line. Bam, black and white. I don't like the gray. I don't like the nebulous. I don't like the confusion. I don't want to have to guess who's where. Devin existed on that line because he was playing both sides. Figure that out. But everybody else was clearly on one side or the other. And then there was the middle. So Valdamian, when you worked to get votes for Brian to stay, you, by virtue of doing that, basically showed them you were not working with them. So honestly, no matter what you say to them, you were not with them. I think your point is valid about working with people outside of your unit. Absolutely valid to get you but past a certain point. But for them, by virtue of the nature of how this game evolved, there was just no way for that to happen. And it wasn't because of the color of your skin. It wasn't. Now, could they have not trusted you for other reasons? They made it crystal clear. Courtney had concerns about you from the very beginning. Marina had concerns about you from the very beginning. Brian had concerns about you from the very beginning for one reason, because of your extensive background in playing games. That was it.
Mhm.
That was it.
I just feel like with this topic alone, everybody can say how they feel. And there might be some people that won't say anything about it. But it's been an outright cry about it because it's like that in every game, regardless if you're playing in it or you're just watching it or whatever the case may be, it happens. So it's not, I didn't say there were people that were racist in this game.
I know you didn't.
I
I know you
said
didn't
there's
call anyone
people
racist.
that had racist tendencies.
I get it.
Because they
And I
don't
get
want
that. I get the
to
distinction.
give people opportunities in games like this. That's what I
Right.
said.
I know
I
that.
stand by everything that I said. So
Yeah, and I agree with that part. That is absolutely true. I'm saying for this cast, this season, that was not a factor in this game. And let me say it again.
I mean, that may not be true, but you just don't never know. I don't, like I said, this is my first time playing with everybody. So I don't know if that's what it really was. But outside looking in, it could proceed that way.
I get that. And that's
So
why I am laying the groundwork for it, because I watched all of it unfold. The two white
Mhm.
girls wanted to work with the black guy. That's it.
Just
They
say
simply
something
did.
too. The way that C4 was formed, you guys have to understand that when me and Courtney were put on the block, we were alienated. Nobody wanted to talk to us. And guess who? The only people who came up to talk to us were Robert and Kyle. And that is why that alliance was formed. But guess what? Ducky can agree. I wanted to work with Brian. Brian is the one who cut me loose, and that's how everything happened. But I was just really offended when race came into play and was associated with my name, because that absolutely was not true. That was not a thought ever in my mind. And I just thought that that was a disgusting thought to be attached to my name. And I just really was offended, because that's not at all who I am or any thought in my mind. It was, the C4 was formed because those are the only people who reached out to me. And I sat in the diary room bawling my eyes out over Brian multiple times, not understanding what was happening, why nobody was reaching out to me. And so for me, it just kind of was like a shot to the gut, to be honest.
So again, to reinforce what I was saying to you, is that when you pressed for votes for Brian to stay, you 100% made it clear that that was your priority not maybe to work with him, but
Yeah,
it was
because they wasn't. It was a per. I said this to Brian when I had a conversation with him after the game was over. When someone keeps getting targeted, yes, they were going back and forth with each other where there was other people that shots could have been taken out. It becomes personal. Don't
I
nobody
get
know
it.
how that feels except for the person that keeps going up on the block. So yes, I don't give a. I'm still going to stand by what I said. He needed to
No,
stay because he
I'm
was
not.
fighting to stay.
What
I
I'm
know. I'm just
saying,
saying,
though.
like, I stand by that.
Okay, that's fine. You can stand by that. And so two
Yeah.
things can be true at the same time. Your opinion is your opinion. That doesn't make it
Yes,
the
it
truth.
is.
However, what I'm telling you are the sequential chronological actions that took place. One precipitated the other, that precipitated the next. Simply put, from the beginning, there was an intent to work together that was severed severely. And after that, once that sever happened, that was never going to be recovered. So they regrouped, worked together to work everyone else out the game, not because of color of skin, but by virtue of how the landscape of the game played out. Brian acknowledges his part. He understands that. And that's why I was saying I'm not digging in him because for the sake of digging into him, it was really to really drive home that the intent was always there to be with him and not be against him. But he made it clear that was what he wanted. Therefore, they gave it to him. And the game turned into where it became. So for the narrative to persist that he was targeted solely for that reason, no, negative. That is incorrect. And I refuse that with every fiber of my being. I'm gonna tell you
I
that.
even went against my own alliance to still try to work with Brian multiple times. So that's where I wanted to come to Brian and say, did you ever feel like that? Like, did I make you feel like that? Because I still, even after I put my neck out on the line for you. So I'm not understanding how that's being like associated. Like, how did you feel?
Oh, this is none of this is coming from me. I don't
not
feel like I was racially targeted or anything like that. This is something totally unrelated to my situation. I acknowledge where I feel like I made mistakes. I don't feel like any of you targeted me because of the color of my skin, anything like that. I did bring up a situation, and I don't know if it got taken out of context. When I was speaking with Robert, I felt like I said something about him. I felt like he was making me out to be like an angry black man, but that was not related to any of this other stuff. I just felt like a lot of stuff that happened in the jury house that was not publicized or hasn't been publicized yet, in conjunction with the argument and how he jumped to you all side so quickly and then immediately jumped to Colleen's side so quickly without knowing the full story of what happened. That was the only thing I mentioned anything about that. But as far as how the game was played, I do not feel like racial discrimination, bias, racism, anything played a factor in how this game played out.
But I also just wanted to make you confirm that I did reach out to you multiple times to try to make deals and work with you on the side.
And like I told you, I felt like the moment, and I admire that. I have said that to everybody. I do feel like you've done your own thing. You played outside of your core group. Everything that you just said is valid and it's true. And I witnessed it. I was a part of it. You have made it very clear that you wanted to work with me. I don't think that you're racist. I don't think that Courtney, Robert, anybody outside of my color is racist. That's not me. You never made me feel that way. I feel like you all played an amazing game. You did what was good for your game. And I don't have any issues with how you all played.
And that is why I drove home the point of what they did to get to this point in the game, because you needed to understand that it wasn't by luck or just by chance or because they were white and they banded together. They used solid, formidable strategy to get here. They outplayed, outlasted, and outwitted their opponents, plain and simple, period. So it has absolutely frustrated me and angered me that that narrative has existed and circulated because of the tenure of how this game is played out. When people are watching, they are looking at it and seeing these people being taken out and saying, here we go again, it's the same thing. Well, guess what? This cast was 50% non-white. What does that mean? Okay, I'll go back a step. Several seasons ago, there were 5 Black men in the same game. They worked together. You know who took them out? A Black man. My point is this, it's got 0 to do with color. 0 to do with color, period. I can't stand that being attributed to the fact that Black people went out of the game just because of the color of their skin. Bull. Bull. Do not denigrate my game or the game that these people played. They put their hearts into this game. And that's for anyone listening. Anyone. You got an opposing opinion? Please
That
voice
may
it.
be true, Ducky, but you can't also invalidate someone's feelings if how they felt in the game.
I am not invalidating your feelings.
Because that's what I'm starting to feel like. And
No.
I don't want to be rude or anything. And I'm listening to what everybody and not yet no one is just saying, yes, Val, I could have talked to you. Yes, Val, we could have worked with other people outside of the court. Because yes, it felt like that in the game. And it felt like that after we were sent to jury. So
Right,
it
but-
may not be what it, I don't want your game to be, I love this series. I love playing. That's why I play. But when people put that perception out there, it's because that's how a player or someone felt at
Mhm.
that moment.
I get it. And like I
That's
said,
it.
2 things are true at the same time. Your feelings are your feelings. I am not saying you shouldn't feel the way you feel. I can't make you not feel the way you feel. I can't change your mind. That is not even my point. My point simply is that narrative is not accurate for this game or the players of this game. That is my point. Whether you
I
take
also
that-
feel like I was attacked today in the jury chat, trying to like force your narrative onto me. And that's also not fair. You did not take my feelings into consideration. And you were trying to push
all,
that narrative onto me.
at all. And I said, I stand by what I said. I mean, like, your perception in the things that happen in the game and in the jury house, you may not be a racist person. You may have racist tendency. It is what it is. I am a type of person, I don't say things unless I truly mean it. And that's how I felt at that moment. Now, I will apologize for hurting your feelings because I'm not in the business of hurting people's feelings, which I can do. And that's the route I chose not to take because I could have been the biggest villain bitch and nobody would have liked it. So I will say I apologize for hurting your feelings, Morena, because that is exactly how I felt. Like you
And-
took our conversation like it didn't mean shit. And the way you came into the jury chat, like I respected your game. I even told you that. But it's a ways about you that is just like, yeah, I'm good on her. So your perception is how I perceived you. Exactly what I said in the jury chat. But I do
Right.
apologize for hurting your feelings.
So personal bias is one thing that happens between humans all the time. All I'm saying is in this game, as the editor and runner and facilitator of this game, that had 0 place in this game. The choices these people made had 0 to do with the skin color of the opponents that they were facing, period. I get from the outside, you want to say it looks like this, can't change that, can't change that. But to make that narrative exist and in my game, no, I will not allow that, period. So I'm vocal, very vocal, being very clear to anyone that is not in my game. That was not the case of this season or these players. If you feel that way, you feel that way. That doesn't make it true. But I'm telling you, as the watcher of this game and the details that I saw this game, the deep details I have, that did not exist. Not one person was targeted because of the color of their skin. Period. Valdamian, Brian, Tony, Valerie did not work with Z4. They were not on the same page, period. If it was in reverse, which is the question I asked over and over, if it was in reverse and you were in power, chances are you're going to do the same thing because you want to get your opponents out, period. The majority of you will do the same thing. So that's what took place here. These 4 were in power, had the chance, had the opportunity, had the mechanisms in place. One fell like a domino, then the next, and then the next, and then the next.
I was really looking forward to working with Brian in the beginning because I thought we were in a good spot. We were in the board, we were in 6 in the city, and like both of us were in those alliances. And the only reason why like I went away from Brian was because he was after people that I liked in the game and I wanted to stick around. Well, Damien, you kept your cards so close to your chest. I had no good read on you. I didn't want to give you any information because I didn't know who you were playing with because you were so quiet about your game. And Tony was always fishing for information, but he never gave any information. So like, why would I want to work with him? And plus he was always talking shit behind our backs. Like when we were on Zoom, he's like, oh, this is boring. We heard that from Devin. And I think it was confirmed through somebody else. It wasn't about race.
Everybody knew where I was playing. I was in the middle once that 6 in the city got leaked by you, Kyle. So everybody knew where I stood. You knew if I talked to you one-on-one where I stood, because I didn't pick a side. Everybody knew where I stood, which was right in the middle, which Val
Yeah,
did
but
was
you
not
said
willing
you
to
were
do
in
it.
the middle, but you weren't in the middle. You were
I
going
was
to
in the
bat for
middle. I was
Brian.
in the middle making my decision that was best for me. Period. Just like I can't tell you about your game, you can't tell me about my game.
But what I'm saying is you're sitting here saying, poor me, nobody wanted to work with me. But it's because you're sitting here saying, I'm so loyal, I want to work with you. But yet you're in the middle, but also you're going to bat for Brian. So you can't sit here and say,
Exactly.
nobody wanted to work with me when you literally were doing the opposite of what we wanted to do. So how can you sit here and
You
fault
didn't
us
even,
for
you
not-
you didn't even know. I went to back for him that one time because y'all wasn't giving him the benefit of the doubt and y'all always kept targeting
I
him.
was
made
giving
a
him the
target.
benefit of the doubt, which you can ask him.
You can kill all that noise. What you're
You
saying
have
is
your own
irrelevant.
narrow-minded perception and you try to push your narrative onto other people, but
What narrative did I push on you? What narrative did I push on you?
You literally just
What
said that
narrative did I push on you?
you literally contradict yourself. You just said that nobody was giving him the time of day. I was.
Brian, by
you
his own
wasn't. Not
admission,
at
said that.
first.
Brian just said he was.
Whatever, Valdamian. You
Yeah,
push your
I don't know.
Miranda, would you just stop talking to me? You just talked the whole damn.
Valdamia, I don't know if this adds any color to anything or context. She did actually step out of her alliance and tried to help
I
me
don't care.
in whatever
of
way.
She
course,
lied the
because
whole
he's
time. I don't care.
confirming what you are literally trying to
I
push.
don't care what you're saying.
That's the problem. You don't care.
Thank you.
Exactly. I don't care. And no one was talking to you,
So
Robert.
don't sit there and try to push
Appreciate
your
it. Thank you.
narrative of me
You're
and how I
welcome.
played my game. And then when Brian's trying to stick up for me, sit there and say, you don't care. You don't get to
I
do that.
don't care. So why are you still talking about it?
Sit down and listen to what
I
other people
don't
have to
care.
say.
So
Okay,
yeah, you're still
all right.
talking about
We
it.
can
Because
table.
it's
We can
literally
table it now.
3 o'clock
We
in the
can table
morning.
it. Yeah, we can table it. It's all good. And I know you're tired, and
Yeah,
I
let's
appreciate you
table this
guys.
BS.
I really appreciate you guys hanging in there. So we're near the end of the game. Basically, Valerie leaves. Colleen is next, which, like Valerie said, predictable, but understandable because, hey, you guys are working towards the 4. Matt is leaving. Robert, then you become the next casualty because it's down to you guys and it's got to happen. And y'all pulled that trigger. That was the first major blow to the 4 of the entire course of the game at the end of the game.
I want to speak to that if you wouldn't mind, Ducky, because I know a lot of people will say, you were the 4th of a 4. There was 3 people that were working together from the beginning, and why would you, and I mean, I know there was a 4th and I know there was a 3, so you don't have to tell me that. We'll talk about that, I'm sure, after this. From the jury stage on, when I started winning competitions, there was no one that was going to take me on and no one that was going to take me to the end because I kept winning too much. And it wasn't what I wanted to do, but it was what was happening. So I had to just keep winning. And I made my target larger and larger and larger to the point where no one was going to take me. No one was going to flip to me and say, hey, come on this side and go attack those people. So I had to stay with the people that were loyal to me and get to the 4 because I had won so many competitions that at that point, if I didn't win the end game, I wasn't going to go. And I knew that. So I still respect the way that I played this game. I enjoy the way that I played this game. I know I had to win either an HOH or a veto at Final Four, and I had to win the final HOH or it wasn't making it to Final Two. There was no way. No one was going to take me. And when I went to the jury and I had 4 people tell me that they were going to vote for me in the end, that further validates the fact that none of those people should have taken me to the end, and I knew it. So
Not to mention Robert, but like we kind of figured that like at the end of the game you would take Courtney over me and Marina like every
absolutely.
time.
That's another point too. I played a loyal to a fault game. I played a one-dimensional game. Everyone knew what my game was. It was the worst kept secret in this game. In a game full of secrets, it was the worst kept secret. I latched on to Courtney early on. I saved Courtney with the veto. I was going to take Courtney and probably nobody else to the end. Did I consider taking Marina? I did. Was I going to? I don't know. Was I going to take Kyle? No. Kyle wasn't going to take you. If I won, if I had that vote, Final Four, I was taking you out. And everyone knew it. But if I
Even before
suddenly
then, you and Marina tried to like throw me under the bus.
No, never. Absolutely never.
No,
Didn't you
what I
just say
was
that
saying
earlier?
with no, what I was saying with that is basically people were like looking at you for a move, and I just basically kind of was like, oh yeah, Kyle this, but I never tried to take you out before the 4. I like
No.
that was never a thought in my mind. So no,
Wasn't
never.
Robert saying, well, we have Kyle's secret as well? Didn't you guys say that earlier?
That was early on. That was Final 10 or so.
mentioned it,
I was
but we
was
didn't-
so loyal to you guys. I never
Yeah,
ever,
no,
but
but we
I
never
was the
were
one
gonna
that brought
take
us
you
all back
out.
together too. I was the one that brought everyone back together. I did say that, and there were cracks there. I righted the ship, and then I brought the girls back so that they didn't come after you. But with my game and the way that I was loyal to the 3 of you, I knew for a fact that would ruin my jury management if I all of a sudden turn on you guys and say, yeah, I'm a loyal person, but I just flipped on the 3 people that brought me to that point in this game. I had to stick with you guys because that was a narrative that I put out there that I was loyal. And honestly, there was no game to it. Everyone thought that I was like this strategic mastermind. I had people that I latched onto. I had a very basic game. I really didn't do anything beyond literally Courtney was my friend. This was as C4 was being formed. This wasn't a C4 move. This was, that's my friend on the block. I'm going to pull my friend down from the block. That's all it was. And Tony, I know we had a conversation in jury about it. Was I still a free agent basically at that time? You're damn right I was. But I ended up latching onto the people that were respectful to me, that were loyal to me, that were feeding secrets to me to keep me safe in this game. Why would I turn my back on those people? For who? Colleen, who wanted to put me on the block? Matt, who wanted to send me home? Tony, who did put me on the block? Or Brian, who put me on the block? Why would I
That would
turn
make no
and go to
sense.
those people? Made no
Yeah.
sense. I had no one there to latch onto and say, all right, I'm going to go after them now. There was no one there that I could feel was going to be loyal to me the way that those 3 people were loyal to me. So I do not regret my moves whatsoever.
So looking at it from the outside, Brian, oh my God.
One more time for good measure.
Robert,
Yeah.
so sorry. I it's the R and the B in the name. It just throws me off. I
Doesn't
don't know
matter.
why. Sorry.
The resemblance
look-
is uncanny, so it's fine.
Right, there's that part. But the looking at it from the outside, you were playing Big Buddy
Sure.
more than Big Brother. You can understand
that.
that. You can
I do get
understand
that.
Yeah. So that would be why some would view the game as not Big Brother because you were Big Buddy. But
Right.
like you just said, like you just laid out, but those are the people where your loyalty lied and who had your trust and who showed you loyalty. So it makes sense. I mean, this is the game. This is a game of social connection. And the largest social connection of this season were the 4 of you. There
And
was
I
an
had to
absolute-
fight to keep that going too. Marina was willing to cut me loose at Final 5 and take Matt instead. I knew that. And I had to fight to make sure that didn't happen. Those
Right.
cracks developed earlier on, and I understood that. And to think that I didn't play a tactical game to make sure to keep myself safe is wrong. I made sure to keep this 4 together. That was my priority, to keep this 4 together. Because at that point, did I feel like I could beat these guys at the end? Absolutely I did. Against any of those 3, me against them, Final 2, I felt like I had the votes.
I think your
From a
timing was a
competition
little bit off.
standpoint
though.
alone. Was that?
Like I think your timing was a little bit off when you won the comp against Colleen for HOH. Maybe you shouldn't have. Maybe you should have won the next one. You know
Right.
what I mean?
I ended up just keep gunning. I never I never took a dive. I never threw any competitions, and that was probably a big downfall for me as well. But when I had 7 wins between Family Feud, 2 HOHs, and 4 vetoes, the record in this game in 14 years is 9 competitions. I had 7. If I win HOH or veto Final Four and I win the final HOH, I tie the record. How do I not make that the most compelling case for myself? And honestly, how do I have any other path to the final 2 unless I can win myself there? Just like any other comp beast in the history of this game, whether it's a Vanessa Russo, a Janelle, any of those people, if they don't win to the end, they don't make it to the end, period. So that was the position I had to put myself in, and I had no one that was going to be willing to take me.
But if you would have won the next HOH, then you could have saved yourself with the veto for the next one. Like, it would have been maybe a safer route to take, even though it didn't seem like it at the time, because Colleen would have put you up, but you could have went off.
Sure, Final Four HOH, I was this close behind Courtney. Courtney won that fair and square, but I was willing to buzz in right after her. It's a matter of seconds there that keeps me safe, puts me in Final 3, and you don't know what happens then. So if I couldn't win HOH or veto, I knew I was going home, and I deserved to go home. With the amount of competitions that I won and the amount of work that you guys did in other aspects of the game, I didn't come up with secrets. I didn't discover that kind of stuff. I didn't make these deals with other people. I didn't have to. And who was going to take them? They were garbage. No one, Brian, if I went to you at final 6 or final 7, I'm sorry, you were 9. If I went to you at final 9 or 10 and said me and you together, would you honor that? Probably not. You would have gone after me anyway.
I would have. I'm sorry, I have to stop you there. I would have.
I agree. He would have.
I told you from jump, you were the first person I went to in this game, and I really tried to bond with you, but you told me no.
I told you no because it was early and I wanted nothing.
I get it,
and
but
then
you never tried again. That was it. Like, you never tried. You just stuck with your guns. But I would have. I'm honest. Like, Marina came to me. I put her up. She put me up. I keep my options open. I'm not going to just close everything off. And that's where you did go wrong.
I have to say, he said no to me too, though. Like, right in the beginning, he wanted fucking nothing to do with me. The only reason
I wanted nobody. I wanted to be an island. I wanted to be in the middle.
Fault, to be honest, for putting
Yeah, it is Ducky's fault.
working together.
It's my fault. How? How is it my fault?
Because you put us
together.
together for Family Feud, and then when I was a part of the winning team, it was like, well, now here I am, and then at that one point, I win the VBB DMV, I win Vincent Van Vito. It's back-to-back vetoes. I won Hollywood Squares. I kept winning all these competitions, and it was like, well, I can't take this. I can't hide this target. The target is what it is. I just have to keep riding this out at this point.
Yeah,
I was protecting people.
You just really decided to play a one-dimensional game, because I've heard it from multiple people that at the beginning of the game, you just kept telling people no, and you don't do that. Like, you don't tell people no. You got to keep your options open, Robert. Like,
why not though? Why is there one way to play this game?
It's not one way.
There isn't one way.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying there's one
but
way.
What I'm saying is, if I win a competition in Final Four, and if I win Final 3, I make it to the end and I win this game, and I do it without lying to people, without making multiple alliances. I mean, that
honestly worked with almost everybody in this game and not told one single lie to any person. You don't have to lie.
No, but what I'm saying is, I've been finding out over the last couple of days about deals that these guys have made with other people, and I respect that because it's what the game is. I didn't do any of that. I was very transparent. They knew my whole game.
But you were connected to 3 other people tightly.
Sure.
So you weren't
and those
playing,
3 people were connected to other people.
Right, but you knew they had your back and you had their back. So there was that mutual trust that carried you through the game also. So it wasn't that you couldn't be an only island at the start of this game for the first half of this game and winning comps and stay in the game, because you would have immediately been greenlit by everybody.
Absolutely.
Because
Once
if you
I
were-
won, I knew
if
I
you
had
were
to
that-
latch on to somebody.
If you were that only island player winning all the comps, okay, the moment he ain't winning, he's out, period.
Right. That's what
I
happened.
was
The
gonna
moment I
say, you
stopped winning,
also weren't painted as this massive target. You gotta get this person out, you gotta get like me. Whereas I had to go to other people and make other deals to secure my safety because I knew everybody was looking at Marina. And so I had to save my own ass outside of C4 to make sure that they weren't going to be targeting me. Whereas you didn't really have to do that because nobody was really like, Robert, hey, come get Robert. It was more me and Courtney. And so I understand you played your game and you got as far as you did by playing a different way, but also other people had to like go behind and like make deals with other people. And so it's just crazy to see how different you can play the game and how far you can get playing different ways and strategies. And so, I mean, I commend
and
you on
all
how you
that's
played the game.
true. All that's true, but the group protected you, and I definitely protected you. Before final 3, you were on the block once.
I
I was on the
agree.
block 4 times.
Mhm.
We never put you up. We never made you a pawn. We all volunteered to be pawns.
But
You
I
never
have to say,
volunteered
I
yourself
was
to be a
not on the
pawn.
block because I made side deals with Brian and with Tony. And so I could have very well been up more than once.
Right,
But
and then
because
you made sure that I was the one to go after Brian. I did the work for you, and that's fine. And I own that. That's fine.
I mean, at the end of the day, I never said we have to get Brian out. It was a collective group decision because
Sure.
Brian was targeting me and Courtney, but I never was like, hey, we have to do this. You have to do this. It was a group decision, but absolutely, I was sitting back and letting people do the work for me.
Right.
I'm not going to lie and say that I wasn't. It was a game decision on my part.
Yeah. For me, it just hurt a little bit towards the end to realize that even within the group of 3, there was no one that wanted to take me. I understand why, believe me, I do. But I would have thought at least someone somewhere would have thought maybe, to
Guess what?
take you
That's
off.
exactly how I feel too, Robert, because I just found out that Courtney and Kyle both didn't want to take me. And guess what? I never put Kyle up on the block. I took Kyle to final 3 with me, and I literally thought both of them would take me. And I just found out the same thing. None of them were going to take me. I feel
But
like
here's the
shit,
thing.
but I mean,
It's not that we weren't going to
Hey.
take you because we didn't value our relationship or our
because
alliance
we would
with
have
you.
won.
It's because you were better than
I
us,
knew
and we.
if Kyle took me and if you took me, I was going to win. Why do you think I was downplaying my game to Kyle, saying, hey, look, Courtney really would win jury management and blah, 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 blah. I was trying to downplay it so he would take me.
Courtney,
But guess what?
Courtney, hold on a second, Marina. Courtney,
Yeah.
between Robert and Marina, who did you want to final 2 with?
Well, I covered that. Like,
No, you said both of our names. So
yeah, it literally
it.
like it guts me between the two. No, I think I said no. I did. I
did say it.
clarified.
Yeah.
I clarified Marina
Yeah, say
because
her name. It's fine. I know.
because game wise, Robert, there was zero chance in hell. But on a personal level, I could not have made the choice. If it came down to final 3 and I couldn't get past that whole emotional thing, I literally would have had to throw it and let the choice come down, like let you two choose, because personal level, I can't choose between you and
Okay.
Marina. You
So
both.
here's
Do
the
you
ma-
think that you
here's-
could have won
Hold on,
against
Marina,
me?
Marina, 1 second, Marina,
No.
1 second. Courtney, here's the maturation of your game. Earlier in the game, you and Marina were tied at the hip.
Yeah.
But who would you really have wanted to go to the final 2 with earlier in the game?
Earlier in the game,
Yes.
in the beginning, Marina. There would have been no thought about it. Marina, hands down.
At one point in the game, you did tell me that you would prefer to have a final 2 with Robert earlier in the game. The only reason I say that is because you were more driven by an emotional response than a strategic response. You and Marina were clearly unified, but you knew that Robert was protecting you, had your back,
I got
and
played.
and had taken you off the block, I think that was the first time. I think it was after he had taken you off the block. So there was a clear protection level of protection with Robert.
Mhm.
And I remember asking you, and I was surprised because you said you would like to see if you could have a final two with Robert, with then Marina. But this was earlier in the game, and I mean really early. And I think over the course of the game, your recognition between Robert and Marina began to change, and you realized that Robert really wasn't he wasn't best suited for you to win the game, because that started to emerge for you. With Marina, while you might not have won, who knows? We don't know. However, you knew that out of the two of them, you had a better chance to
The
be with
chance was
Marina.
better, yeah.
Yeah, so that's why I asked that question, because you did say at one point that a final two with Robert, and that, Robert, I'm just pointing that out to you, is that somebody did actually consider taking
Right,
you as a final
but
two.
at the end of the day, when I won vetoes, when I was in power, I never put any of the three of you guys in danger. I think Kyle, I used you as a pawn once because you agreed to it. Outside of that, Courtney, you never went up. Marina, you never went up. Every time I had a veto, I either used it on myself or someone else. I never left it the same. And yet there was not one time when I didn't win a veto. The rare times when I couldn't win a competition, there was never an opportunity for anyone to save me. That's what hurts. Because
To be
I was the
fair,
one
though-
doing the saving. No one ever saved me.
To be fair though, like I was in power multiple times too, and I never put you up on the block. It was just that last decision where I won, where I was like, we're at the end of the game. There's nobody else to go after if I'm trying to win. Honestly, I still think that I could have still won against you, Robert, but I knew that it would be up in the air and it would be like really, it would be close tie. So I was like, really the person that I have to fight the hardest to win would be Robert. And so I knew that my best move would be to get you out, but I had opportunities where I could have taken shots at you as well, which I never did.
You almost did.
Because I really
Final
was
five.
true to you.
Final five, you were going to. They stopped you. I stopped
know-
you. We had the
Yeah.
conversation.
You're right. But what I'm saying is also it's because I had to think about Matt. Matt was not even present or able to play in any competitions. And I was like, Robert didn't win HOH. And so this was literally the perfect opportunity if I'm going to take the shot. And I said, if I don't, and Robert takes me out next by winning head of household, my whole game down the drain. And so I would have been stupid not to think about it or even consider doing that if I was trying to win.
Oh, believe me,
adore you as a person,
I
and
told all you
actually
guys.
did cry about it. I felt like shit, but I'm like, I'm in this game. We got this far together, but I'm trying to win. And so
Yeah, I
Yeah,
told all
we
you
didn't
guys
go
at
into
the
the
end game,
steamroll
you'd
to
be
the end.
stupid not to, you'd be stupid to take me. I understand that. I can't fault the game move at all. But I'm saying throughout the entire game, throughout 37 days of playing this game, I saved people repeatedly, and the secret I used was something that I got myself. Yes, you guys did help, but I was able to narrow it down, quite frankly, by myself. I'm not saying you guys didn't help me. Believe me, I know that you did, but there were times where I saved my own ass. That I kept myself in this game. And especially now to kind of hear about, you guys had a Final Four deal with Devin early on. I know you, granted it's
That
Devin,
was
I know you didn't
before
honor it
us,
super
though.
much, but
And
That
that's
was
why you
before
should have
us.
broadened your horizons. Just saying.
to who? To Valerie?
I'm talking
Is
about
Valerie
at
going
the
to take me
beginning
to
of the
Final Two?
game. I'm not talking about late in the game, Robert. I'm talking about at the beginning of the game. You could have been making moves for yourself as well, so you can't fault them for not wanting to take you to the end. You closed off a lot of relationships with a lot of people within the game because you were so close to the core four.
Because they were the only people that were going to take me forward. Once I kept winning competitions, I had to
But
stick with the
what
people that
me
were
and you
going to keep me.
talking, you could have initiated that as well. I'm just saying, like, you closed off a lot of relationships that could have been people that would have taken you to the end, so you didn't feel like you was fighting by yourself. You got to
but-
respect the game.
No, but those people weren't taking me. Those people were attacking me and not my allies.
I'm talking about at the
Tony-
beginning of the game before all that even happened, Robert. I'm not talking about after the fight blew up or nothing. I'm talking about before all of that has happened.
Yeah, when you
could have
still
built
wanted to be an island
relationships
unto
as
yourself.
well.
Okay,
She's saying,
let me ask this question, Brian, to you, Brian. When I win Connect 4 and I pull Colleen down, was I an option to go up as a replacement nominee if she pulls herself down by herself?
Wait, hold on. You're speaking too fast.
Okay. Week 3, Connect 4. Let's say that Courtney wins Connect 4, pulls herself down. I don't win it. I don't win the veto. She pulls herself down. You have to name a replacement nominee. You took a long time to name that replacement nominee, and you ended up settling on Carlos. Was I an option for you right there? Was I going home?
And you saying this is when you did not win the veto? I don't believe you were an option at that point. No, for me.
But there were certainly times where I won a veto either to keep someone safe, or if I didn't win the veto, I was the replacement nominee if it got used. There's no doubt about that.
I think you think you were, in your head, you made yourself a target. You were not that.
I wasn't a target?
Not early on.
4
in the
vetoes,
game,
am I
no.
a target?
Not
Okay.
early. You're talking about Connect 4, which was very early.
It was
You
week
were
3, yeah.
You were not.
Your name wasn't even coming
was
up
not
like that.
at
At
all.
that time, it was me and Courtney, me and Courtney, me and Courtney.
Like
me
your
and
name
Courtney.
was not coming up at all. And I told you that when I
Not
had
at
a
all.
conversation with you, Robert, I was being honest with you with the intel that I was hearing. Nobody was coming after you. Nobody was even looking at you. And that's what I mean when I say, like, when y'all play games, y'all have to broaden your horizons because you don't never know who you need towards the end game and who will actually take you to the end game. Is all I'm simply saying. I'm not denying that you played an amazing game. You won comps. Shit, you won more than I did, and I've been around for a while. It's just you have to broaden your horizons and make sure that you know who you're working with is going to actually take you to the end and not you playing for fourth or have to win yourself into the final 2.
Oh,
That's all I'm simply saying.
the only way I was going to 4th place at least was if I stuck with those 3. I don't think anyone can give me an argument otherwise than that.
So I don't understand why, if you're saying that, I still don't, to this point, to this moment, I don't understand why you keep saying, or why you even thought Courtney was going to consider taking you to final 2. If you keep saying you understood, why are you actually?
I do understand what I'm saying is that throughout the entire game, I protected and I was a weapon. And I know that was the knock on me is that I was the weapon, and I would be used to win competitions in my alliance. But in the reality, none of you guys were going to take me to the end.
The thing is, we all had our own little thing that we
Everybody
contributed
had a role.
to our alliance. We all had a role. Yours was winning competitions, mine was competitions, and also secrets. Courtney was doing social and secrets, and Kyle was finding the hidden power. Like, we all had our own little role to play. And so the thing is like, we can sit here and be like, oh, well, this is the reason we found something that worked for us. We stuck together. We literally told each other our secrets, and we knew realistically, if we ventured out to anybody else, our secrets would be able to be used against us. And so that's why we ultimately didn't venture out. We stuck together. Our plan was working. We were taking everyone out one by one, and it worked. And that's why we got all as far as we did.
Right. No, and I appreciate that, and I admire that. And it was something that I wanted to keep together. And on more than one occasion, I had to make sure to keep that together in order for that to work.
Yeah.
My point being is that when it was formed, I was always the 4th in that 4.
I don't agree with that.
I do.
I don't.
Because you had a 3-person alliance.
No, I'll tell you from outside looking in, for everybody on the
I
other
don't
side of
agree
the
with
house,
that either.
it was,
I left
Guys,
very
to be
early in the
honest,
game, and I don't agree with that.
we all
be
saw it
honest,
as
yeah.
Courtney and Marina, Robert, then Kyle. Kyle
Yes.
was the 4th. You were
Yeah,
not.
I would
Kyle
agree.
was the 4th, in my eyes, at least.
Yes.
Okay.
You were not the 4th. You had a whole different narrative in your head.
And Robert, I'm going to say the only reason that, again, you were an option for me before Kyle is because we had a stronger connection personally than me and Kyle. The thing is that I thought that I could win a lot easier and win more competitions against Kyle than you. And that is the only absolute reason. Also, I thought that I could manipulate Kyle a little bit into taking me to final 2, whereas you, I knew were taking Courtney 100%. And that is honestly, ultimately, the only reason anything went the way that it did.
I agree with all that.
I was naive because Courtney and Kyle both weren't taking me. So,
right.
And Kyle ended up winning the final HOH. So, I mean, it just goes to show at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter how you perceive things. And like, it really is odds of the game.
My perception is the only way I was making the final 2 was if I won my way there. I mean, am I wrong when I say that?
You're not wrong when you say that.
Right, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
I
At
agree.
the end of the day, I was no one's number two. Nobody's.
But
And
you
no
thought
ma-
you
no matter-
were though. That's my thing. You really came in
did.
and thought that Courtney was gonna bring you to final two. And I told
Yes,
you.
I did.
she
So
was
did I.
not.
Yep.
No, not that you weren't somebody's number two. Like game wise, Robert, I will say straight up, game wise, you were not anybody's number two because you were going to win against anybody that you went to the end to. Relationship wise, I don't want you to think that the relationship I built with you wasn't genuine, or that just because I wouldn't take you to final two that our relationship wasn't genuine. I
agree.
mean it 10,000% when I say I would not have made it through this game without you. You were my emotional rock, and I cannot thank you enough for that, Robert. The bond that I formed with you was more so friendship than game. I
Sure.
made a real relationship and real friendship with you, and I feel like I focused more on that relationship that I did the game relationship. But like when it came to the game relationship with you, as much as I really wanted to go final two with you, final two with Marina, like obviously I can't go with both of you, and just for my game, Marina was the best choice. But the
But you
relationship
still wouldn't have
formed-
taken me.
No, but that's the thing. I had to think in my position, because if I didn't win that comp, it was up to Kyle.
I just want to say that I was always true to taking you to final two, even though I felt like I had a better
knew
chance
you
of
could
winning
beat
against
me.
Kyle. I 100% was going to take you. Absolutely, I would have beaten you. I would have beaten him. I mean, I'm just saying I was true to that, and I thought that you were too. But
We saw
I
what you
wa-
were doing
no.
though. You were playing hard, and we both talked, and we heard what you were saying, so we knew what you were.
Courtney, ask a question to Marina now.
Actually, yeah, Marina, did you talk final two with Kyle in the game?
I did.
Oh,
Exactly.
I did. Okay,
Exactly.
but listen, I did. And God, I love you, Kyle. I do, but I wouldn't have stuck to it. I really just was trying to get Kyle to take me to final two because I didn't really know where his head was at. But I'm going to tell you right now, Courtney, I was true to our final two, and I would have, if I didn't have the baby, I feel like I was answering those questions in my head. I would have fucking won, and I would have taken you.
so I
do
don't
think
doubt
that
that she means that, Courtney, but Marina, you must understand. Kyle tells Courtney, yeah, she mentioned Kyle final two to me. Courtney's like, wait, what?
But he could have been lying. She didn't even come to
He-
me. She didn't even
he-
try.
And
But
we talked about that. Courtney chose not to. I asked her, simply put, like I've asked every other people, do you think you should just ask?
Yeah,
Nope.
she should have.
I
would've lied.
knew, and I believe Kyle because I established a relationship good enough with Kyle that I felt I could tell if he was being truthful or lying to me. And I trusted Kyle's word enough that I figured what he was saying to me was truthful, and it sounded like things he would say. And I didn't want to come to you and be like, hey, did you make the final two with Kyle? And then have your alarm bells go off, and then you be like, oh, Jesus, like.
I do have to say though, Kyle also talked about taking me to final two way earlier with the whole Devin thing. So I mean, that's why I had brought it up again, is because Kyle had brought it up to me. I really thought that I was Kyle's number one, and he was gonna freaking take me. And I told Ducky, I knew he wasn't taking me when he started getting sketchy. He wasn't answering my questions. He wasn't talking to me very much anymore like he was before. I knew that Kyle wasn't taking me, and that's why I tried to go to him right before and say, look, where's your head at with final two? Who are you bringing? And I want to plead my case. And I was kind of trying to push the jury votes and say, everyone's going to vote for Courtney. So if you bring her, but I did poor jury management, nobody's going to vote for me. So you want to sit next to me. I obviously knew that that wasn't true, but I tried still. I mean, at the end of the day, it's still a game, and it was us three left. And I knew, well, I thought I knew that you were going to take me. I was nervous if Kyle was going to win, if he was going to take you. And I mean, I made it that far. I might as well try to still play the game and try to get him to take me. I mean, I said it right there. I said, when I was talking to him, I'm like, I don't want to throw Courtney under the bus, but at the end of the day, I still got to try to plead my case. And
I want to ask a question. I want to ask a different question, totally unrelated to what you guys are talking about. Caitlin, when you were added to the audience page, I don't know how much of it you looked at. I hope you looked at some of it.
Pretty
But I
much
wanna-
everything. Yeah,
I'm sorry, what? What did you say?
I looked at everything.
Did you? Okay, cool. So what was an impression you got when you got added to the page and looking at the evolution of the game, the different conversations that you saw? Any impressions you got that you could share? Because I'm curious to know what you thought of the game, because you were out early enough to where
Yeah,
changed from where you were when you left, where it was when you left.
I mean, I definitely kind of seen towards the end of towards the middle of the game. Robert, you were winning a lot, and I seen that I mean, to some extent, he is true about kind of pulling people off and then not getting saved by others. But also, there's a lot of conspiracy against Kyle. I think that was kind of brought up with how they were kind of going around kind of questioning his, I'm sorry,
Loyalty.
it's almost 3 a.m. So but yeah, kind of questioning his moves and everything. But I do think that if Kyle had brought Marina to the end, I don't think he would have won. So I mean, that was definitely a great move on his part. And with obviously the jury roundtable, can I talk about that? Yeah, right.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
There were a lot of people that were not actually, they were looking at Courtney's game and actually seeing all the moves that she did make, which were great. I mean, I don't know, not Courtney was being overlooked, but definitely okay, she did make a lot of big moves in the game, and that's why she did end up winning. So I do applaud her for that. I mean, she wasn't just riding Marina's coattails. She was actually making big moves. And that's something that when I did get on the audience page, I did notice more of. So that was,
I mean, I have to say too, that when I got into the jury chat, I was going to bat for Courtney and saying look, she did play her own game, and these are moves that you guys didn't see her make. And this is why, I feel like she was deserving of my vote. And a lot of people were saying, oh, no. But I mean, everybody in our alliance, including Kyle, played their own game.
Right.
And we all had our strengths and different weaknesses, and that's why we made it so far, is because one person was strong in something, but then the other person was strong in something. And so a lot of people actually missed a good game and didn't get to see the game that we played, because I mean, a lot of the stuff was me and Courtney behind the scenes trying to pull everyone together and keep everyone in check and doing stuff. And then Robert was winning competitions and Kyle was doing his own thing. We all had a part to play. And so I felt like I was trying to get across to the jury what was actually going on, because everyone's like, well, I don't think anybody's deserving of winning. And I'm like, did you not watch the same game that I was in? Because I disagree. So
If you watch that roundtable back, and I know Marina, you were not part of it, I made cases for all three of you during that
You did.
roundtable.
Robert did a great job going to bat for you three.
All
He
three
really
of you.
and
did.
even Kyle too. I mean, he did, because some people
He
were like,
did.
well, why should Kyle win? What did he do?
Right.
Your social game was pretty good. I mean, I will say
I
that
even
too.
said, Kyle, what you were
He
good
had
at.
a way of pulling people in and just connecting with them on every level. And that's kind of how I connected with Kyle.
Well, at the jury
Animal-
roundtable, it seemed like everybody was more talking about Marina and Courtney, only because
Sure.
it seemed like they were doing more. And yes, from the jury standpoint, we felt like we didn't get anything from Kyle. It could have been an individual or collective decision, but we wanted something more. Yes, Robert brought up amazing points about all three, but I also said that I love the way Courtney's social game has evolved. And I was very gung-ho about a social player winning, because anybody can win comps. But if you could use your social game to talk you out of any situation, get the veto used on you, be put up as a pawn and stay, and you make it to the final two, then bitch, you deserve that shit.
And to
I felt like
Valdanian's point,
had Kyle given a little bit more, far as jury management, the votes could have been a lot closer. But I just felt like your social game just dominated.
Honestly, I feel like the jury was super bitter. I feel
Yeah.
like
They were
Devin.
bitter.
Mhm.
They were bitter. Absolutely.
Yeah, with
And
Devin,
they'll
my hands
own
were
it.
full of his blood. He thought he could lead me on, but I saw Ray.
No, I don't think the
Yes.
jury was bitter. We
Oh, let me finish. And then you, like, I don't know, like, it seems like you have a really big ego because you think one of the biggest moves was getting rid of you, and you said your game was 99%
Yes, it actually
perfect.
was.
I don't think so. I don't agree. I think the biggest move
Well,
was at the
then you
beginning of
don't
the
have to
game.
agree, but you can't tell me if I say the biggest move. That was the biggest move that she made. Because
Yeah,
she
you can
wasn't going to
believe
put
that.
up anybody else. Why not put up someone like me who played before? That was a
We
big
all
move that got
decided
her
to put
really
you up with
far.
your secret because it's the only one left. It really
Yeah.
had
I'm
nothing to
talking
do with
about,
your
but
game.
Courtney used the secret. Y'all can't
We
take that
told
away
her
from her.
to. Yes,
Hold
we
on,
told her
Marina.
to.
Hold on,
Regardless
Marina.
if y'all told her to or
Hold
not,
on.
she still did it. It was her move.
It was
Period.
our move
Like
as a
y'all
group.
can't take away her move because y'all
Yes,
claimed
it
y'all
was a
told her
group
to.
move, 100%.
But
It
I
was
feel
her
like
move, not a
you have
group move.
it's an ego-based decision because like I feel like the biggest move in the game was when I blew up the game, when I blew up Devin's game, when I blew up Brian's game.
But it cost you to
blew
it
everything
didn't do
up.
anything to your jury management though. You
I
lack
think well,
jury
that's because
management.
everyone who got eliminated is super bitter about it. And
But
like,
Valdamian,
Bitter
the
about with
two
who though?
Valdamian, the two nominees when you went home were Courtney and Kyle. There's nothing to say we couldn't have had Kyle use the secret to pull himself off, leave Courtney there against you, because we had the votes to take you down. That's not.
I get what you're saying, but
that's not
I'm
Courtney's
still
move.
saying it was still her move. Like,
Sure. No, what I'm saying is, if you're saying that's the biggest move, that's a move either one of them could have made. That was a group move.
it was her move.
Because she's the one who did it. We could have just as easily had Kyle use the
Okay,
secret.
but y'all didn't though. That's the whole point of it. She made that move. It was her. I don't care what y'all saying. Like y'all saying it's a group decision, but again, only one person can win. She made that move herself. She could have chose not to, regardless if it was a group move or
She
not.
would've went
She made the
home.
move.
But you
If I
understand what
hadn't
she's saying.
done
She's
what
simply
I did in
saying
the
When I
beginning
had a
of the game,
Courtney
conversation
pulled
with
the trigger.
Courtney,
Excuse
Courtney,
me.
what did you
One
tell
second.
me when I had a conversation with you one-on-one? Did you tell me it was a group move?
No,
No,
I
you
said
didn't.
that I made the
Exactly.
decision. I said I made the decision.
Thank you.
Right. So
To
she's
use
simply
it.
saying that Courtney pulled the trigger on a player who was firmly embedded in the game. That's by everyone's admission.
Right,
Whether
but
you
if Kyle makes that move, if Kyle's the one that uses
Then
the
But
Kyle
secret
Kyle
would be getting the
didn't
credit
make
for
that
that.
move. Courtney made that move.
Hey, but Courtney, why did you
She
make
could
that
have
move?
easily came to me and say, "Hey Val, this was a group decision that I used your secret to put you up."
Courtney,
That's
why
not
did
the
you use that
conversation that I
secret?
had with her. She made that decision. She made that move. It's her move, regardless of how it came about. She pulled the trigger. It's her move. And for me, I feel like it was a big move, regardless if y'all agree with me or not.
So
Do
I
you-
10,000% can see both sides. I made
Right.
the decision on my own at the suggestion of you guys. Without your suggestions, would I have come to the conclusion to do that on my own? I can't say yes, I can't say no, but you guys all suggested. Absolutely, that was your idea. But what Valdamian is saying is that if Kyle had used the secret, then it would have been Kyle's move. It would have been Kyle's move and it would have been his big move. But because I'm the one who physically used it, that's why it's seen as my move and not a
And
group.
for Valdamian,
Thank
that
you.
was a signature move, in her opinion, of Courtney's game. That's what
I'm
she
not
said.
but
saying
don't
like
come
her
in here
opinion of
trying
the
to
move.
tell me
No,
how
I'm
I
not.
should feel about a
I'm
move and that
not.
is not a
I
big
have
move.
never said that. I said
Yeah.
I didn't like. I know that you believe that, and that's your opinion, and you're entitled to have it. But I think at the beginning of the game, like not to discredit your win, Courtney, because you definitely deserve it. You played a killer game, so social. But if it wasn't up to me, like blowing up Brian's game, blowing up Devin's game, coming to you guys and giving you hope when you guys were both like so down in
We
the
said that
dumps.
in jury.
Yes.
And I think,
Oh my
and I think
goodness,
if Robert
this
hadn't
dude.
have voiced that, Kyle, I think that nobody would have known.
Right.
So Robert voicing all of that
I said
made
that too.
it all come to light of what you did in this game. As
Yeah.
far as
And
But
Marina,
yeah.
he would have been gone third. Like he would have
Yeah.
took Courtney off the block. He would have been gone third. We wouldn't have had all the power, all these decisions that happened in the game. We were so close. Like it was like very hit or miss. So if we lost you, we would not have made it to the end. I really think my game kind of got dragged through the mud because people didn't like that I was a big reason why they got voted out. Valerie said my HOH was wasted. And no, I don't think it was wasted because I got her out. If I would have got Robert out or Matt out, you guys would have been right on my butt. So that would have been stupid. Tony, like, I think Tony would go whatever against Colleen, whatever she wants, he would want the opposite. He's very petty, and I think he knows that. And Brian, what the heck? Like using your jury vote as like a number game, like it's kind of a waste, isn't it?
Not at all, not from where I stand, because again, I don't, a lot of your explanations have been we did this.
Yeah, and we killed it.
And listen, hear me out. You all killed it, and I commended you all for doing your individual parts as a collective, as a unit. And that's what I wanted you all to understand. You all are amazing. You are going to be legendary for being such a great unit. You did your part for your unit. You did not do enough for your individual game, Kyle, is what I'm saying. You did not do enough for your individual game. And that's all I was saying. For me, Courtney, you did not do enough for your individual game. For me, and you both did not do jury management at all. Where I stand, it just did not happen for me. So that's why I just felt like it's a toss-up for me, and I wanted you all to just have a fair opportunity. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you're fine. I just want to ask you a question on what you just said. You said they did not do jury management at all. May I ask if it is more accurate or fair, at least, to say this? They didn't do jury management in comparison to Marina.
I'm sorry for not clarifying. Yes, in comparison to Marina, you all did not do jury management. Robert, for me, did not need jury management because his game spoke for itself.
I took you out. I mean, what do we need to manage your vote?
He took me out. He was a somewhat social. His social game was lacking, but it could have been better. But he had enough wins to make me feel like, okay, he did enough for himself to get him where he is and his group. He's the one that was doing the protecting and everything. He was a force within y'all's group. He was the muscle. He didn't necessarily, for me, need to do jury management. Robert didn't talk to me, but for me, he did enough for his individual game and for your group. You two, I just felt like you did not do enough for yourself to win my vote. And that's just how I felt about it. It wasn't nothing insulting. Like I said, you all did amazing together. I commend it, and I wanted to be, that's what I wanted. I wanted to have my alliance do exactly what you all did, but I still made sure to play my own game as well, which is why I still talk to Marina and why I had so many connections. I had to make sure that if I got to the end, I could make a valid argument on what I did for myself and not for just my alliance. I don't feel like you all did that.
I agree with that. And regardless of my competitions, the two big moves I made in this game, I took you out, Brian, and I took out Leisha. Because I feel like if Leisha stayed in this game, she was winning this game. And I don't think there's anyone in this room that disputes that. She was smart. She was winning competitions early on. And if she stayed into jury, she was dangerous. And I took her out with my secret. And during my HOH, I took you out. Those were my two moves, regardless of any competition wins. And even if I didn't keep building up my competition wins, there was no reason for any of them to take me to the final two, because that would have been a better argument for me than most of the moves that they could have argued in response. So I understand.
Absolutely. Again, it's nothing. I want you all, Kyle and Courtney, I want you to know it was nothing personal. I'm not bitter. I don't want you all to see me as a bitter jury member, because I am not. I really have no ill feeling against either one of you. I just don't feel like you played enough game to be the winner of this season. And if I was a bitter jury member, I wouldn't have said Robert and Marina. I felt like the four of them, they were just the better of the four of you. I have no ill feeling against either of the four of you as a collective. You all were an amazing group, and I actually envy you. I really do.
We took out Marina and Robert at the end.
Well, I kind of disagree. I would have put Courtney right up there with Robert and Marina, because I felt like her social game was the glue. Because, like, come on now, let's not trying to downplay Robert. You already know how I feel about you. Like I said, your comps, you would have had my vote as well had you made it to the end. But against Marina, I probably would have gave it to Marina because she had a harder battle from the beginning to the end. And my phone just went dead. Ain't this about a bit?
You're not the only jury member that said that. I know it wouldn't have been a unanimous vote against Marina. in
I
that
just have to
hypothetical
say, I
final two.
also won 5 comps. I was doing good with the comps too. I really feel like I could have still beat you, Robert, had I been sitting next to you. I really think that if I got to like say my speech, which by the way, I worked for so freaking hard on, didn't even get to use it, but I still feel like I could have won against you, Robert. I just didn't want to take the chance because I knew it would have been close. And so
The only thing that bothers me about the way that the jury handled things, whether it was tonight or in the roundtable and stuff, I feel like there were a lot of people that were just kind of set in their ways in terms of they knew what they wanted. They didn't want to get a question from people. There were people by Valdamian. There were people that they asked the same question to both. There was no differentiation between the two people. It was, here's one question, let me ask it to two people. And
Well,
in my mind,
unfortunately, the people that could give us the most information, y'all came too late. We asked Colleen, so we wanted to know more about Kyle's game.
I tried my best in 3 days to let you guys know what we've been doing in 30 days.
Absolutely, and like I said, you gave a great explanation, but we just wanted to hear. You did, but and yours just came today, the day of. It wasn't enough time to process everything. But Colleen, who could have been there, who praises y'all so much, refused to give us anything. And then the moment Robert came in, and she tried to. She did. I don't want to use the word dick ride, but she was dick riding him, and it really pissed me off. It's like, where was all this information when we asked you? When you came in, you had nothing to say, and you said it wasn't your job to explain anyone's game.
She didn't know.
She did not bet.
She didn't know. She knew nothing.
For her to be going to bat for Kyle the way he did, she could have given us something. She was going to bat.
She knew nothing.
She had to have known something.
She knew something, but not about C4. I don't think she knew C4 at all.
You know what's actually
I don't care
funny
about
about
C4. I
Colleen?
wanted to know about Kyle's game. I don't want to know about C4. That's my point.
I feel like I said so much about my game. I feel like, no offense, Courtney, I feel like my answers were better than yours today, and my speech was better than yours. It had more heart. You were just kind of going like, oh, I don't know. If you look it back, you could look it back. But yeah,
Well, God love you. I love you so much, but I'm going to tell you, you really didn't answer the questions that people were asking you.
And it was so
We're kind of talking
You were
about
pretty
stuff
long-winded.
that
hurt you.
Well, that's just me as a person. And
Sure, Kyle, you have to learn to focus on the key talking points and stick with that and just let it be that. I was almost falling asleep. I feel bad, but it was too long, and everything you do is just overly long-winded. Your paragraphs that you send, it gets to be very.
Maybe you just don't like that about me, but that's me.
I get it, but you can't say that your speech was better than hers when it's long. Your delivery, it just didn't hit where it needed to hit. The delivery was lacking because it was too long.
I feel like, I don't know, it was already a foregone conclusion in your mind just because you had bitter feelings against me. That's all I feel. I might be wrong.
You didn't do anything to me. You and I had a great
say that when I got to jury, I asked everyone where their vote lied, and everyone said that they had not made up their mind. They really didn't want to give their vote to either of you, to be honest. They wanted to give it to me and Robert, and we were sitting there. And so they really didn't have their minds made up. Everyone said they wanted to hear your speeches tonight, and that was going to sway them on where they voted. So I can agree with what Brian is saying. They really didn't have their minds made up. It was all about the speeches tonight.
Yeah, when I came in there, it was Marina's victory to lose, basically. Was pretty much, and I had to be the one to go to the round table and say, here's what Kyle did, here's what Courtney did. Without that, they would have handed it to Marina right there at the final three if they could have.
Why decide on a number? Like when we both played like very
I
similar
can't speak
but
to
different games. I feel like that's just like, I don't know, kind of like just.
I already explained it. Like I said, for me, you both just did not do enough for your own personal games, and neither one of you did your jury management due diligence for me at all. Kyle, when we lost,
easy to say that after the fact because like you are on the jury, but like everything that we did, we made it to Final Four. We did so many moves of our own moves, it's so easy to be like, oh, you should have did this, you should have took me, you should have worked with me. But no, we shouldn't have. We worked with each other because we trusted each other, and we
I
had
don't
each
think you
other.
should have worked with
still keep
me.
saying
You're missing
we.
what I'm missing.
You're
You
not
keep
saying I. It's
you're
still
missing
we.
everything I'm saying. It's going
Yeah,
in
well,
one ear out the other.
I don't think so. I'm listening.
You're not processing what I'm saying. I'm telling you
Kyle, it's
everything.
because
We're
he's
going in
saying when he
circles.
asked what you did for your game, you were saying, we did this, we did this. You never said, these were my moves, this is what I did. You were saying, well, we did this.
And the moves that you said you did directly correlated to what you did for C4.
Not at all.
Everything
No,
tied
there's
back
many
to
moves I did.
C4. You never said what you did for Kyle to move forward.
In
Not
the
what you did
beginning,
for C4.
with
You blew
when
up my game to C4. You blew up Devin's game to C4. Like everything was just C4. What did Kyle do for Kyle? And that was not there for
tons,
you.
honestly, tons. Like I found the secret advantage, the secret
Yes,
power.
but in your speech, Kyle, you didn't say it, is what he's saying. You said we in your speech. You didn't say I did this and stick up for the moves that you made besides C4 is what he's saying. Whether or not you did the moves or not, you didn't say it in your speech. And so it didn't win them over is what they're trying to say.
Yeah.
And that's what I said about Courtney about her speech is what got me to change my vote. Because I was willing to vote for you, Kyle. I was looking in that speech for you to own something that you personally did for you. And I agree with Brian when he said it was more of a we, like you was looking for team, not for I. Whereas Courtney's speech, she made her own moves and she said, I did this for myself, or I found these secrets, or I made this pull the secret and put you like I. And that's where you were lacking. You were saying we and not I. And that's what lost it for you. It's nothing to do with bitter. I mean, I could have been bitter, but I gave y'all the opportunity of giving y'all a statement from someone with experience. It's not ego, because I don't need ego. I'm well established in this community. I didn't need to win this game. I won before. So if you would have got a chance to get to know me like that, Kyle, you would know that. So I'm not going to say that hurt my feelings because it doesn't bother me now. I don't have any. But that's why I voted for Courtney, because she owned her game and she said she made moves for her. That's all we're trying to tell you. There's no bitterness over here.
Coming after you because you did play a great game and you got to Final Four, and I don't want you to like have that taken away from you. You took me out. I mean, you did make some great game moves and you did play your own game. And so a lot of people didn't just get to see that. And I tried to give you the opportunity with my question as well to like say what you did. But I think that you just got so in your head and were like overwhelmed. Like you didn't really say what you did. And so
I feel like I did, though. I feel like I said everything that I did, pretty much. I talked about how I was so dead set on getting rid of Devin when he could have like got into the chamber and messed us up. Even the first move I made, when it changed the whole trajectory of the game. You would have been gone third. We would have been screwed. We wouldn't have made it as far. That was not just for us. That was for me initially, and then us. Like I feel like I did so much, and to get one vote kind of hurts. But like again, I'm really happy that Courtney won, and I'm not discrediting her win at all. But I do definitely feel like I don't know, like
I
maybe
think it's just
because
because you didn't do a good job of portraying your game. And I think that that's what happened tonight. And
I think it's
has
because I got
nothing
more
to
blood
do-
on my hands, honestly, and like I don't know, I get the vibe.
No, I don't agree.
That's
I
not
don't
right.
agree with that.
I have more blood on my hands than you had on yours. Let's be honest.
Yeah, but you weren't at the final two, so
No, I know that, but I'm saying like don't.
Honestly, Kyle, I really just think you didn't really portray what you had done. And I think that that's why the votes went the way. I mean, Courtney played a great game. That's what I'm saying is that even though you had a part in this, me and Courtney really did run the game behind the scenes and nobody's seen it. And Courtney did make a lot of moves that nobody's seen that I tried to go to bat for her, but I also tried to go to bat for you too, Kyle, and say, look, these are the things that Kyle did that nobody got to see because everybody was writing you off. And so I was going to bat for you as well. And I tried to tonight as well. And I just think that you didn't do a good job of trying to portray your personal game. And I think that that's what it was. Nobody was coming at you. Nobody's mind was made up. And I can agree to that. So can Robert. Nobody's mind was made up.
Correct.
I don't know.
And we were very inquisitive about, we wanted to know more about what you did. We were asking. If we had our minds made up, we wouldn't have gave a damn. We would have said, okay, Courtney gets the win and that's it. We did not do that. We genuinely wanted to know what you did.
I specifically asked Colleen, and she said it wasn't her job.
You did.
Well,
I was
I
the
feel
one that
like
asked
my
that question to
my
help us get a better understanding of what you did, Kyle, you personally. I said, because you have more of an insight than we did, because she said y'all had a final two. So to us, we were like, okay, well, tell us what he's done, what he did. And she said it wasn't her job. And so at that point, if we don't know from the inside, how are we supposed to know?
Remember the night before you got evicted? Didn't I tell you everything? Like, tell you so much about why I did the things.
Well,
like,
you did lay out a bunch of stuff. You did lay a
And
bunch of stuff out.
you really
did-
think that
and,
I
you know,
wasted my
I-
HOH when we got rid of you instead of going after Robert or Matt?
I
Like,
still
that would
still
be so
believe that.
dumb.
And and like you said, we can agree to disagree. And I'm going to give you the reasons why I feel that way. I feel that you should have taken a bigger shot out like Robert, because he was a bigger threat than me. I hadn't won nothing. I didn't win shit. No vetoes, no comps, nothing. So what was I going to do? And that was there by myself. I had no one. So
If I took out Robert,
right
then
after-
Marina
right
and
after-
Courtney and
right
probably
after,
Matt. Would,
let me finish, if I can finish. Right after I went out, the next option was, of course, Matt and Colleen. And Marina made the conscious decision to try to go at Robert. She was brave enough, and I said the words lots of times, and I'll say it again. She had the balls to try to go after Robert, but it didn't work out the way she planned. And that's why, even though me and Marina, I can't even remember the last time me and Marina even had a chat or talked. She's like, I will say, I think after she put me up the second time, we didn't talk at all, but she still would have had my vote over you because she showed that she deserved it.
I mean,
Even
it
though
was
me and
just
you
Marina.
talked,
She
me and
happened
you
to win
talked
that
more
call.
than her. Me and Courtney talked way more than Marina, and Marina still would have had my vote over Courtney too, because
Kyle, do you get the point that Valerie's making? Let's use the example she just gave you, simply put. We know that you wouldn't have turned on the four because that's just not what your game was. That's not the trajectory of your game. But
Well, that's not true. When Marina was taking the shot at Robert, we were both having.
okay, when Valerie was still in the game, she was not taking a shot at Robert at that point. Valerie said, had you gone after Robert when she was still in the game instead of her, that would be a possible move for Kyle's game. That's the point
I don't
she's
think I would have
making.
made it to the end at that point.
Okay, that's neither here nor there.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that the move to do something like that is the example that they're looking for as sort of a exclusively Kyle move, not benefiting us, but me. That's the point that they're trying to make. Not saying that you would have made it beyond that point or not. Not saying that you would have entertained the idea, but just had that been a hypothetical move on that you made, that would have been something the jury would have looked for and had something to rest on for a move Kyle made. But you
I
didn't.
wouldn't have done that because.
Okay, Kyle, that's neither here nor there. That isn't the point. Whether you would have done it or not it's hypothetical. So that's why it's neither here nor there. It's just a hypothetical because she said, had you done that instead of me, then that would be an example of a specific move you made. That's the point there. That's the only point they're trying to get across. to
Because
you.
that would have set
We
you
know
apart.
you
Like, already
wouldn't.
took
We know
Miranda
you
out.
wouldn't have done it. Yes, we all know that. But hypothetically speaking, had you done that, hypothetically, then that would be an example of a specific move you made to propel you further in the game. They didn't see that from the examples you gave. Colleen didn't give them anything, so they really had very little to go on. That's the point they're trying to make to you. That's it. That's all. Now we know that you wouldn't have done it for a variety of reasons. I made it clear. You guys were tight. You were the unit. There was no way you were breaking from it. I got that. They all know that. But hypothetically, had you done that, That's a specific Kyle move. Does that make sense at all?
I guess so, but I made many specific Kyle moves, and you
Okay, and you
that
did,
one.
and you did. But my point is, the ones that you drew attention to were not comparable in the opinion of the jury to the moves that Courtney did. And
Yeah.
that's obviously subjective because that's their opinion. That's the part of the game that you have no control over, is the opinion of those judging one game move over another game move. So in their purview, the game moves that you presented to them, for example, of justification of your getting their vote, did not stand up to the moves that Courtney did. And that's subjective. That's totally subjective, but that's this part of the game. That's all it is. It's not that your moves weren't significant, because they were. You're correct. C4 probably wouldn't have formed or gotten off the ground like it did had you not gone to Courtney and Marina, right? But that was not a specific Kyle move for Kyle. That was a move that Kyle did to move, you maneuvered to get new allies.
I mean, just because
So-
I'm working with a team doesn't mean I'm not making moves for myself. Just because I want to work with people that I really like and I feel like they have their own set of strengths that kind of balance my weaknesses. It's not
Right.
like not making a Kyle move. Making a we move is making a Kyle move. And I think it took me to the end. But
And I agree with you. It is a we game in the start of it, but it does change at a point in the game where it becomes not a we game, but a me game. It does change. Marina
we worked
exhibited
together,
it.
we got rid of
It-
Robert. We worked together, we made a deal. I made a deal
But
with
bef-
got rid
right.
of Marina.
Right.
We again.
Yeah,
But-
and got us to the
To be
end.
honest, the Robert move was mine. Nobody really wanted to do that, to be honest.
We were
Courtney
both
didn't
talking
really-
about it. You always dragged my game through the mud. We were both talking about
I
it.
never dragged your game through the mud. I actually went to bat for you,
You're saying
Kyle. What are you
I'm like
talking about?
spiraling all the time and
You
stuff.
did spiral all the time. Okay, guys,
You
come
as
on.
well, though. Like, were you not tripping sometimes? I mean, everybody.
Oh, you both were.
I admitted to
I
that.
spiraled a lot too.
Why are you getting mad at me?
I'm not getting mad. I'm just saying.
You are though. You're saying that I dragged your game through the mud. I never did. I went to bat for you. You did spiral, and so did I, and I admitted to that. But what you're not understanding what everyone's trying to say. Nobody's trying to take anything away from you. You're getting defensive right now for no reason. Nobody is taking anything from you, Kyle. You're not understanding. And you're trying to say that I'm dragging you through the mud. I never did. I did not drag you through the mud. I went to bat for you today in jury.
I don't know. Like with the whole Devin thing, especially, that kind of was very eye-opening. And then finding out that that Robert was trying to get my secret, or trying to get me out.
Yeah, but Kyle, you just cut me at final three, pretending like you were gonna bring me. You made
And I
moves too
was,
that-
for the longest time, I was leaning towards you, but then you had so many
But
big
my
moves.
point is you cannot be mad at other people for thinking things and playing their own game when you did the same thing.
Yeah.
You made a deal behind
Isn't that
my
what
back
people are
to take
saying I
Courtney,
didn't do?
and you cut me. I'm just saying you made the same moves. Like everybody was playing their own individual game. No matter how much we were playing as a team, we still had individual games.
We all did,
And
yeah.
you did the
So to
same
say-
thing, so you
to
can't
hear
be
that people-
butthurt right now.
I'm not buttered. I'm just saying, like, people are saying everything was about we, but no, we all had our own moves. And I made a
But
deal
you
with
were
Courtney. I
saying
won the
we.
first comp, she won the second comp, and we made a deal where if either of us win, we both make it. And that way we eliminated the risk of
But
not
you're not
making it.
getting the point, Kyle. That it's not about that. You're saying, oh well, it hurt your feelings because Robert did this and because I did this and everybody did this. Well, you know what? It hurt my freaking feelings that you didn't take me either. But guess what? It's the game. But nobody was dragging your game through the mud. You're not getting the point. You did make your own moves, but when people asked you about it, you said we. You didn't say I did this. And that was your downfall. And that is also why you did not win tonight. Is
But if
because
you look it back, you could see that I did.
you did make moves, absolutely, and I went to
Like,
bat
I
for
mean,
you.
the jury questions, I definitely did mention all of
I'm
lot of-
telling you, a lot
I
of things got lost in your long
Yes.
windedness. You might have said a lot, but you might have said hit some points, but you are so long winded that people zone out. You
Yeah.
got to be quick, concise, and to the point. Say what you did and move on.
I
You said
think
a
both of
whole
you were
bunch of
nervous
stuff.
tonight. Both of you were
Yeah.
a little nervous tonight when you were both speaking, and to explain yourself when we played a game that was all about the group, to then have to speak about yourself
Yeah.
was a shift for all of us.
Mhm.
So I understand it was a little bit difficult for the both of you guys. It would have been difficult for me. It would have been difficult for Marina to all of
Yeah.
a sudden not talk about the group and talk about what I did, because we're not selfish people, and we proved that over 37 days that you're not selfish. And I know
But
that,
that's
Kyle.
what you needed to do tonight to win.
Right.
And you
Right. And
fell
I don't
short
think
of
that. Right. You did
Down
not
to
get
the bitter
to.
end, you played team brother and not big brother. It was all about C4, and that's all I'm saying.
I feel
You
like you
only
did
one
the
person
same
can
damn
win.
thing, but we beat you so many times in a row.
I'm not.
we did.
We beat you. You see, you keep everything you say is we. Like
Because
you're not
it was such a
winning.
team
I
effort. I
need to
couldn't have
tell
done it
you,
alone. None of us
I have
could.
a child who gets up in 3.5 hours for
Yeah.
school. I
Exact same
really
way.
need to tap
Yeah.
out.
I'm
We gotta
about to
wrap
tap
this
out as
up.
well.
It's
Yeah,
like
'cause
4:30 in the morning here.
Yes,
and
it
I
is.
have
Sorry,
to-
you guys are.
Bye.
Kyle,
Yeah.
we will talk.
All right.
We're going to talk
So,
a million words.
You know
more,
what?
Please.
This Zoom will stay open until the last person on there other than me is there. I understand, Courtney, you do have to go to sleep. Thank you for hanging in, being a trooper.
No
You
problem.
are the queen of the ball. You're the queen of the gala.
Congrats, girl.
Completely,
Congrats,
100%
girlfriend.
fully
Thank you,
deserved. And I'm
guys.
so happy and proud of you. Thank you for joining the game,
Congrats,
bringing your
Courtney.
specialness to the game, and showing out that, hey, you know what? Realizing also that everything you've gone through before this point brought you here. And you stepped out of your comfort zone and you did something that was so unique and out of your box, your comfort box, 100%. I knew more than anyone else how much this was a tax on you mentally, psychologically, emotionally. I knew it, and I 100% was pulling for you from the very beginning. So I'm so glad you got it. You saw it through. I'm so glad you hung in there and you fought through the tears and the anguish, and look at it. And I am
Made it.
100% clear when I tell you, I truly did say, it's either going to be Brian or Courtney. And Brian, by the way, when the game started, not to belabor this, but Brian, by the way, actually, because in my mind, I saw certain people grouping up. Where that would go, I didn't know. I saw Brian, Caitlin, and Courtney grouping up. That was immediate. That was before the game even started. I knew that you guys you had similar energy and vibe to me, and I just thought you guys would group up. Now, when I talked with Brian, hey, Brian, what are you thinking of the people you've met so far? He's like, you know what? These are really cool people, but I really like that Courtney and Marina, but I'm really got to watch that Courtney. And I said, what do you mean? He says, because
Wait,
she's
what?
smart. You said, because I really got to watch that Courtney. And I said, what do you mean? You said,
Oh,
because
yeah.
she's smart.
I
So
did
Brian
say
knew
that.
it. Brian knew it from the moment he met you. That girl's smart. He didn't think that you were trying to play it down. I think you didn't realize what you had. Honestly,
For sure.
I don't think you did. I think you started to realize that over the course of the game, came out.
Mhm.
So
Yep.
Brian picked up on it immediately.
Brian knew before I did.
He knew before you knew. He did. That was the first thing he said. I really like that Courtney and Marina, but that Courtney, I don't know. I gotta watch her. She's smart. Yep. All right.
Well, thank
anyway,
you,
say that.
everybody. It was amazing getting to play with all of you. And Kyle, thank you for bringing me here to the final two.
Well
I
earned.
appreciate the choice you made. Yeah, Zach. Fuck.
I saw what you were doing, Marina.
You what?
I saw what you were doing. Like, I was leaning towards you, honestly, for the longest time, but it just.
But so not to cut you off, Kyle, I'm just gonna let you know, Courtney, good night. Sleep good. And
Yes.
we'll talk. All right.
Okay.
Good night.
Bye, guys.
Good
Love
night,
you all.
Courtney. Congratulations.
Thank you. Bye.
Now I'm just waiting for Ducky to be like, all right, and America's favorite house guest is.
I want to know.
Do we have
I am
that?
sorry. I apologize. I was going to do it and I just didn't.
It's
So
fine.
I apologize, guys. Sorry. One more thing on my plate of things to do, and that was the one thing I was like, I was battling within myself, and I said, "Am I going to push for it?" And honestly, I just ran out of energy.
It happens.
during all this, I started looking at like even like the last couple things that I was involved in, and I was seeing some of the comments and I was seeing some of the love, and I'm just appreciative of that, honestly, because like you don't know how your game kind of is dictated. You don't know how people kind of perceive what you do. So it was just kind of nice to see.
Wait,
like,
what comments? You're able to see them?
yeah, so
You are
like
all
now,
added to the audience page.
right.
Oh,
You are all also in a season chat. BB season 14 chat. So you're all added to that. You're all out of the jury.
We've been on here.
Yeah. Yes. You're all out of the jury. You're all out of the let me remove you guys from the evicted players chat. I forgot about that. Yeah. So you are all Valdamian, are you back? Did I maybe I forgot.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, okay. I just saw your
Reading,
message. I'm
bro.
sorry. I just saw your message. So I was just going to see if you had joined.
Did you wanted to ask me something?
No, I just saw your message asking for the
Do
link. I didn't know.
anybody want to ask me something?
I want to go to
Do
bed 'cause
anybody
it's
feel like
4:30
I've
in the
been
morning.
rude to them or something?
I don't
Because you know I got a content called Val's Nest Report. So if you wanted to be invited to that, I will invite you because I will talk about the season and the experience that I had. So nobody have any questions for me?
Why do you unfriend us?
Well, Kyle, I don't know. I just didn't like you.
That's fair.
That's how I felt. I felt like you were like the cocky and arrogance that you had when you were sitting next to me, like you didn't show that at the end, and I was like rooting for you hard. So my personal opinion then is like I don't like that dude. Like I didn't know what it was, and then I realized what it was when I got out the game. So I'm like, I don't think I could be friends with him because I felt like I don't know. I just felt like you were just fake with me. I don't know. I just couldn't get it. I felt like the conversation we had were like forced. It wasn't natural or anything. And that's just where I stand with that. So I was just looking for something for you to win.
I know you need to be cocky at the end, but I really don't think I'm a cocky person. I think I'm pretty humble, even though like I fought for my game at the end there.
Can we watch that speech again from when I was nominated next to Kyle? Because you were pretty cocky, you were arrogant, you knew you had the votes. And I was looking for that in your end speech. And you taking out Morena, yes, that was a big move. But then even Morena said it in the jury chat. I'm like, that's not enough. I want to hear more. You know, like what else did he do? Because that was a big ass move to make. But if you didn't have nothing else to back up that move that you did, I mean, you could have won it had you took the option of taking out Robert or even Morena earlier. I mean, you know, like Ducky said. But I like the way you play. I just felt like it could have been a little bit better. So, Robert, I like you. I like your style of playing. I, personally would have voted for you to win if it was Kyle. Courtney, if it was Morena, I would have gave her my vote because I felt like she did do a lot more as far as, her being a threat level. Her name was always being mentioned and this, that, and the third. Brian, I love you. You need to stop being so nice and sweet.
I can't help it.
But I do see that you're a really good player. You can win shit. Caitlin, girl, there's a redemption story for you. Don't let shit happen in the past. I love your comments in my little fake bitches allowed group. I'm like, that's
yeah.
I'm always rooting for you. So hopefully I see you in the game in the future. And Valerie, that's my girl. I love Valerie. Like she was just so cool, calm, collected, so chill, like a whole vibe. Like she was just a whole energy. Tony was just Tony. Max, oh my gosh, I don't know that guy. That guy is Lord Jesus. I did not realize how fake he was until I got out the game, honey. I was perplexed. Like honestly. But yeah, this has been a fun experience, Ducky.
I'd love to know why you think I'm fake. That's a great
Who asked me
great
that?
comment. You can go off. I would love to listen.
Who
That
was
was
that
Matt.
asked me
That was
that?
Matt.
Was that you,
Valerie.
Kyle?
That's Matt.
Oh, Matt.
Yeah,
Oh,
because I was
because
nothing but real with everyone here. So
you really believe
Not
that?
me.
yeah,
Okay, so Matt, the reason why I say I think you're fake is because like soon as you won that HOH or whatever, I honestly genuinely did not think you was gonna target Brian because I had a conversation with Brian. Brian said how y'all had like a safety deal, like if you don't nominate me, I won't nominate you type of thing. So when you put him up, I was like, oh damn, like you see how quick you went back on that word. So I'm like, okay. So when I got put up with my secret, and I'm like, here's a guy who I've been talking to for a very long time. Like I would think I would have his vote. And I only got 60 seconds with you. And I'm like, damn, like we done talked more before this time. Like, what the hell is going on? So that's why I knew at that moment, I'm like, yeah, there's no way I'm
no,
staying. I don't have
no,
a vote. And I just
okay.
felt like, damn, was you being fake with me?
No, I was not. That Brian's move was my choice at that time, and I told you what I was doing, and I told you you were safe at that. While I was HOH, as well as when you were up, that was probably one of the hardest decisions I had to make because I was really on the fence at that time, and the reason I didn't talk to you that day was because I was working on site and I literally didn't talk to anyone that day. So it was really hard for me to do anything and make a decision literally right before we went live. So that's the straight up truth. And if you want to believe that or not, then that's on you.
Okay.
But everything I said, I always thought our conversations were real that we had, that was like after the lives or in the HOH room or whatever. I was always 100%. So we can talk about it further later or now, but I just wanted to point that out to you.
Don't worry, Matt. I came into the jury house a couple days ago and I was told that I was a liar in the game. I was like, me? Is there someone behind me? Like, what? Like,
yeah.
Yeah, our earlier conversation, Robert, I did feel like you were lying. And I even told you that at the round table, like as more time I talked to you, that's when I felt like you were being yourself. So again, you could have been honest with me from the get-go, but I felt like at the beginning of our conversation, like it was some of the things you were saying that wasn't like adding up to other conversations that I had with other people. But it was like, as more times I got to talk to you and I'm like, okay, I think he's on the up and up now. So I gained more respect for you at that moment. But yeah, before, I felt like you were like lying like a motherfucker. I ain't gonna lie.
yeah, I mean, I really I didn't want to keep track of lies, so I just kept it, as, I mean, for me to honestly tell Valerie I was voting her out, for me to honestly tell Brian no to an alliance day 2. I mean, can you be more brutally honest in this game than what I did the first couple of days? I mean, I wanted nothing to do with nothing. I just wanted to kind of like blend in early on. My whole point was I didn't want to make a big target for myself early on in the game. And I thought I did a decent job of that in the first couple of days, short of winning Family Feud, of course. And then I was like, well, now I need to actually.
I was laughing because I'm like, who the fuck could say no to an alliance? Here, Robert is, nope. I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah. And then like during the whole blow up, Marina's like, who's not in 6 alliances? I'm like, I'm not in 6 alliances. I was like, I barely have one, I think.
I then had to backtrack.
This thing called C4.
Like,
I don't know if it's serious or not. I didn't know if I could trust you guys even at that blow up. I just made that happen just to make chaos happen, quite frankly. Like, and it worked too well, but
I think that blow up was going to happen regardless. It was just bound to happen.
Yeah,
I just you know why? Because nobody was talking. We were all building it up. It was coming. It was coming. It was coming.
Bubbling.
Whether or not Robert set the match, and I feel like it would have happened. Either
and
way.
incidentally, there is a post on the audience page that probably was done maybe 4 days before that happened, I knew it was coming, just to let you guys know. There were embers on different parts of that game house that were eventually going to collide. There was a combustion that was waiting to happen.
I
just didn't
can't
know
wait to
when,
get to that
but
one.
I knew
just to see.
what I knew it was coming. The audience didn't know why I posted it, but I knew that winds were blowing in the house and it was coming.
Deck, you know it's not too late to do a favorite player thing, though.
You're right. It isn't, and it probably should. And you're right.
like
We
it.
talked about it.
It's gonna be
we
Matt
talked
because
about it.
everyone thinks he's the sexiest. So
It was just so many things happening, and I just got not overwhelmed, but just ran out of energy to do it. But you're right, I should, and I probably will. I just couldn't get it done before the day was over.
Understood. Oh crap, that's us right now. Jesus.
I know, it just popped up for me. So I'm like, 7 hours? What the
7
hell?
hours? Damn.
Yeah.
My husband's gonna kill me. He is.
Well, this is the last of the game at
I
Mint
know.
like this. So this
There it
had
is.
I was
You
hoping
better send me
you
that in the
all
mail, son.
would hang out
Yeah,
with
nice
us
prize.
and just kind of go over the game, because I really wanted to do that with all of you while it was still 100% fresh, and just rehearse everything we all had collectively experienced, because I did it with you guys. I experienced it all with you, but you all had your own individual experiences, and I watched them all. And it's just an interesting phenomenon to watch. And I really hope that all of you had a great experience. And I'm going to speak specifically to Valdamian as a host of games. I don't host org regular players. I think I've mentioned that to many of you before. And so Valdamian, I know she's played a lot of org games, and I didn't know much about her, honestly, before she played a all-star game. And I knew of her, not knowing her. So my first exposure to her was to an all-star game, just in watching. And truly, my first real exposure, in my opinion, was really her being in this game. And I got to tell you, Valdamian, I actually really enjoyed you. And I'm going to tell you straight up, it might be a spoiler, the audience loved you. 100%. Is she still here?
I'm here.
Okay, cool. Yeah, the audience loved you. The audience 100% loved you. You weren't predominantly, I think, pictured or highlighted in any one facet, but it was just your organic conversations that you would have with people. And it was just your demeanor and disposition. You didn't have to be someone other than just Valdamian, not Valdamian, the org player, Valdamian, the villain org player, Valdamian, the villain. You were just Valdamian. And that shone through to the audience, and they really, really loved you. And I hope you receive that and embrace that when you get on the audience page and check it out and see comments, because people who didn't know you were rooting for you big time, big time. So I appreciated you presenting yourself that way in the game. I really did.
Oh, thank you. As much as I wanted to be a villain, for once I could say I wasn't a villain, right? I definitely got a chance to see some of the comments, and I definitely appreciate all the love and the support from even people who I destroy in the game that's still showing love for me. So it just goes to show that you could play any type of game that fits you and no one else. You know, having your own identity in the game is what's most important than the win, because you want to set yourself apart from anybody else that you're playing with. So, and that's why I can respect certain players and certain moves that they made. I had a blast. I am going back to retirement. I'm sticking to my hosting and my no fake pictures allowed. And again, I'm going to say I have fun. Thank you again. Don't take anything I say to heart. I know I could be a complete bitch when I want to be, but y'all just barely got that. So I have fun. I wouldn't have changed anything. Will I come back to play Ducky? I don't know.
Except the twist. I get it. You didn't like the twist. I get
Man,
it. It's okay.
fuck that secret bullshit, yo. I'm telling you. I after I got listen to this, y'all. This is true story. So I get put up on the block and I'm sitting up here like, how the fuck I'm gonna talk myself out of this situation? Cause I knew that me surviving, it was like a chance slim to none. Like my record of surviving when I go up anytime this is a big move they taking me out. So I commend y'all for that 110%. I don't even know. I still don't know what the vote count is. I'll be surprised if I got anybody voted to keep me because
Oh, I didn't tell you. You were voted out. I thought I did, but you were voted out 5-2.
5-2, yeah.
5-2.
I know I voted to keep you.
I think let's see, who
Me
I
and
voted to
Tony.
keep you.
Oh, it was me and
Valerie,
you.
Valerie and Brian.
It was me. Yeah.
well, I appreciate the any. I was surprised I even got any votes. So again, if I gave you advice in the game, it was genuine advice. It was, me seeing y'all as a future org players. When you come into the org career, you're gonna get messages, people hitting you up wanting to play their series and this, that, and the third. Just take those advice that I'm giving you. I'm not doing it because I'm bitter. I got an ego. I mean, yeah, I got an ego. I mean, I'm a legend. So I own that 110%. So I know I could be a complete bitch, but I earned this legend status, and I would not change it any other way.
Incidentally, Valdamian, before you were put up on the block, this is what was ironic. Couldn't get film of this, but I wish I could. You and, or maybe I do, I might have it on your audience page. I don't know, I don't remember. But I think it was you and Colleen talking about your secrets having not been guessed. And you laughed, you giggled. Well, I ain't worried about them finding out my secret.
Mm-hmm.
Guess what happened?
I did.
You
Because
did.
I was like, what the fuck? I don't have that shit on my Facebook page at all because it was so long ago.
Yep.
So I genuinely was like, there's no fucking way they gonna think that's what I'm thinking. Like, what the fuck? Like, and as soon as Courtney blurted out the word, I said, and I fucking
I just thought it was ironic because I knew what was possibly coming, but I remember.
I felt it.
You did talk about it. You did feel it, and I was hoping you were wrong. Actually, I didn't want to see you go up on your secret either.
I called out a lot of things that I didn't want to call, but I knew my time was coming. I even said if I survive this round, I'm going hella far. And that was a good move.
Right.
It really was.
All right, guys, I'm gonna hop off because I have to cover like 3 hockey games tomorrow. But just wanted to say goodbye to everyone. Thank you, and I'll be talking to everyone soon. And the message I had behind me for the last 7 or 8 hours, just want to put it up a little closer. Thank you.
Oh, perfect. Thank you, Robert. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Truly, you are a great asset to the game. And Robert, before you leave, 1 second, I'm going to say this, and I should have said this to the larger group, but you guys don't know how much of a struggle. Valdamian can vouch for how much of a struggle it is probably putting a game together, but sometimes finding players for a game, it is so ridiculously hard. It is frustrating. And honestly, I almost didn't run this season because I was actually really, really aggravated at building up this game. So when all of you came together, I'm going to tell you that, and I did take note of all of this, but you guys caught it yourselves. There were a lot of commonalities, a lot of connections that you had with other players that you didn't know. And I personally believe, and this is just me, that whenever a game comes together like that, to me, those people were meant to be in that game at that time. I really do. So all of you, despite however your games went, all of you were meant to be connected through this game. To whatever end, who knows? I don't know anything beyond that. All I'm saying is every single person who was a part of this season was supposed to be a part of this season, and you played your part, whatever part that was. And I really appreciate that all of you really gave of yourselves to this experience. And I just can't tell you enough. That's you included, Robert. That's why I wanted you to stay. thank you so much for being a part of it, because honestly, I didn't know if you would play. I would keep checking your profile and just say, is this guy really into it? I can't tell. I don't know. But 100%, I was like, oh, he's into it. Definitely. So I knew how to be patient to let people show me what they wanted me to know. I know how that works, but sometimes you can be too patient and it's to your detriment. So I kind of was trying to balance that out. But I had questions on several people, but honestly, every single one of you showed up. Even Kenzie, even though she ejected pretty early, I wasn't sure the temperature of this game was really what she was looking for. And it went the way it went for her. I wish she could have stayed and played, because I thought her approach to games might have been more interesting had she given more time to it, but I don't think it was just the kind of game for her, which is okay. It's okay. But anyway, I just wanted to tell you all that. I really do appreciate all of you being a part of it. And I really believe all of you were meant to be a part of this experience for this time. And thank you, truly, thank you from the bottom of my heart. I enjoyed every single person being a part of the game. I actually told Valerie, I said, Valerie, you can't go. You must join the game. I don't know if you remember me telling you that, but I said, Valerie, you're done, you're stuck. You can't not join. Because I was waiting for things. And I said, I gotta really make this lady understand she can't back out. Don't back out, please don't back out. And you didn't, and you showed up, and I loved having you part of the game. So truly, thank you all.
Before I go, I want to show one thing that I think the only person in this game, unless Ducky, you might have seen it when I was talking to Marina. Marina's the only person that actually saw this, and I will show this before I log off. My wall right here, there's a whiteboard that's right there that I had written like, I would write like,
that's all
what's
his
up there
notes.
still is like who the jury is, but I would write like what people are on sides, who's the HOH, who are the nominees. I would write out like what I thought the schedule was going to be like. Like I had notes out there. I mean, not like notes of like who was the HOH, you know, like how many comps and stuff like that. Like nothing I could like use in a competition. But anytime I walked into this room, I literally had that board, and you can see all the smudges that are on it. I would write down things. I would work out scenarios. I had something when it was Final Four, was like, would these people take me? I mean, no, the answer is no, but like I had it all written out to be like, you know, would this person do this, or like how would this person vote and stuff like that.
Okay, but
So,
you
like,
had something even better. He had this crazy ass
This was my
spreadsheet.
whiteboard.
it's on my computer right now. I can show it to you right here.
He had a crazy ass
There it is.
spreadsheet.
Every week with the comp names, the days, who won what. This is what I did.
Yes.
These were the notes that I took.
Honestly, Robert, after you showed that to me, it kind of nailed your coffin, because I was like, oh fuck. I'm
Well,
not
you
gonna
showed
lie.
me your book where you had like a thick book like this. I was like, yeah. Like
I only showed it
Come on.
mine to Ducky, and I barely did that.
Like,
y'all knew I
had
took notes.
Yeah, I was supposed to get a picture of that and I never did.
Oh yeah, I also had a tab for secrets right here, where I had everyone's name and all the secrets on top. And I did the yes. This is like remember Kyle, we were talking about that, like the yes no. Like this was literally the logic I built up when I was
Damn.
checking it off. So yeah, the severity was real. I was thoroughly invested for 37 days. But
I'm impressed. I really am.
Robert, I think you need a girlfriend.
He's
Well,
trying. He's trying.
all right, y'all need to
Caitlin.
stop. Y'all need
Good
to
night,
stop.
Robert. Good night.
On that note, I'm just gonna.
I'm
Tail
still
between
down
the
for some
legs.
pizza, Robert.
There it
Always.
is. There we go.
Make
All right,
it
we're just
deep
not. We're just,
dish,
we're just
and
gonna
I'm
deal with
down.
the red cheeks here, and I'm
I
just gonna
think
get the
that's as
hell off.
close we came to a showman's, I feel like.
Yeah.
Well, where else would you have? Well, you know, there's always Matt and Tony.
But he
you know.
never worked with me, so I don't know how that's a showman's, but never
Dead.
worked with me.
To be
All right.
continued.
Yeah. All right, guys.
All right.
Love you
Good
all.
night.
Good
Right.
night.
I'm about to go, guys, as well. It's
Me
been
too.
a long
did-
night.
Wait, Marina, I did have one
here.
more question for you, and I know it's like probably it should have been asked like a long time ago. You reached out to me right before the eviction And I didn't say anything back to you because obviously I knew I was going to be evicting myself. But what were you going to talk about with me when you did reach out to me?
Caitlin, you broke my heart. I
I know.
literally wanted you to stay. I felt
No.
like with the conversation, we only had one conversation, but I felt like
Mhm.
you would have been someone I could work with long term.
Mhm.
Because you were very smart. Like
Yeah.
you had little things about you that just spoke to me, and I'm like, I like her, and that's why I started conversating with you. But when you told me you were about to quit, I'm like, no, I wanted to have that conversation with you, but I see now that it wouldn't have changed anything.
Yeah.
But yeah, I definitely wanted you to stay and try to get you to reconsider and fight. Yeah.
Oh, well, thank you, Valdamian.
Oh,
But
you're welcome.
Did you have the same conversation with us?
wait, what?
I feel like I had a similar conversation with Valdamian.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you did. And I had that conversation with you right after I didn't hear from her. Where I felt like she really was
Oh.
gonna quit. And remember, I told you I think she's really gonna quit. So yeah.
So who did
That's
you really want to stay?
between you and her, I felt like she would have been better for my game long term.
Oh, okay.
But yeah,
Yeah.
no, but Marina did reach out to me like right before, like 2 hours before the eviction. So I wanted to see what you were going to talk to me about. I don't know if you remember. You just said, "Can we talk?"
Oh yeah, I honestly, it was just on a personal level. I didn't, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't reach out for like the longest time because I was being petty, and I wanted you to feel what I had felt in your
Yeah.
position, and how, I just felt like I was in your position. I was trying to explain to you and Brian how I was feeling and how I was feeling alienated, and nobody was there for me. And I only got like a little bit of attention about that, like towards the end. And so when it happened literally right after to you, and you were so shocked and blindsided, just like I was. And then you were like, well, nobody wanted to talk to me. And nobody, I literally was sitting there like,
yeah. Yeah.
Like, hello, yes,
No, I
that's
know.
exactly how I felt. And so I was being a little bit petty, and I was waiting a
Yeah.
while, just kind of like what you did to me.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, I felt like it was time to give it up and, reach out to you and obviously say, hey, look, like nothing personal, but like, this is basically what you did to me. This is exactly how I was feeling. Like, and I did want to reach out and say, like, hopefully after all of this was done, that we could still have a friendship and still talk outside of the game wise, but you didn't end up responding. And so I was like,
I know, because I was
but
like,
I did see that you were kind of reaching out on my Facebook and liking my pictures of my children and stuff like
Yeah.
that. And so I figured, like, I would let you come on your own terms and your own time. And if you wanted to chat, you would send me a message, which you did. And so, but yeah, that's kind of like what I wanted to talk about before you had left.
Yeah.
But I won't lie, I was being a little bit petty, and I was like, you feel what I felt, girl? Like,
yeah, no, I know. And I definitely did. And it was, yeah, I mean, it was what it was. And honestly, like, I wanted to, I just wanted to ask about that, but yeah. So, but I might be going to bed too, actually.
yeah, it's like 5 a.m. here. I'm like a zombie.
Yeah, 5
If
o'clock.
I'm like not showing any more emotion, it's because I'm like, but I mean, at the end of the day, like, it's a game. I do love all of you. I had an amazing experience, especially as somebody who literally did not come in here even thinking that I was going to be a part of this. I just like stumbled on the page and I was like, oh, this is really cool. And I was like invited almost by Ducky into playing. And so I really did try to go into it with like the best mindset as like, hey, this is Big Brother and I'm going to play it how I figured if I was actually in the house. And so you guys all made my experience really great, and I just want to say thank you. And I mean, Valdamian, you can hate me all you want, but I really did adore you, and I appreciate our talks. And same with everybody. Like everybody, I mean, put in their own little piece to make this experience for everybody how it went. And I wouldn't change anything. And I just want to say thank you. And I had a great time.
Girl, I don't hate you. I ain't got time to waste energy on hating on anybody. I could dislike certain things that you done or said. That don't make me hate you. It's just a human thing. So,
I agree.
like I said, you know, we agreed to disagree, but I did have respect for you as a game player. So if like I said, I apologize for hurting your feelings. I'm not in the business of hurting feelings. Been there, done that, you know. So that's why I came into this game, just being who Valdamian is. And what y'all see is exactly what y'all got. But no, I don't hate you. So
I appreciate that.
Yeah, I also want to say, even though the way my game ended was very unexpected for a lot of people to hear, I still did have fun, and I do love that I met everybody here, and I hope to talk to each and every one of you, and I loved playing the game for the time that I did. So thank you for making my experience the
Love
greatest.
you, Caitlin. I love you so much.
And I'm glad I exposed Devin's game. That's like what I wanted to do, even though I had a little help. I had a little help, but I wanted to expose his game because I'm sorry, I just didn't agree with what he was doing, a lot of it. But and then he goes, "Oh well, I thought you left because of me." No, no.
I
mean,
still feel like he
technically-
was still playing on the Zoom tonight. I still feel like he was playing that role. And so, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like the only person that I'm like not sure of what comes out of their mouth is true or not is still Devin. So I really don't even know if his name is Devin, to be honest.
I was just surprised to learn a lot of the things that was, you know, the stuff that he was saying. That just blew my mind. I'm like, this is what orgs have come to, like the unnecessary lying. Like, do y'all realize y'all don't have to do that? Like, you can play a game straight up and don't have to do that. But you know, white lies is okay, but when you just go above and beyond,
He
it's
was
just like,
literally acting. He was crying in front of everybody.
I told everybody
It
multiple
was like
times.
he was emotionally manipulating.
Cried
Like,
in front of me, I would have laughed.
I literally, I did laugh.
Took my camera off.
He's not
I
paying
laughed to Ducky and I was like, that is the fakest, like, that was the fakest thing I've ever seen. Are people really believing this? I'm like, there's no way. I literally
didn't
said, this
believe
is
it
like
when I
Dan's
first
funeral.
seen it. When I first seen it, I didn't believe it. I literally just glanced over it because I think at the same time I was going through with my headaches and stuff. And I think it was like shortly after that he made a post, and I looked at that. I'm like, interesting. And I'm like, I don't believe that word like whatsoever. Like, I didn't even send out my condolences because I didn't believe it. So I'm like, what is going
I
on?
told Brian, I said, are you sure they were real tears? I said, they weren't crocodile tears. I didn't
I
believe
thought they were real. Like he does
Oh
this.
my gosh,
This whole
Brian,
thing,
you
like,
and
I seen
wait,
the
hold on.
video. He's like, Caitlin.
No, yes, this was Devin. Oh, sorry guys, just give me 1 second. Oh my God, I just gotta stop right now. Like, it was so freaking fake. I can't even believe anybody
Get off my
believes
boy.
that.
Get off my
Remember when he
boy.
accidentally heart reacted someone's
my
message?
But yeah, I just
I
want to thank
remember I was
everybody.
talking to Ducky and I said, I cannot get a read on Devin. I'm like, I need to have a video call with Devin. So as soon as I get a video call on Devin, I'm sitting up here and I'm looking at this guy and I'm like, trying to have a conversation with him. It was just like a glance over. You know how people is like, when you're looking at them, they're not looking at you, like they're looking past you and like they can't give you a straight answer. And that's what I felt with him. I'm like, this motherfucker is just lying through his teeth right now. I just couldn't get the truth from him. And I'm like, yeah, okay, Devin, I know if you win HOH, I'm probably gonna be one of your targets because I just knew from that point on, like there was like gonna be anything. Because everything that came out of his mouth, I felt like was just a lie, like legit. I was like,
Mhm.
is this dude kidding me right now?
I told Brian.
Had me
But I mean, he
fooled. I'm
even said
sorry.
too, that was his game, like right in the beginning. He was willing to lie, deceive, do anything he could do. So, I
Like
mean, hey, if
people have
that's your
the
game, that's
biggest,
great. But the way he did it was just
like people
completely
have
out of
the
line.
biggest misconception of a villain. I'm a villain through and through. There's ways to be a villain. Like you don't have to do what he did to be a villain. Like he could have did some of the things he did and did his manipulation and did all that. And I would consider him as a villain. But when you do and say certain things, that just be like, dude, that is not a villain. That's
just
just
don't see
villain
the point
tendencies.
Well, Damien, you
that
have to teach
game.
him more then.
I think he just
You
maybe
gotta
he took
teach
the
him. You gotta
Walking
do a
Dead
class
extra.
on how to be a
I'm gonna
villain.
have to.
I think
I'm gonna have
that's
to
a
give
good
him a
thing
couple
for him.
pointers because that wasn't it.
Was he actually even an extra on The Walking Dead? Like, was that
I
even?
mean, he said
Don't
I
worry, he
mean,
was an
if he
I
really
extra.
don't
wants to
doubt
be an
it.
actor.
Yeah, he is
I'm
a good actor.
weak.
Yeah.
But
Bless his
thank you
But
heart.
all as well. I'm about to head on out as well. This has been an
Yeah, me
yeah, it
too.
is
amazing,
5 a.m.
amazing
Somebody's legs
season.
are
4
not
a.m. here.
closed.
Yeah.
I'm so happy to have met each and every one of you, and I will stay in contact.
Lies
Damn
you
right.
tell, Brian. So now,
And
okay.
again, you all are in a season chat. So look for that in your chat in Messenger. You're all a
I
part
don't
of the season
see
chat.
it.
Ducky, nobody
I
want to
don't
see
see it
you. Another, just keep seeing you.
I get it. I understand. But in case you change your mind, you're in a season chat.
I don't.
No,
Oh,
once
here it
I'm,
is.
Yep,
once
there it
I'm
is.
done, I am done. So I'm just.
I have Colleen blocked, so it keeps asking me, do I want to leave?
Yep, there you
You
go.
have Colleen
Yeah, that's
blocked. What
always
did I
gonna pop
miss?
up.
Oh, God.
Here it is.
Oh, I had to block her after that. I had to
What?
block her. Yeah.
I clearly
Yeah,
missed
she.
some stuff.
Yeah, she was
She
doing a bit
deleted
much.
me.
What?
She was doing a bit much. I felt like, for someone who was like gun ho, Kyle, like she could have been like a reason for him to win, like or whatever. But she was just like,
She's the reason why we fell
she
out. Like, I
played the
mean,
victim so well, like without a fucking thought. I'm looking at her like, wow, this is really going on right now.
the
All
whole
right.
thing about Kyle is
She's a trip.
why we fell out. How like we
Yeah, you were the
It's all
topic,
your
honey.
fault, Kyle.
you were the
Are you
main
feel?
topic
So
of
you
discussion.
think maybe she tanked my game a little bit?
Oh, for me,
No,
I'm sorry. Yeah, like
she's
for
crushing
me,
on you, dude.
she didn't help you at all.
Oh,
So,
No,
Please
Kyle
tell me you
called
didn't.
it.
You
Kyle
didn't
called
notice?
it.
You didn't know?
Yeah,
No,
she
he
What
knew.
liked you.
He knew. He
Oh,
messaged me one day and said that they like live 5 minutes apart, and he thought that she was crushing on him. And so that's so funny that that just came up because he had thought that, but I
I
didn't
feel.
know that she really didn't know much. The thing with Colleen is like, yeah, we kept her close, but like she was not like
She
in.
could have given us anything, but that's what I did get from. I started feeling like she had some deeper
She just took it
emotional
personal.
attachment to
It
him.
was too personal. Yeah.
It was way too. Anytime anybody said anything about Kyle, she just like turned to somebody that I have never seen Colleen in this kind of way at all.
So I will, just to give a little bit of context, and I'm not going to go into her business, but she was going through some emotional turmoil in her life. So I think the entrance into the jury and probably the animosity she felt from Tony,
Yeah,
among
I agree.
others, mounted up in her, and that spilled over. I do know that she was having some issues happening in real life.
Yeah.
That when entering the jury, all of that just collided and it spilled over like it did. I can
And
tell
I
you
do
that.
know that she was also feeling like a little bit bullied, like with the whole Tony situation, which is another reason why
I'm
she had
just gonna
flipped.
say this: Colleen has been around the org community for a while, honey. Don't let that fool you. And
I
I'm
think
just
she
speaking on that for
I mean,
experience.
that could have been part of her game for sure to try to get in with me and Courtney 100%, but that's just what I mean, we were
She's no
told.
victim.
Yeah,
I
know,
learned at
and
this.
I'm saying with experience, I see her around, and that's how Colleen is.
I had to see
And
it for
I
myself.
also said, like, if you're gonna be in the org community, honey, y'all gotta have some tough skin. Y'all can't let any and every little thing that people say about you get to you, because guess what? People gonna use that and poke at it
Weaponize it.
and
Yeah.
poke at it. So you gotta have a tough skin in this community, period, no matter what it is. Colleen does that. She's done that before. She did that in the previous game before playing Ducky's game. So don't let that chick fool you. I'm just
Did
saying.
this all happen like before me getting into jury, or was this like before?
Right after Robert joined. The day Robert joined is when all hell broke loose.
Well,
Yeah.
before that,
Well, yeah,
Tony and Colleen got
Yeah, it was a
into
little
it.
before that, but it
more.
got worse when Robert
yeah,
joined.
then
it got worse when
yeah,
Robert joined.
yeah.
Because she just
Because I
wouldn't give
wasn't
any.
responding to any of it because it was so much. And then when I finally looked back, I said, oh, ooh, like it was just, yeah, it was a
I had
test.
to really get out of character. Like she got me to a point where it's just, and it was
That's what I
again, it
said. I
wasn't
said, ooh.
just her. It was the fact that Robert really, I don't like to tie everything in the race, but because it was the second time he made me feel like I was just being like the angry black man of the group. Like he immediately attacked him and Matt. Both of them immediately just
I think they
skipped
just jumped
over
the gun.
everything. They skipped over everything Colleen said. I was not talking to Colleen. I was talking to Robert. And because I was talking about Kyle, she just, well, you clearly don't even know anything about Big Brother or something like that. And it went from there. She started it. And I just gave her what she was giving me. But then it was Robert and Matt coming at me like, well, I'll start answering questions again once you stop talking to Colleen like that. And it's like, well, did you not just see what she did?
I can't speak on much about that, but what I can say is the way that kind of Colleen came into play with our game is she knew that we were like emotional players, obviously, and we were all like, we didn't stand for shit like that. And she basically said that she was being bullied. And so I feel like probably Robert went to bat for her, even in jury, is because she was painting it like she was being bullied. And so
But what you're missing is I had her back too. I had her back. I was like, Tony, you did too much to Colleen. This is like right before the blow up. I'm like, you did too much. You probably did make this girl feel some kind of way. You lacked tact, and we needed her, and you just pushed her away. Like I had
I think
her
that
back.
first
for sure
sign of that though too was when she made that speech right before I evicted myself. Like she had made a speech right before we went live. You know, I don't know if you guys remember that, just saying that like, you
Yeah,
know,
I
she
thought she
feels
was
like
talking
her
about
name's
Courtney.
going around and like people are coming to her saying like, I don't know, just I can't even remember what she said.
Colleen
But, like,
was
that was
definitely, I
just
feel like
completely out of left field. I was like,
so
okay,
I know
Tony,
actually about that. It was about Tony, and it's because Devin was exposing basically that whole group chat that everybody was in. Tony was basically going hard at Colleen and saying, this bitch, she better not fucking flip her. I'm gonna make her life miserable. I'm gonna show her game. And so she was kind of feeling like she was being bullied. And so I had also mentioned something about that. I said, I need to know if this is true and this is actually going on. Like, are people taking it personal away from game and actually starting to bully and attack people's character? And that's kind of how it was painted.
you use that word so very loosely. I'm so tired of that word being used because if you really felt like you was being bullied, Ducky would have handled it. So there's no way that he was going to allow
I
any
said
player
that's how
anything.
it was being painted,
I
is
know,
that
and I
she
res-
was being
I
bullied.
know, and I responded to you from her character and from what I know her as a player. Like,
But I understand that, and I've accepted what you said, but I am saying what was being told by Devin is that is the word that was being used. She was being bullied is what we were told.
Yeah, and I honestly feel like Colleen has a way of throwing stones and hiding her hand and then playing victim. I was a witness to it, and I was a victim of that whole situation. Like she does these little subtle things that can make you pop off at her, and then once you start giving her what you give her, she falls back and plays victim, and everybody comes to her rescue. It's probably what's been her situation her entire time. And it took for that to happen to me, for me to have to, I feel like I owed Tony an apology because I don't know everything that happened. I felt like the Robert in that situation. I just immediately felt like I needed to defend her. And that's what Robert did, and so that Matt too, they felt like they had to defend her, but she's no victim. That girl
And I
has,
can't speak on that. I
has a-
never said that she was, but that's how it was painted by Devin, is what I.
Oh, I get it. But again, you can't believe everything Devin says. But that girl right here is just not, I'm telling you, she's no victim. She has a mouth and she knows how to use it. And that's what got her ass blocked. And that's what got her ass cussed the fuck out, because she just got me on the wrong day. And she got what she got. And I don't apologize for it at all. But yeah, that was that on that. I hate that I had to come out of character so much in this season. I'm kind of embarrassed with myself, but it is what it is. I've learned how to just start defending myself, and I'm just tired of being the nice guy all the time. I can't be that all the time. It's exhausting. It really is. But it is what it is. But I love y'all, and y'all have a great night. I'm sorry.
Love you too.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
I'm gonna go too. I got
Yeah.
Rugrats in the morning.
I'm going to
Oh my
bed.
God, yeah.
It is
I need to take
5:10
this
in the
allergy
morning here,
medicine.
and my children are gonna be up soon, so I am definitely going to bed.
I
Yeah,
gotta
but
get
he's
up
gonna
in
wake up
3
in 2
hours.
hours. He's gonna be like, "What
Love
the hell
you
you doing
all.
awake?"
Yeah.
Have a great night,
Congratulations
everyone.
to you
chat more.
all.
Yeah, have a
And
good
so
one.
I
fun.
can't wait to talk to you outside of the game.
Yeah.
Me too.
All
Y'all have a
right.
good
Bye,
sleep.
guys.
Good night. Bye.
Toodaloo.
Bye.
Bye.